Section 21 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Pythian Games at Delphi, B.C. 585 by George Grote. Part 2. The disposition here adverted to is one of these mental analogies pervading the whole Hellenic nation, which Herodotus indicates, and the common habit among all Greeks of respectfully listening to the oracle of Delphi will be found on many occasions useful in maintaining unanimity among men not accustomed to obey the same political superior. In the numerous colonies especially, founded by mixed multitudes from distant parts of Greece, the minds of the emigrants were greatly determined toward cordial cooperation, by their knowledge that the expedition had been directed, the oecist indicated, and the spot either chosen or approved by Apollo of Delphi. Such in most cases was the fact. That god, according to the conception of the Greeks, takes delight always in the foundation of new cities, and himself in person lays the first stone. These are the elements of union with which the historical Hellenes take their start. Community of blood, language, religious point of view, legends, sacrifices, festivals, and also, with certain allowances, of manners and character. The analogy of manners and character between the rude inhabitants of the Arcadian Cynatha and the polite Athens was, indeed, accompanied with wide differences. Yet if we compare the two with foreign contemporaries, we shall find certain negative characteristics of much importance common to both. In no city of historical Greece did there prevail either human sacrifices or deliberate mutilation, such as cutting off the nose, ears, hands, feet, etc., or castration, or selling of children into slavery, or polygamy, or the feeling of unlimited obedience toward one man, all customs which might be pointed out as existing among the contemporary Carthaginians, Egyptians, Persians, Thracians, etc. The habit of running, wrestling, boxing, etc. in gymnastic contests, with the body perfectly naked, was common to all Greeks, having been first adopted as a Lacedaemonian fashion in the 14th Olympiad. Thucydides and Herodotus remark that it was not only not practiced, but even regarded as unseemly among non-Hellenes. Of such customs, indeed, at once common to all the Greeks, and peculiar to them as distinguished from others, we cannot specify a great number, but we may see enough to convince ourselves that there did really exist, in spite of local differences, a general Hellenic sentiment and character, which counted among the cementing causes of a union apparently so little assured. During the 2 centuries succeeding B.C. 776, the festival of the Olympic Zeus in the Pisatid gradually passed from a local to a national character, and acquired an attractive force capable of bringing together into temporary union the dispersed fragments of Hellas from Marseilles to Trebizond. In this important function it did not long stand alone. During the 6th century B.C., 3 other festivals, at first local, became successively nationalized: the Pythia near Delphi, the Isthmia near Corinth, the Nemea near Cleone, between Sicyon and Argos. In regard to the Pythian festival, we find a short notice of the particular incidents and individuals by whom its reconstitution and enlargement were brought about. A notice the more interesting inasmuch as these very incidents are themselves a manifestation of something like Pan-Hellenic patriotism, standing almost alone in an age which presents little else in operation except distinct city interests. At the time when the Homeric hymn to the Delphinian Apollo was composed, probably in the 7th century B.C., the Pythian festival had as yet acquired little eminence. The rich and holy temple of Apollo was then purely oracular, established for the purpose of communicating to pious inquirers the counsels of the immortals. Multitudes of visitors came to consult it, as well as to sacrifice victims and to deposit costly offerings. But while the god delighted in the sound of the harp as an accompaniment to the singing of paeans, he was by no means anxious to encourage horse races and chariot races in the neighborhood. Nay, this psalmist considers that the noise of horses would be a nuisance, the drinking of mules a desecration to the sacred fountains, and the ostentation of fine-built chariots objectionable, as tending to divert the attention of spectators away from the great temple and its wealth. From such inconveniences the god was protected by placing his sanctuary in the rocky Pytho, a rugged and uneven recess of no great dimensions, embosomed in the southern declivity of Parnassus, and about 2,000 feet above the level of the sea, while the topmost Parnassian summits reached a height of near 8,000 feet. The situation was extremely imposing, but unsuited by nature for the congregation of any considerable number of spectators, altogether impracticable for chariot races, and only rendered practicable by later art and outlay for the theatre as well as for the stadium. Such a site furnished little means of subsistence, but the sacrifices and presents of visitors enabled the ministers of the temple to live in abundance, and gathered together by degrees a village around it. Near the sanctuary of Pytho, and about the same altitude, was situated the ancient Phocian town of Crissa, on a projecting spur of Parnassus, overhung above by the line of rocky precipice called the Phaedriades, and itself overhanging below the deep ravine through which flows the river Peistus. On the other side of this river rises the steep mountain Cirphus, which projects southward into the Corinthian Gulf, the river reaching that gulf through the broad Chrysoean plain, which stretches westward nearly to the Locrian town of Amphissa, a plain for the most part fertile and productive, though least so in its eastern part immediately under the Cirphus, where the seaport Syra was placed. The temple, the oracle, and the wealth of Pytho belong to the very earliest periods of Grecian antiquity, but the octennial solemnity in honor of the god included at first no other competition except that of bards, who sang each a paean with the harp. The Amphictyonic assembly held one of its half-yearly meetings near the temple of Pytho, the other at Thermopylae. In those early times when the Homeric hymn to Apollo was composed, the town of Crissa appears to have been great and powerful, possessing all the broad plain between Parnassus, Cirphus, and the Gulf, to which latter it gave its name, and possessing also, what was a property not less valuable, the adjoining sanctuary of Pytho itself, which the hymn identifies with Crissa, not indicating Delphi as a separate place. The Crissæans doubtless derived great profits from the number of visitors who came to visit Delphi, both by land and by sea, and Syra was originally only the name for their seaport. Gradually, however, the port appears to have grown in importance at the expense of the town, just as Apollonia and Ptolemais came to equal Cyrene and Barca, and as Plymouth Dock has swelled into Devonport, while at the same time the sanctuary of Pytho, with its administrators, expanded into the town of Delphi, and came to claim an independent existence of its own. The original relations between Crissa, Syra, and Delphi were in this manner at length subverted, the first declining and the two latter rising. The Crissæans found themselves dispossessed of the management of the temple, which passed to the Delphians, as well as of the profits arising from the visitors, whose disbursements went to enrich the inhabitants of Syra. Crissa was a primitive city of the Phocian name, and could boast of a place as such in the Homeric catalogue, so that her loss of importance was not likely to be quietly endured. Moreover, in addition to the above facts, already sufficient in themselves as seeds of a quarrel, we are told that the Syrians abused their position as masters of the avenue to the temple by sea, and levied exorbitant tolls on the visitors who landed there, a number constantly increasing from the multiplication of the transmarine colonies, and from the prosperity of those in Italy and Sicily. Besides such offense against the general Grecian public, they had also incurred the enmity of their Phocian neighbors by outrages upon women, Phocian as well as Argian, who were returning from the temple. Thus stood the case, apparently, about B.C. 595, when the Amphictyonic meeting interfered, either prompted by the Phocians, or perhaps on their own spontaneous impulse, out of regard to the temple, to punish the Syrians. After a war of 10 years, the first sacred war in Greece, this object was completely accomplished by a joint force of Thessalians under Eurolychus, Sicyonians under Clisthenes, and Athenians under Alcmaeon, the Athenian Solon being the person who originated and enforced in the Amphictyonic Council the proposition of interference. Syra appears to have made a strenuous resistance until its supplies from the sea were intercepted by the naval force of the Sicyonian Clisthenes. Even after the town was taken, its inhabitants defended themselves for some time on the heights of Cirphis. At length, however, they were thoroughly subdued. Their town was destroyed or left to subsist merely as a landing place, while the whole adjoining plain was consecrated to the Delphian god, whose domains thus touched the sea. Under this sentence, pronounced by the religious feeling of Greece, and sanctified by a solemn oath publicly sworn and inscribed at Delphi, the land was condemned to remain untilled and unplanted, without any species of human care, and serving only for the pasturage of cattle. The latter circumstance was convenient to the temple, inasmuch as it furnished abundance of victims for the pilgrims who landed and came to sacrifice. For without preliminary sacrifice no man could consult the oracle, while the entire prohibition of tillage was the only means of obviating the growth of another troublesome neighbor on the seaboard. The ruin of Cirrha in this war is certain, though the necessity of a harbor for visitors arriving by sea led to the gradual revival of the town upon a humbler scale of pretension. But the fate of Crissa is not so clear, nor do we know whether it was destroyed or left subsisting in a position of inferiority with regard to Delphi. From this time forward, however, the Delphian community appear as substantive and autonomous, exercising in their own right the management of the temple, though we shall find, on more than one occasion, that the Phocians contest this right, and lay claim to the management of it for themselves, a remnant of that early period when the oracle stood in the domain of the Phocian Crissa. There seems, moreover, to have been a standing antipathy between the Delphians and the Phocians. The sacred war, emanating from a solemn Amphictyonic decree, carried on jointly by troops of different states whom we do not know to have ever before cooperated, and directed exclusively toward an object of common interest, is in itself a fact of high importance, as manifesting a decided growth of Pan-Hellenic feeling. Sparta is not named as interfering, a circumstance which seems remarkable when we consider both her power, even as it then stood, and her intimate connection with the Delphian oracle, while the Athenians appear as the chief movers, through the greatest and best of their citizens. The credit of a large-minded patriotism rests prominently upon them. But if this sacred war itself is a proof that the Pan-Hellenic spirit was growing stronger, the positive result in which it ended reinforced that spirit still farther. The spoils of Cirrha were employed by the victorious allies in founding the Pythian games. The octennial festival hitherto celebrated at Delphi in honor of the god, including no other competition except in the harp and the paean, was expanded into comprehensive games on the model of the Olympic, with matches not only of music, but also of gymnastics and chariots, celebrated not at Delphi itself, but on the maritime plain near the ruined Cirrha, and under the direct superintendence of the Amphictyons themselves. I have already mentioned that Solon provided large rewards for such Athenians as gained victories in the Olympic and Isthmian games, thereby indicating his sense of the great value of the national games as a means of promoting Hellenic intercommunion. It was the same feeling which instigated the foundation of the new games on the Cirrhaean plain in commemoration of the vindicated honor of Apollo, and in the territory newly made over to him. They were celebrated in the autumn, or first half of every third Olympic year, the Amphictyons being the ostensible agonothets or administrators, and appointing persons to discharge the duty in their names. At the first Pythian ceremony in BC 586, valuable rewards were given to the different victors. At the second, BC 582, nothing was conferred but wreaths of laurel, the rapidly attained celebrity of the games being such as to render any further recompense superfluous. The Sicyonian despot, Clisthenes himself, once the leader in the conquest of Cirrha, gained the prize at the chariot race of the second Pythia. We find other great personages in Greece frequently mentioned as competitors, and the games long maintained a dignity second only to the Olympic, over which indeed they had some advantage. First, that they were not abused for the purpose of promoting petty jealousies and antipathies of any administering state, as the Olympic games were perverted by the Eleans on more than one occasion. Next, that they comprised music and poetry as well as bodily display. From the circumstances attending their foundation, the Pythian games deserved, even more than the Olympic, the title bestowed on them by Demosthenes, the common agon of the Greeks. The Olympic and Pythian games continued always to be the most venerated solemnities in Greece. Yet the Nemea and Isthmia acquired a celebrity not much inferior, the Olympic prize counting for the highest of all. Both the Nemea and Isthmia were distinguished from the other two festivals by occurring not once in 4 years, but once in 2 years, the former in the 2nd and 4th years of each Olympiad, the latter in the 1st and 3rd years. To both is assigned, according to Greek custom, an origin connected with the interesting persons and circumstances of legendary antiquity. But our historical knowledge of both begins with the 6th century BC. The first historical Nemead is presented as belonging to Olympiad BC 52 or 53, 572 to 568, a few years subsequent to the sacred war above mentioned and to the origin of the Pythia. The festival was celebrated in honor of the Nemean Zeus in the valley of Nemea between Phyllis and Cleone. The Cleoneans themselves were originally its presidents, until some period after BC 460, the Argians deprived them of that honor and assumed the honors of administration to themselves. The Nemean games had their Hellanodice to superintend, to keep order, and to distribute the prizes, as well as the Olympic. Respecting the Isthmian festival, our first historical information is a little earlier, for it has already been stated that Solon conferred a premium upon every Athenian citizen who gained a prize at that festival as well as at the Olympian, in or after BC 594. It was celebrated by the Corinthians at their isthmus in honor of Poseidon, and if we may draw any inference from the legends respecting its foundation, which is ascribed sometimes to Theseus, the Athenians appear to have identified it with the antiquities of their own state. We thus perceive that the interval between BC 600 and 560 exhibits the first historical manifestation of the Pythia, Isthmia, and Nemea, the first expansion of all the three from local into pan-Hellenic festivals. To the Olympic Games, for some time the only great center of union among all the widely dispersed Greeks, are now added 3 other sacred agones of the like public, open, national character, constituting visible marks as well as tutelary bonds of collective Hellenism, and ensuring to every Greek who went to compete in the matches a safe and inviolate transit even through hostile Hellenic states. These 4, all in or near Peloponnesus, and one of which occurred in each year, formed the period or cycle of sacred games, and those who had gained prizes at all the 4 received the enviable designation of Periodonices. The honors paid to Olympic victors on their return to their native city were prodigious even in the 6th century BC, and became even more extravagant afterward. We may remark that in the Olympic Games alone, the oldest as well as the most illustrious of the 4, the musical and intellectual element was wanting. All the 3 more recent agones included crowns for exercises of music and poetry along with gymnastics, chariots, and horses. It was not only in the distinguishing national stamp set upon these 4 great festivals that the gradual increase of Hellenic family feeling exhibited itself during the course of this earliest period of Grecian history. Pursuant to the same tendencies, religious festivals in all the considerable towns gradually became more and more open and accessible, attracting guests as well as competitors from beyond the border. The comparative dignity of the city, as well as the honor rendered to the presiding god, were measured by the numbers, admiration, and envy of the frequenting visitors. There is no positive evidence indeed of such expansion in the Attic festivals earlier than the reign of Pisistratus, who first added the quadrennial or greater Panathenae to the ancient annual or lesser Panathenaea. Nor can we trace the steps of progress in regards to Thebes, Orchomenus, Thespiae, Megara, Sicyon, Pellene, Aegina, Argos, etc., but we find full reason for believing that such was the general reality. Of the Olympic or Isthmian victors whom Pindar and Simonides celebrated, many derived a portion of their renown from previous victories acquired at several of these local contests, victories sometimes so numerous as to prove how widespread the habit of reciprocal frequentation had become, though we find even in the 3rd century BC treaties of alliance between different cities in which it is thought necessary to confer such mutual right by express stipulation. Temptation was offered to the distinguished gymnastic or musical competitors by prizes of great value. Timaeus even asserted, as proof of the overweening pride of Croton and Sybaris, that these cities tried to supplant the preeminence of the Olympic games by instituting games of their own with the richest prizes to be celebrated at the same time, a statement in itself not worthy of credit, yet nevertheless illustrating the animated rivalry known to prevail among the Grecian cities in procuring for themselves splendid and crowded games. At the time when the Homeric hymn to Demeter was composed, the worship of that goddess seems to have been purely local at Eleusis. But before the Persian War, the festival celebrated by the Athenians every year in honor of the Eleusinian Demeter admitted Greeks of all cities to be initiated, and was attended by vast crowds of them. It was thus that the simplicity and strict local application of the primitive religious festival among the greater states in Greece gradually expanded, on certain great occasions periodically recurring, into an elaborate and regulated series of exhibitions, not merely admitting but soliciting the fraternal presence of all Hellenic spectators. In this respect, Sparta seems to have formed an exception to the remaining states. Her festivals were for herself alone, and her general rudeness toward other Greeks was not materially softened even at the Carnea and Hyacinthia or Gymnopidae. On the other hand, the Attic Dionysia was gradually exalted, from their original rude, spontaneous outburst of village feeling in thankfulness to the god, followed by song, dance, and revelry of various kinds, into costly and diversified performances, first by a trained chorus, next by actors superadded to it. And the dramatic compositions thus produced, as they embodied the perfection of Grecian art, so they were eminently calculated to invite a pan-Hellenic audience, and to encourage the sentiment of Hellenic unity. The dramatic literature of Athens, however, belongs properly to a later period. Previous to the year BC 560, we see only those commencements of innovation which drew upon Thespis the rebuke of Solon, who, however, himself contributed to impart to the Panathenaic festival a more solemn and attractive character, by checking the license of the rhapsodies and ensuring to those present a full orderly recital of the Iliad. The sacred games and festivals took hold of the Greek mind by so great a variety of feelings as to counterbalance in a high degree the political disseverance, and to keep alive among their widespread cities, in the midst of constant jealousy and frequent quarrel, a feeling of brotherhood and congenial sentiment such as must otherwise have died away. The Theors, or sacred envoys who came to Olympia or Delphi from so many different points, all sacrificed to the same god and at the same altar, witnessed the same sports, and contributed by their donatives to enrich or adorn one respective scene. Moreover, the festival afforded opportunity for a sort of fair, including much traffic amid so large a mass of spectators. And besides the exhibitions of the games themselves, there were recitations and lectures in a spacious council room for those who chose to listen to them, by poets, rhapsodes, philosophers, and historians, among which last the history of Herodotus is said to have been publicly read by its author. Of the wealthy and great men in the various cities, many contended simply for the chariot victories and horse victories, but there were others whose ambition was of a character more strictly personal, and who stripped naked as runners, wrestlers, boxers, or pancratiasts, having gone through the extreme fatigue of a complete previous training. Cylon, whose unfortunate attempt to usurp the scepter at Athens has been recounted, had gained the prize in the Olympic Stadium. Alexander, son of Amyntas, the prince of Macedon, had run for it. The great family of the Diagoridæ at Rhodes, who furnished magistrates and generals to their native city, supplied a still greater number of successful boxers and pancratiasts at Olympia, while other instances also occur of generals named by various cities from the list of successful Olympic gymnasts, and the odes of Pindar, always dearly purchased, attest how many of the great and wealthy were found in that list. The perfect popularity and equality of persons at these great games is a feature not less remarkable than the exact adherence to predetermined rule, and the self-imposed submission of the immense crowd to a handful of servants armed with sticks, who executed the orders of the Elean Hellanodice. The ground upon which the ceremony took place, and even the territory of the administering state, was protected by a truce of God during the month of the festival, the commencement of which was formally announced by heralds sent round to the various states. Treaties of peace between different cities were often formally commemorated by pillars there erected, and the general impression of the scene suggested nothing but ideas of peace and brotherhood among Greeks. And I may remark that the impression of the games as belonging to all Greeks, and to none but Greeks, was stronger and clearer during the interval between BC 600 to 300 than it came to be afterward. For the Macedonian conquests had the effect of diluting and corrupting Hellenism by spreading an exterior varnish of Hellenic tastes and manners over a wide area of incongruous foreigners who were incapable of the real elevation of the Hellenic character, so that although in later times the games continued undiminished both in attraction and in number of visitors, the spirit of pan-Hellenic communion which had once animated the scene was gone forever. End of section 21. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Section 22 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rositer Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 22. Solon's Early Greek Legislation, BC 594, by George Grote, Part 1. Lycurgus, the reputed Spartan lawgiver, is credited with the construction about BC 800 of the earliest Grecian commonwealth, founded upon a specific code of laws. These laws had mainly a military basis, and through obedience to them the Spartans became a people of great hardiness, accustomed to self-discipline, famous for their prowess and endurance in war, and for sternness of individual and social virtues. In Athens, there were no written laws until the time of Draco, BC 621, the government before that period having been long in the hands of an oligarchy. In the year above named, Draco was archon, and to him was entrusted the work of framing a legal code, conditions under the oligarchic rule having become intolerable to the people at large. The chief features of Draco's legislation had reference to the punishment of crime, and so extreme were the severities of the system, and so cruel the penalties it prescribed, that in later times it was declared to have been written in blood. The draconian laws remained in force until superseded by the great system of Solon, whose advent as the new lawgiver was brought about mainly through the conspiracy of Solon, 12 years after the legislation of Draco. Affairs in Athens were in a deplorable state of confusion and violence, the revolt of the poor against the power and privilege of the rich, leading to dangerous dissensions and collisions. Solon, who enjoyed a universal reputation for wisdom and uprightness, was called upon by the oligarchy, which again held rule, to assume what was in fact almost absolute power. The character of his legislation and its influence upon the course of Greek history have been set forth by many authors, and the following account is perhaps the best that has appeared in modern literature. Solon, son of Execestides, was an Eupatride of middling fortune, but of the purest heroic blood, belonging to the gens or family of the Codrids and Nelaids, and tracing his origin to the god Poseidon. His father is said to have diminished his substance by prodigality, which compelled Solon in his earlier years to have recourse to trade, and in this pursuit he visited many parts of Greece and Asia. He was thus enabled to enlarge the sphere of his observation and to provide material for thought as well as for composition. His poetical talents displayed themselves at a very early age, first on light, afterward on serious subjects. It will be recollected that there was at that time no Greek prose writing, and that the acquisitions as well as the effusions of an intellectual man, even in their simplest form, adjusted themselves not to the limitations of the period and the semicolon, but to those of the hexameter and pentameter. Nor, in point of fact, do the verses of Solon aspire to any higher effect than we are accustomed to associate with an earnest, touching, and admonitory prose composition. The advice and appeals which he frequently addressed to his countrymen were delivered in this easy metre, doubtless far less difficult than the elaborate prose of subsequent writers or speakers, such as Thucydides, Isocrates, or Demosthenes. His poetry and his reputation became known throughout many parts of Greece, so that he was classed along with Thales of Miletus, Bias of Priene, Pittacus of Mytilene, Periander of Corinth, Cleobulus of Lindus, Calon of Lacedaemon, altogether forming the constellation afterwards renowned as the Seven Wise Men. The first particular event in respect to which Solon appears as an active politician is the possession of the island of Salamis, then disputed between Megara and Athens. Megara was at that time able to contest with Athens, and for some time to contest with success, the occupation of this important island, a remarkable fact which perhaps may be explained by supposing that the inhabitants of Athens and its neighborhood carried on the struggle with only partial aid from the rest of Attica. However this may be, it appears that the Megarians had actually established themselves in Salamis at the time when Solon began his political career, and that the Athenians had experienced so much loss in the struggle as to have formally prohibited any citizen from ever submitting a proposition for its reconquest. Stung with this dishonorable abnegation, Solon counterfeited a state of ecstatic excitement, rushed into the agora, and there on the stone, usually occupied by the official herald, pronounced to the surrounding crowd a short elegiac poem which he had previously composed on the subject of Salamis. Enforcing upon them the disgrace of abandoning the island, he wrought so powerfully upon their feelings that they rescinded their prohibitory law. Rather, he exclaimed, would I forfeit my native city and become a citizen of Pholegandrus, than be still named an Athenian, branded with the shame of surrendered Salamis. The Athenians again entered into the war, and conferred upon him the command of it, partly, as we are told, at the instigation of Pisistratus, though the latter must have been at this time, B.C. 600 to 594, a very young man, or rather boy. The stories in Plutarch as to the way in which Salamis was recovered are contradictory as well as apocryphal, ascribing to Solon various stratagems to deceive the Megarian occupiers. Unfortunately, no authority is given for any of them. According to that which seems the most plausible, he was directed by the Delphian god first to propitiate the local heroes of the island, and he accordingly crossed over to it by night for the purpose of sacrificing to the heroes Periphemus and Cycherus on the Salaminian shore. 500 Athenian volunteers were then levied for the attack of the island, under the stipulation that if they were victorious, they should hold it in property and citizenship. They were safely landed on an outlying promontory, while Solon, having been fortunate enough to seize a ship which the Megarians had sent to watch the proceedings, manned it with Athenians and sailed straight toward the city of Salamis, to which the Athenians who had landed also directed their march. The Megarians marched out from the city to repel the latter, and during the heat of the engagement Solon, with his Megarian ship and Athenian crew, sailed directly to the city. The Megarians, interpreting this as the return of their own crew, permitted the ship to approach without resistance, and the city was thus taken by surprise. Permission having been given to the Megarians to quit the island, Solon took possession of it for the Athenians, erecting a temple to Enyalius, the god of war, on Cape Sciradium near the city of Salamis. The citizens of Megara, however, made various efforts for the recovery of so valuable a possession, so that a war ensued, long as well as disastrous to both parties. At last it was agreed between them to refer the dispute to the arbitration of Sparta, and 5 Spartans were appointed to decide it: Critolaidas, Amompharetus, Hypsecidas, Anaxilas, and Cleomenes. The verdict in favor of Athens was founded on evidence which it is somewhat curious to trace. Both parties attempted to show that the dead bodies buried in the island conformed to their own peculiar mode of interment, and both parties are said to have cited verses from the catalogue of the Iliad, each accusing the other of error or interpolation. But the Athenians had the advantage on 2 points. First, there were oracles from Delphi, wherein Salamis was mentioned with the epithet Ionian. Next, Phileus and Erysaces, sons of the Telamonian Ajax, the great hero of the island, had accepted the citizenship of Athens, made over Salamis to the Athenians, and transferred their own residences to Broron and Melite in Attica, where the deme or gens Philidae still worshipped Phileus as its eponymous ancestor. Such a title was held sufficient, and Salamis was adjudged by the 5 Spartans to Attica, with which it ever afterward remained incorporated until the days of Macedonian supremacy. 2 centuries and a half later, when the orator Aeschines argued the Athenian right to Amphipolis against Philip of Macedon, the legendary elements of the title were indeed put forward, but more in the way of preface or introduction to the substantial political grounds. But in the year 600 B.C., the authority of the legend was more deep-seated and operative, and adequate by itself to determine a favorable verdict. In addition to the conquest of Salamis, Solon increased his reputation by espousing the cause of the Delphian temple against the extortionate proceedings of the inhabitants of Kyrra, and the favor of the oracle was probably not without its effect in procuring for him that encouraging prophecy with which his legislative career opened. It is on the occasion of Solon's legislation that we obtain our first glimpse, unfortunately but a glimpse, of the actual state of Attica and its inhabitants. It is a sad and repulsive picture, presenting to us political discord and private suffering combined. Violent dissensions prevailed among the inhabitants of Attica, who were separated into 3 factions: the Pedies, or men of the plain, comprising Athens, Eleusis, and the neighboring territory, among whom the greatest number of rich families were included; the mountaineers in the east and north of Attica called Diacri, who were on the whole the poorest party; and the Paralii in the southern portion of Attica from sea to sea, whose means and social position were intermediate between the 2. Upon what particular points these intestine disputes turned we are not distinctly informed. They were not, however, peculiar to the period immediately preceding the archonship of Solon. They had prevailed before, and they reappear afterward, prior to the despotism of Pisistratus, the latter standing forward as the leader of the Diacri and as champion, real or pretended, of the poorer population. But in the time of Solon these intestine quarrels were aggravated by something much more difficult to deal with, a general mutiny of the poorer population against the rich, resulting from misery combined with oppression. The Thetes, whose condition we have already contemplated in the poems of Homer and Hesiod, are now presented to us as forming the bulk of the population of Attica, the cultivating tenants, metayers, and small proprietors of the country. They are exhibited as weighed down by debts and dependence, and driven in large numbers out of state of freedom into slavery. The whole mass of them, we are told, being in debt to the rich, who were proprietors of the greater part of the soil, they had either borrowed money for their own necessities, or they tilled the lands of the rich as dependent tenants, paying a stipulated portion of the produce, and in this capacity they were largely in arrear. All the calamitous effects were here seen of the old harsh law of debtor and creditor, once prevalent in Greece, Italy, Asia, and a large portion of the world, combined with the recognition of slavery as legitimate status, and of the right of one man to sell himself as well as that of another man to buy him. Every debtor unable to fulfill his contract was liable to be adjudged as the slave of his creditor until he could find means either of paying it or working it out. And not only he himself, but his minor sons and unmarried daughters and sisters also, whom the law gave him the power of selling. The poor man thus borrowed upon the security of his body, to translate literally the Greek phrase, and upon that of the persons in his family. So severely had these oppressive contracts been enforced, that many debtors had been reduced from freedom to slavery in Attica itself, many others had been sold for exportation, and some had only hitherto preserved their own freedom by selling their children. Moreover, a great number of the smaller properties in Attica were under mortgage, signified according to the formality usual in the Attic law, and continued down throughout the historical times by a stone pillar erected on the land, inscribed with the name of the lender and the amount of the loan. The proprietors of these mortgaged lands, in case of an unfavorable turn of events, had no other prospect except that of irremediable slavery for themselves and their families, either in their own native country, robbed of all its delights, or in some barbarian region where the Attic accent would never meet their ears. Some had fled the country to escape legal adjudication of their persons, and earned a miserable subsistence in foreign parts by degrading occupations. Upon several, too, this deplorable lot had fallen by unjust condemnation and corrupt judges, the conduct of the rich in regard to money sacred and profane, in regard to matters public as well as private, being thoroughly unprincipled and rapacious. The manifold and long-continued suffering of the poor under this system plunged into a state of debasement not more tolerable than that of Gallic plebs, and the injustices of the rich, in whom all political power was then vested, are facts well attested by the poems of Solon himself, even in the short fragments preserved to us. It appears that immediately preceding the time of his archonship, the evils had ripened to such a point, and the determination of the mass of sufferers to extort for themselves some mode of relief had become so pronounced that the existing laws could no longer be enforced. According to the profound remark of Aristotle, that seditions are generated by great causes, but out of small incidents, we may conceive that some recent events had occurred as immediate stimulants to the outbreak of the debtors, like those which lent so striking an interest to the early Roman annals as the inflaming sparks of violent popular movements for which the train had long before been laid. Condemnations by the archons of insolvent debtors may have been unusually numerous, or the maltreatment of some particular debtor, once a respected freeman, in his condition of slavery, may have been brought to act vividly upon the public sympathies, like the case of the old plebeian centurion at Rome, first impoverished by the plunder of the enemy, then reduced to borrow, and lastly adjudged to his creditor as an insolvent, who claimed the protection of the people in the forum, rousing their feelings to the highest pitch by the marks of the slave whip visible on his person. Some such incidents had probably happened, though we have no historians to recount them. Moreover, it is not unreasonable to imagine that public mental affliction which the purifier Epimenides had been invoked to appease, as it sprung in part from pestilence, so it had its cause partly in years of sterility, which must of course have aggravated the distress of the small cultivators. However this may be, such was the condition of things in B.C. 594, through mutiny of the poor freemen and thetes, and uneasiness of the middling citizens, that the governing oligarchy, unable either to enforce their private debts or to maintain their political power, were obliged to invoke the well-known wisdom and integrity of Solon. Though his vigorous protest, which doubtless rendered him acceptable to the mass of the people, against the iniquity of the existing system had already been proclaimed in his poems, they still hoped that he would serve as an auxiliary to help them over their difficulties. They therefore chose him nominally as archon along with Philombrutus, but with power in substance dictatorial. It had happened in several Grecian states that the governing oligarchies, either by quarrels among their own members or by the general bad condition of the people under their government, were deprived of that hold upon the public mind which was essential to their power. Sometimes, as in the case of Pittacus of Mytilene, anterior to the archonship of Solon, and often in the factions of the Italian republics in the Middle Ages, the collision of opposing forces had rendered society intolerable and driven all parties to acquiesce in the choice of some reforming dictator. Usually, however, in the early Greek oligarchies, this ultimate crisis was anticipated by some ambitious individual who availed himself of the public discontent to overthrow the oligarchy and usurp the powers of a despot. And so probably it might have happened in Athens, had not the recent failure of Solon, with all its miserable consequences, operated as a deterring motive. It is curious to read, in the words of Solon himself, the temper in which his appointment was construed by a large portion of the community, but more especially by his own friends, bearing in mind that at this early day, so far as our knowledge goes, democratical government was a thing unknown in Greece. All Grecian governments were either oligarchical or despotic, the mass of the freemen having not yet tasted of constitutional privilege. His own friends and supporters were the first to urge him, while redressing the prevalent discontents, to multiply partisans for himself personally and seize the supreme power. They even chid him as a madman for declining to haul up the net when the fish were already enmeshed. The mass of the people, in despair with their lot, would gladly have seconded him in such an attempt, while many even among the oligarchy might have acquiesced in his personal government, from the mere apprehension of something worse if they resisted it. That Solon might easily have made himself despot admits of little doubt, and though the position of a Greek despot was always perilous, he would have had greater facility for maintaining himself in it than Pisistratus possessed after him, so that nothing but the combination of prudence and virtue, which marks his lofty character, restricted him within the trust specially confided to him. To the surprise of every one, to the dissatisfaction of his own friends, under the complaints alike, as he says, of various extreme and dissentient parties, who required him to adopt measures fatal to the peace of society, he set himself honestly to solve the very difficult and critical problem submitted to him. Of all grievances, the most urgent was the condition of the poorer class of debtors. To their relief, Solon's first measure, the memorable seisecteia, or shaking off of burdens, was directed. The relief which it afforded was complete and immediate. It cancelled at once all those contracts in which the debtor had borrowed on the security either of his person or of his land. It forbade all future loans or contracts in which the person of the debtor was pledged as security. It deprived the creditor in future of all power to imprison, or enslave, or extort work from his debtor, and confined him to an effective judgment at law authorizing the seizure of the property of the latter. It swept off all the numerous mortgage pillars from the landed properties in Attica, leaving the land free from all past claims. It liberated and restored to their full rights all debtors actually in slavery under previous legal adjudication, and it even provided the means, we do not know how, of repurchasing in foreign lands, and bringing back to the renewed life of liberty in Attica many insolvents who had been sold for exportation. And while Solon forbade every Athenian to pledge or sell his own person into slavery, he took a step further in the same direction by forbidding him to pledge or sell his son, his daughter, or an unmarried sister under his tutelage, excepting only the case in which either of the latter might be detected in unchastity. Whether this last ordinance was contemporaneous with the seisecteia, or followed as one of his subsequent reforms, seems doubtful. By this extensive measure, the poor debtors, the thetes, small tenants, and proprietors, together with their families, were rescued from suffering and peril. But these were not the only debtors in the state. The creditors and landlords of the exonerated thetes were doubtless in their turn debtors to others, and were less able to discharge their obligations in consequence of the loss inflicted upon them by the seisecteia. It was to assist these wealthier debtors, whose bodies were in no danger, yet without exonerating them entirely, that Solon resorted to the additional expedient of debasing the money standard. He lowered the standard of the drachma in a proportion of something more than 25%, so that 100 drachmas of the new standard contained no more silver than 73 of the old, or 100 of the old were equivalent to 138 of the new. By this change, the creditors of these more substantial debtors were obliged to submit to a loss, while the debtors acquired an exemption to the extent of about 27%. Lastly, Solon decreed that all those who had been condemned by the archons to atimy, civil disfranchisement, should be restored to their full privileges of citizens, excepting, however, from this indulgence those who had been condemned by the Ephetae, or by the Areopagus, or by the Philobasileis, the 4 kings of the tribes, after trial in the Prytaneum on charges either of murder or treason. So wholesale a measure of amnesty affords strong grounds for believing that the previous judgments of the archons had been intolerably harsh, and it is to be recollected that the draconian ordinances were then in force. End of section 22. Section 23 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Solon's Early Greek Legislation, BC 594, by George Grote, Part 2. Such were the measures of relief with which Solon met the dangerous discontent then prevalent, that the wealthy men and leaders of the people, whose insolence and iniquity he has himself severely denounced in his poems, and whose views in nominating him he had greatly disappointed, should have detested propositions which robbed them without compensation of many legal rights, it is easy to imagine. But the statement of Plutarch that the poor emancipated debtors were also dissatisfied, from having expected that Solon would not only remit their debts, but also redivide the soil of Attica, seems utterly incredible. Nor is it confirmed by any passage now remaining of the Solonian poems. Plutarch conceives the poor debtors as having in their minds the comparison with Lycurgus and the equality of property at Sparta, which, in my opinion, is clearly a matter of fiction. And even had it been true, as a matter of history long past and antiquated, would not have been likely to work upon the minds of the multitude of Attica in the forcible way that the biographer supposes. The Seishoteia must have exasperated the feelings and diminished the fortunes of many persons, but it gave to the large body of Thetes and small proprietors all that they could possibly have hoped. We are told that after a short interval it became eminently acceptable in the general public mind, and procured for Solon a great increase of popularity, all ranks concurring in a common sacrifice of thanksgiving and harmony. One incident there was which occasioned an outcry of indignation. 3 rich friends of Solon, all men of great family in the state, and bearing names which appear in history as borne by their descendants, namely Conon, Cleinias, and Hipponicus, having obtained from Solon some previous hint of his designs, profited by it, first to borrow money, and next to make purchases of lands, and this selfish breach of confidence would have disgraced Solon himself, had it not been found that he was personally a great loser, having lent money to the extent of 5 talents. In regard to the whole measure of the Seishoteia, indeed, though the poems of Solon were open to everyone, ancient authors gave different statements both of its purport and of its extent. Most of them construed it as having cancelled indiscriminately all money contracts, while Androtion and others thought that it did nothing more than lower the rate of interest and depreciate the currency to the extent of 27%, leaving the letter of the contracts unchanged. How Androtion came to maintain such an opinion we cannot easily understand, for the fragments now remaining from Solon seem distinctly to refute it, though, on the other hand, they do not go so far as to substantiate the full extent of the opposite view entertained by many writers, that all money contracts indiscriminately were rescinded, against which there is also a further reason, that if the fact had been so, Solon could have had no motive to debase the money standard. Such debasement supposes that there must have been some debtors, at least, whose contracts remained valid, and whom, nevertheless, he desired partially to assist. His poems distinctly mention 3 things. First, the removal of the mortgage pillars. Second, the enfranchisement of the land. Third, the protection, liberation, and restoration of the persons of endangered or enslaved debtors. All these expressions point distinctly to the thetes and small proprietors, whose sufferings and peril were the most urgent, and whose case required a remedy immediate as well as complete. We find that his repudiation of debts was carried far enough to exonerate them, but no further. It seems to have been the respect entertained for the character of Solon which partly occasioned these various misconceptions of his ordinances for the relief of debtors. Androtion in ancient, and some eminent critics in modern times, are anxious to make out that he gave relief without loss or injustice to anyone, but this opinion seems inadmissible. The loss to creditors by the wholesale abrogation of numerous pre-existing contracts and by the partial depreciation of the coin is a fact not to be disguised. The Seisachtheia of Solon, unjust so far as it rescinded previous agreements, but highly salutary in its consequences, is to be vindicated by showing that in no other way could the bonds of government have been held together, or the misery of the multitude alleviated. We are to consider first that great personal cruelty of these pre-existing contracts, which condemned the body of the free debtor and his family to slavery. Next, the profound detestation created by such a system in the large mass of the poor, against both the judges and the creditors by whom it had been enforced, which rendered their feelings unmanageable so soon as they came together under the sentiment of a common danger, and with the determination to insure to each other mutual protection. Moreover, the law which vests a creditor with power over the person of his debtor, so as to convert him into a slave, is likely to give rise to a class of loans which inspire nothing but abhorrence, money lent with the foreknowledge that the borrower will be unable to repay it, but also in the conviction that the value of his person as a slave will make good the loss, thus reducing him to a condition of extreme misery, for the purpose sometimes of aggrandizing, sometimes of enriching the lender. Now the foundation on which the respect for contracts rests, under a good law of debtor and creditor, is the very reverse of this. It rests on the firm conviction that such contracts are advantageous to both parties as a class, and that to break up the confidence essential to their existence would produce extensive mischief throughout all society. The man whose reverence for the obligation of a contract is now the most profound would have entertained a very different sentiment if he had witnessed the dealings of lender and borrower at Athens under the old ante-Solonian law. The oligarchy had tried their best to enforce this law of debtor and creditor with its disastrous series of contracts, and the only reason why they consented to invoke the aid of Solon was because they had lost the power of enforcing it any longer, in consequence of the newly awakened courage and combination of the people. That which they could not do for themselves, Solon could not have done for them, even had he been willing, nor had he in his possession the means either of exempting or compensating those creditors who, separately taken, were open to no reproach. Indeed, in following his proceedings we see plainly that he sought compensation due, not to the creditors, but to the past sufferings of the enslaved debtor, since he redeemed several of them from foreign captivity and brought them back to their homes. It is certain that no measure simply and exclusively prospective would have sufficed for the emergency. There was an absolute necessity for overruling all that class of pre-existing rights which had produced so violent a social fever. While, therefore, to this extent the Seisachtheia cannot be acquitted of injustice, we may confidently affirm that the injustice inflicted was an indispensable price paid for the maintenance of the peace of society, and for the final abrogation of a disastrous system as regarded insolvents. And the feeling, as well as the legislation universal in the modern European world, by interdicting beforehand all contracts for selling a man's person or that of his children into slavery, goes far to sanction practically the Solonian repudiation. One thing is never to be forgotten in regard to this measure, combined with the concurrent amendments introduced by Solon in the law. It settled finally the question to which it referred. Never again do we hear of the law of debtor and creditor as disturbing Athenian tranquillity. The general sentiment which grew up at Athens under the Solonian money law and under the democratical government was one of high respect for the sanctity of contracts. Not only was there never any demand in the Athenian democracy for new tables or a depreciation of the money standard, but a formal abnegation of any such projects was inserted in the solemn oath taken annually by the numerous dicasts who formed the popular judicial body called Heliaea, or the Heliastic jurors. The same oath which pledged them to uphold the democratical constitution also bound them to repudiate all proposals either for an abrogation of debts or for a redivision of the lands. There can be little doubt that under the Solonian law, which enabled the creditor to seize the property of his debtor, but gave him no power over the person, the system of money lending assumed a more beneficial character. The old noxious contracts, mere snares for the liberty of a poor freeman and his children, disappeared, and loans of money took their place, founded on the property and prospective earnings of the debtor, which were in the main useful to both parties, and therefore maintained their place in the moral sentiment of the public. And though Solon had found himself compelled to rescind all the mortgages on land subsisting in this time, we see money freely lent upon this same security throughout the historical times of Athens, and the evidentiary mortgage pillars remaining ever after undisturbed. In the sentiment of an early society, as in the old Roman law, a distinction is commonly made between the principal and the interest of a loan, though the creditors have sought to blend them indissolubly together. If the borrower cannot fulfill his promise to repay the principal, the public will regard him as having committed a wrong which he must make good by his person. But there is not the same unanimity as to his promise to pay interest. On the contrary, the very exaction of interest will be regarded by many in the same light in which the English law considers usurious interest, as tainting the whole transaction. But in the modern mind, principal and interest with a limited rate have so grown together that we hardly understand how it can ever have been pronounced unworthy of an honorable citizen to lend money on interest. Yet such is the declared opinion of Aristotle and other superior men of antiquity, while at Rome Cato the censor went so far as to denounce the practice as a heinous crime. It was comprehended by them among the worst of the tricks of trade, and they held that all trade or profit derived from interchange was unnatural, as being made by one man at the expense of another. Such pursuits, therefore, could not be commanded, though they might be tolerated to a certain extent as a matter of necessity, but they belonged essentially to an inferior order of citizens. What is remarkable in Greece is that the antipathy of a very early state of society against traders and money-lenders lasted longer among the philosophers than among the mass of the people. It harmonized more with the social ideal of the former than with the practical instincts of the latter. In a rude condition, such as that of the ancient Germans described by Tacitus, loans on interest are unknown. Habitually careless of the future, the Germans were gratified both in giving and receiving presents, but without any idea that they thereby either imposed or contracted an obligation. To a people in this state of feeling, a loan on interest presents the repulsive idea of making profit out of the distress of the borrower. Moreover, it is worthy of remark that the first borrowers must have been for the most part men driven to this necessity by the pressure of want, and contracting debt as a desperate resource, without any fair prospect of ability to repay. Debt and famine ran together in the mind of the poet Hesiod. The borrower is, in this unhappy state, rather a distressed man soliciting aid than a solvent man capable of making and fulfilling a contract. If he cannot find a friend to make him a free gift in the former character, he will not, under the latter character, obtain a loan from a stranger, except by the promise of exorbitant interest, and by the fullest eventual power over his person, which he is in a condition to grant. In process of time, a new class of borrowers arise, who demand money for temporary convenience or profit, but with full prospect of repayment, a relation of lender and borrower quite different from that of the earlier period, when it presented itself in the repulsive form of misery on the one side, set against the prospect of very large profit on the other. If the Germans of the time of Tacitus looked to the condition of the poor debtors in Gaul, reduced to servitude under a rich creditor, and swelling by hundreds the crowd of his attendants, they would not be disposed to regret their own ignorance of the practice of money lending. How much the interest of money was then regarded as an undue profit extorted from distress is powerfully illustrated by the old Jewish law, the Jew being permitted to take interest from foreigners, whom the lawgiver did not think himself obliged to protect, but not from his own countrymen. The Koran follows out this point of view consistently, and prohibits the taking of interest altogether. In most other nations laws have been made to limit the rate of interest, and at Rome especially the legal rate was successively lowered, though it seems, as might have been expected, that the restrictive ordinances were constantly eluded. All such restrictions have been intended for the protection of debtors, an effect which large experience proves them never to produce, unless it be called protection to render the obtaining of money on loan impracticable for the most distressed borrowers. But there was another effect which they did tend to produce. They softened down the primitive antipathy against the practice generally, and confined the odious name of usury to loans lent above the fixed legal rate. In this way alone could they operate beneficially, and their tendency to counterwork the previous feeling was at that time not unimportant, coinciding as it did with other tendencies arising out of the industrial progress of society, which gradually exhibited the relation of lender and borrower in a light more reciprocal, beneficial, and less repugnant to the sympathies of the bystander. At Athens, the most favorable point of view prevailed throughout all the historical times. The march of industry and commerce, under the mitigated law which prevailed subsequently to Solon, had been sufficient to bring it about at a very early period and to suppress all public antipathy against lenders at interest. We may remark, too, that this more equitable tone of opinion grew up spontaneously, without any legal restriction on the rate of interest, no such restriction having ever been imposed, and the rate being expressly declared free by a law ascribed to Solon himself. The same may probably be said of the communities of Greece generally; at least, there is no information to make us suppose the contrary. But the feeling against lending money at interest remained in the bosoms of the philosophical men long after it had ceased to form a part of the practical morality of the citizens, and long after it had ceased to be justified by the appearances of the case, as at first it really had been. Plato, Aristotle, Cicero, and Plutarch treat the practice as a branch of the commercial and money-getting spirit, which they are anxious to discourage, and one consequence of this was that they were less disposed to contend strenuously for the inviolability of existing money contracts. The conservative feeling on this point was stronger among the mass than among the philosophers. Plato even complains of it as inconveniently preponderant and as arresting the legislator in all comprehensive projects of reform. For the most part, indeed, schemes of cancelling debts and redividing lands were never thought of, except by men of desperate and selfish ambition, who made them stepping stones to despotic power. Such men were denounced alike by the practical sense of the community and by the speculative thinkers. But when we turn to the case of the Spartan king Agis III, who proposed a complete extinction of debts and an equal redivision of the landed property of the state, not with any selfish or personal views, but upon pure ideas of patriotism, well or ill understood, and for the purpose of renovating the lost ascendancy of Sparta, we find Plutarch expressing the most unqualified admiration of this young king and his projects, and treating the opposition made to him as originating in no better feelings than meanness and cupidity. The philosophical thinkers on politics conceived, and to a great degree justly, as I shall show hereafter, that the conditions of security in the ancient world imposed upon the citizens generally the absolute necessity of keeping up a military spirit and willingness to brave at all times personal hardship and discomfort, so that increase of wealth on account of the habits of self-indulgence which it commonly introduces was regarded by them with more or less of disfavor. If, in their estimation, any Grecian community had become corrupt, they were willing to sanction great interference with pre-existing rights for the purpose of bringing it back nearer to their ideal standard. And the real security for the maintenance of these rights lay in the conservative feelings of the citizens generally, much more than in the opinions which superior minds imbibed from the philosophers. Such conservative feelings were in the subsequent Athenian democracy peculiarly deep-rooted. The mass of the Athenian people identified inseparably the maintenance of property in all its various shapes with that of their laws and constitution, and it is a remarkable fact that though the admiration entertained at Athens for Solon was universal, the principle of his seisachtheia and of his money depreciation was not only never imitated, but found the strongest tacit reprobation, whereas at Rome, as well as in most of the kingdoms of modern Europe, we know that one debasement of the coin succeeded another. The temptation of thus partially eluding the pressure of financial embarrassments proved, after one successful trial, too strong to be resisted, and brought down the coin by successive depreciations from the full pound of 12 ounces to the standard of 1/2 ounce. It is of some importance to take notice of this fact when we reflect how much Grecian faith has been degraded by the Roman writers into a byword for duplicity in pecuniary dealings. The democracy of Athens, and indeed the cities of Greece generally, both oligarchies and democracies, stands far above the Senate of Rome and far above the modern kingdoms of France and England until comparatively recent times, in respect of honest dealing with the coinage. Moreover, while there occurred at Rome several political changes which brought about new tables, or at least a partial depreciation of contracts, no phenomenon of the same kind ever happened at Athens during the 3 centuries between Solon and the end of the free working of the democracy. Doubtless there were fraudulent debtors at Athens, while the administration of private law, though not in any way conniving at their proceedings, was far too imperfect to repress them as effectually as might have been wished. But the public sentiment on the point was just and decided. It may be asserted with confidence that a loan of money at Athens was quite as secure as it ever was at any time or place of the ancient world, in spite of the great and important superiority of Rome with respect to the accumulation of a body of authoritative legal precedent, the source of what was ultimately shaped into the Roman jurisprudence. Among the various causes of sedition or mischief in the Grecian communities, we hear little of the pressure of private debt. By the measures of relief above described, Solon had accomplished results surpassing his own best hopes. He had healed the prevailing discontents, and such was the confidence and gratitude which he had inspired that he was now called upon to draw up a constitution and laws for a better working of the government in future. His constitutional changes were great and valuable. Respecting his laws, what we hear is rather curious than important. End of section 23. Section 24 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 24. Solon's Early Greek Legislation, B.C. 594, by George Grote, Part 3. It has been already stated that, down to the time of Solon, the classification received in Attica was that of the 4 Ionic tribes, comprising in one scale the phratries and gents, and in another scale the 3 Thrites and 48 Naucraries, while the Eupatridae, seemingly a few specially respected gents, and perhaps a few distinguished families in all the gents, had in their hands all the powers of government. Solon introduced a new principle of classification, called in Greek the Timocratic principle. He distributed all the citizens of the tribes, without any reference to their gents or phratries, into 4 classes according to the amount of their property, which he caused to be assessed and entered in a public schedule. Those whose annual income was equal to 500 medimni of corn, about 700 imperial bushels, and upward, 1 medimnus being considered equivalent to 1 drachma in money, he placed in the highest class. Those who received between 300 and 500 medimni or drachmas formed the second class, and those between 200 and 300 the third. The fourth and most numerous class comprised all those who did not possess land yielding a produce equal to 200 medimni. The first class, called pentakosio medimni, were alone eligible to the archonship and to all commands. The second were called the knights or horsemen of the state, as possessing enough to enable them to keep a horse and perform military service in that capacity. The third class, called the Greek zoigiti, formed the heavy armed infantry, and were bound to serve, each with his full panoply. Each of these 3 classes was entered in the public schedule as possessed of a taxable capital calculated with a certain reference to his annual income, but in a proportion diminishing according to the scale of that income, and a man paid taxes to the state according to the sum for which he stood rated in the schedule, so that this direct taxation acted really like a graduated income tax. The rateable property of the citizen belonging to the richest class, the pentakosio medimnus, was calculated and entered on the state schedule at a sum of capital equal to 12 times his annual income. That of the hippeos, horseman or knight, at a sum equal to 10 times his annual income. that of the Zeugit at a sum equal to 5 times his annual income. Thus, a Pentacosiomedimus, whose income was exactly 500 drachmas, the minimum qualification of this class, stood rated in the schedule for a taxable property of 6,000 drachmas, or 1 talent, being 12 times his income. If his annual income were 1,000 drachmas, he would stand rated for 12,000 drachmas, or 2 talents, being the same proportion of income to rateable capital. But when we pass to the second class, horsemen or knights, the proportion of the two is changed. The courseman, possessing an income of just 300 drachmas, or 300 medimni, would stand rated for 3,000 drachmas, or 10 times his real income, and so in the same proportion for any income above 300 and below 500. Again, in the third class, or below 300, the proportion is a second time altered. The Zeugit possessing exactly 200 drachmas of income was rated upon a still lower calculation at 1,000 drachmas, or a sum equal to 5 times his income, and all incomes of this class between 200 and 300 drachmas would in like manner be multiplied by 5 in order to obtain the amount of rateable capital. Upon these respective sums of schedule, capital, all direct taxation was levied. If the state required 1% of direct tax, the poorest Pentacosiomedimnus would pay upon 6,000 drachmas 60 drachmas. The poorest Hippeus would pay upon 3,000 drachmas 30. The poorest Zeugit would pay upon 1,000 drachmas 10 drachmas. And thus this mode of assessment would operate like a graduated income tax, looking at it in reference to the 3 different classes, but as an equal income tax, looking at it in reference to the different individuals comprised in one and the same class. All persons in the state whose annual income amounted to less than 200 medimni or drachmas were placed in the fourth class, and they must have constituted the large majority of the community. They were not liable to any direct taxation, and perhaps were not at first even entered upon the taxable schedule, more especially as we do not know that any taxes were actually levied upon this schedule during the Solonian times. It is said that they were all called thetes, but this appellation is not well sustained and cannot be admitted. The fourth compartment in the descending scale was indeed termed the Thetic census, because it contained all the thetes, and because most of its members were of that humble description. But it is not conceivable that a proprietor whose land yielded to him a clear annual return of 100, 120, 140, or 180 drachmas could ever have been designated by that name. Such were the divisions in the political scale established by Solon, called by Aristotle a timocracy, in which the rights, honors, functions, and liabilities of the citizens were measured out according to the assessed property of each. The highest honors of the state, that is, the places of the 9 archons annually chosen, as well as those in the Senate of Areopagus, into which the past archons always entered, perhaps also the posts of prytanes of the Naucrae, were reserved for the first class. The poor Eupatrids became ineligible, while rich men, not Eupatrids, were admitted. Other posts of inferior distinction were filled by the second and third classes, who were, moreover, bound to military service, the one on horseback, the other as heavy-armed soldiers on foot. Moreover, the liturgies of the state, as they were called, unpaid functions, such as the trierarchy, chorurgy, gymnasiarchy, etc., which entailed expense and trouble on the holder of them, were distributed in some way or other between the members of the three classes, though we do not know how the distribution was made in these early times. On the other hand, the members of the fourth or lowest class were disqualified from holding any individual office of dignity. They performed no liturgies, served in case of war only as light-armed or with a panoply provided by the state, and paid nothing to the direct property tax or aisphora. It would be incorrect to say that they paid no taxes, for indirect taxes, such as duties on imports, fell upon them in common with the rest, and we must recollect that these latter were, throughout a long period of Athenian history, in steady operation, while the direct taxes were only levied on rare occasions. But though this fourth class, constituting the great numerical majority of the free people, were shut out from individual office, their collective importance was in another way greatly increased. They were invested with the right of choosing the annual archons out of the class of Pentacosiomedimni, and what was of more importance still, the archons and the magistrates generally, after their year of office, instead of being accountable to the Senate of Areopagus, were made formally accountable to the public assembly sitting in judgment upon their past conduct. They might be impeached and called upon to defend themselves, punished in case of misbehavior, and debarred from the usual honor of a seat in the Senate of Areopagus. Had the public assembly been called upon to act alone without aid or guidance, this accountability would have proved only nominal, but Solon converted it into a reality by another new institution, which will hereafter be found of great moment in the working out of the Athenian democracy. He created the pro-boilotic or pre-considering senate, with intimate and especial reference to the public assembly, to prepare matters for its discussion, to convoke and superintend its meetings, and to ensure the execution of its decrees. The Senate, as first constituted by Solon, comprised 400 members, taken in equal proportions from the 4 tribes, not chosen by lot, as they will be found to be in the more advanced stage of the democracy, but elected by the people, in the same way as the archons then were, persons of the 4th or poorest class of the census, though contributing to elect, not being themselves eligible. But while Solon thus created the new pre-considering senate, identified with and subsidiary to the popular assembly, he manifested no jealousy of the pre-existing Areopagitic senate. On the contrary, he enlarged its powers, gave to it an ample supervision over the execution of the laws generally, and imposed upon it the censorial duty of inspecting the lives and occupation of the citizens, as well as of punishing men of idle and dissolute habits. He was himself, as past archon, a member of this ancient senate, and he is said to have contemplated that, by means of the 2 senates, the state would be held fast, as it were with a double anchor, against all shocks and storms. Such are the only new political institutions, apart from the laws to be noticed presently, which there are grounds for ascribing to Solon, when we take proper care to discriminate what really belongs to Solon and his age from the Athenian constitution as afterward remodeled. It has been a practice common with many able expositors of Grecian affairs, and followed partly even by Dr. Thirlwall, to connect the name of Solon with the whole political and judicial state of Athens, as it stood between the age of Pericles and that of Demosthenes, the regulations of the Senate of 500, the numerous public dicasts or jurors taken by lot from the people, as well as the body annually selected for law revision and called nomothetes, and the open prosecution called the graphe paranomon, to be instituted against the proposer of any measure illegal, unconstitutional, or dangerous. There is indeed some countenance for this confusion between Solonian and post-Solonian Athens in the usage of the orators themselves, for Demosthenes and Aeschines employ the name of Solon in a very loose manner, and treat him as the author of institutions belonging evidently to a later age, for example, The striking and characteristic oath of the Heliastic jurors, which Demosthenes ascribes to Solon, proclaims itself in many ways as belonging to the age after Clisthenes, especially by the mention of the Senate of 500 and not of 400. Among the citizens who served as jurors or dicasts, Solon was venerated generally as the author of the Athenian laws. An orator, therefore, might well employ his name for the purpose of emphasis, without provoking any critical inquiry whether the particular institution, which he happened to be then impressing upon his audience, belonged really to Solon himself or to the subsequent periods. Many of those institutions which Dr. Thirlwall mentions in conjunction with the name of Solon are among the last refinements and elaborations of the democratical mind of Athens, gradually prepared, doubtless, during the interval between Clisthenes and Pericles, but not brought into full operation until the period of the latter, B.C. 460 to 429. For it is hardly possible to conceive these numerous dicasteries and assemblies in regular, frequent, and long-standing operation without an assured payment to the dicasts who composed them. Now such payment first began to be made about the time of Pericles, if not by his actual proposition, and Demosthenes had good reason for contending that if it were suspended, the judicial as well as the administrative system of Athens would at once fall to pieces. It would be a marvel such a nothing short of strong direct evidence would justify us in believing that in an age when even partial democracy was yet untried, Solon should conceive the idea of such institutions. It would be a marvel still greater that the half-emancipated thetes and small proprietors for whom he legislated, yet trembling under the rod of the Eupatride archons and utterly inexperienced in collective business, should have been found suddenly competent to fulfill these ascendant functions, such as the citizens of conquering Athens in the days of Pericles, full of the sentiment of force and actively identifying themselves with the dignity of their community, became gradually competent, and not more than competent, to exercise with effect. To suppose that Solon contemplated and provided for the periodical revision of his laws by establishing a nomothetic jury or dicastery, such as that which we find in operation during the time of Demosthenes, would be at variance, in my judgment, with any reasonable estimate either of the man or of the age. Herodotus says that Solon, having exacted from the Athenians solemn oath that they would not rescind any of his laws for 10 years, quitted Athens for that period, in order that he might not be compelled to rescind them himself. Plutarch informs us that he gave to his laws force for a century. Solon himself and Draco before him had been lawgivers evoked and empowered by the special emergency of the times. The idea of a frequent revision of laws by a body of lot-selected dicasts belongs to a far more advanced age, and could not well have been present to the minds of either. The wooden rollers of Solon, like the tables of the Roman decemvirs, were doubtless intended as a permanent fons omnis publici privatice juris. If we examine the facts of the case, we shall see that nothing more than the bare foundation of the democracy of Athens, as it stood in the time of Pericles, can reasonably be ascribed to Solon. I gave to the people, Solon says in one of his short remaining fragments, as much strength as sufficed for their needs, without either enlarging or diminishing their dignity. For those too, who possessed power and were noted for wealth, I took care that no unworthy treatment should be reserved. I stood with the strong shield cast over both parties, so as not to allow an unjust triumph to either. Again, Aristotle tells us that Solon bestowed upon the people as much power as was indispensable, but no more. the power to elect their magistrates and hold them to accountability. If the people had had less than this, they could not have been expected to remain tranquil. They would have been in slavery and hostile to the constitution. Not less distinctly does Herodotus speak when he describes the revolution subsequently operated by Clisthenes. The latter, he tells us, found the Athenian people excluded from everything. These passages seem positively to contradict the supposition, in itself sufficiently improbable, that Solon is the author of the peculiar democratical institutions of Athens, such as the constant and numerous dicasts for judicial trials and revision of laws. The genuine and forward democratical movement of Athens begins only with Clisthenes, from the moment when that distinguished Alcmenoid, either spontaneously or from finding himself worsted in his party strife with Isagoras, purchased by large popular concessions the hearty cooperation of the multitude under very dangerous circumstances. While Solon, in his own statement, as well as in that of Aristotle, gave to the people as much power as was strictly needful, but no more, Clisthenes, to use the significant phrase of Herodotus, being vanquished in the party contest with his rival, took the people into partnership. It was thus to the interest of the weaker section, in a strife of contending nobles, that the Athenian people owed their first admission to political ascendancy, in part at least to this cause, though the proceedings of Clisthenes indicate a hearty and spontaneous popular sentiment. But such constitutional admission of the people would not have been so astonishingly fruitful in positive results if the course of public events for the half-century after Clisthenes had not been such as to stimulate most powerful their energy, their self-reliance, their mutual sympathies, and their ambition. I shall recount in a future chapter these historical causes, which, acting upon the Athenian character, gave such efficiency and expansion to the great democratical impulse communicated by Clisthenes. At present it is enough to remark that that impulse commences properly with Clisthenes and not with Solon. But the Solonian constitution, though only the foundation, was yet the indispensable foundation of the subsequent democracy, and if the discontents of the miserable Athenian population, instead of experiencing his disinterested and healing management, had fallen at once into the hands of selfish power-seekers like Solon or Pisistratus, the memorable expansion of the Athenian mind during the ensuing century would never have taken place, and the whole subsequent history of Greece would probably have taken a different course. Solon left the essential powers of the state still in the hands of the oligarchy. The party combats between Pisistratus, Lycurgus, and Megacles, 30 years after his legislation, which ended in the despotism of Pisistratus, will appear to be of the same purely oligarchical character as they had been before Solon was appointed archon. But the oligarchy which he established was very different from the unmitigated oligarchy which he found, so teeming with oppression and so destitute of redress, as his own poems testify. It was he who first gave both to the citizens of middling property and to the general mass of locus standi against the Eupatrids. He enabled the people partially to protect themselves, and familiarized them with the idea of protecting themselves by the peaceful exercise of constitutional franchise. The new force through which this protection was carried into effect was the public assembly called Heliae, regularized and armed with enlarged prerogatives and further strengthened by its indispensable ally, the probouleutic or preconsidering Senate. Under the Solonian constitution, this force was merely secondary and defensive, but after the renovation of Clisthenes, it became paramount and sovereign. It branched out gradually into those numerous popular dicasteries which so powerfully modified both public and private Athenian life, drew to itself the undivided reverence and submission of the people, and by degrees rendered the single magistracies essentially subordinate functions. The popular assembly, as constituted by Solon, appearing in modified efficiency and trained to the office of reviewing and judging the general conduct of a past magistrate, forms the intermediate stage between the passive Homeric agora and those omnipotent assemblies and dicasteries which listen to Pericles or Demosthenes. Compared with these last, it has in it but a faint streak of democracy, and so it naturally appeared to Aristotle, who wrote with a practical experience of Athens in the time of the orators. But compared with the first, or with the ante-Solonian constitution of Attica, it must doubtless have appeared a concession eminently democratical. To impose upon the Eupatride archon the necessity of being elected, or put upon his trial of after accountability by the rabble of freemen, such would be the phrase in Eupatride society, would be a bitter humiliation to those among whom it was first introduced. For we must recollect that this was the most extensive scheme of constitutional reform yet propounded in Greece, and that despots and oligarchies shared between them at that time the whole Grecian world. As it appears that Solon, while constituting the popular assembly with its pro-boilotic senate, had no jealousy of the senate of Areopagus, and indeed even enlarged its powers, we may infer that his grand object was, not to weaken the oligarchy generally, but to improve the administration and to repress the misconduct and irregularities of the individual archons, and that, too, not by diminishing their powers, but by making some degree of popularity the condition both of their entry into office and of their safety or honor after it. It is, in my judgment, a mistake to suppose that Solon transferred the judicial power of the archons to a popular dicastery. These magistrates still continued self-acting judges, deciding and condemning without appeal, not mere presidents of an assembled jury, as they afterwards came to be during the next century. For the general exercise of such power they were accountable after their year of office. Such accountability was the security against abuse, a very insufficient security, yet not wholly inoperative. It will be seen, however, presently, that these archons, though strong to coerce, and perhaps to oppress, small and poor men, had no means of keeping down rebellious nobles of their own rank, such as Pisistratus, Lycurgus, and Megacles, each with his armed followers. When we compare the drawn swords of these ambitious competitors, ending in the despotism of one of them, with the vehement parliamentary strife between Themistocles and Aristides afterward, peaceably decided by the vote of the sovereign people, and never disturbing the public tranquillity, we shall see that the democracy of the ensuing century fulfilled the conditions of order as well as of progress better than the Solonian constitution. End of section 24. Section 25 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 25. Solon's Early Greek Legislation, B.C. 594, by George Grote, Part 4. To distinguish this Solonian constitution from the democracy which followed it is essential to a due comprehension of the progress of the Greek mind, and especially of Athenian affairs. That democracy was achieved by gradual steps, Demosthenes and Aeschines lived under it as a system consummated and in full activity, when the stages of its previous growth were no longer matter of exact memory, and the die-casts then assembled in judgment were pleased to hear their constitution associated with the names either of Solon or of Theseus. Their inquisitive contemporary Aristotle was not thus misled, but even commonplace Athenians of the century preceding would have escaped the same delusion. For during the whole course of the democratical movement, from the Persian invasion down to the Peloponnesian War, and especially during the changes proposed by Pericles and Ephialtes, there was always a strenuous party of resistance, who would not suffer the people to forget that they had already forsaken, and were on the point of forsaking still more, the orbit marked out by Solon. The illustrious Pericles underwent innumerable attacks both from the orators in the assembly and from the comic writers in the theatre, and among these sarcasms on the political tendencies of the day we are probably to number the complaint, breathed by the poet Cratinus, of the desuetude into which both Solon and Draco had fallen. "I swear," said he in a fragment of one of his comedies, "by Solon and Draco, whose wooden tablets of laws are now employed by people to roast their barley." The laws of Solon respecting penal offences, respecting inheritance and adoption, respecting the private relations generally, etc., remained for the most part in force. His quadripartite census also continued, at least for financial purposes, until the archonship of Nausinicus in B.C. 377, so that Cicero and others might be warranted in affirming that his laws still prevailed at Athens. But his political and judicial arrangements had undergone a revolution not less complete and memorable than the character and spirit of the Athenian people generally. The choice by way of lot of archons and other magistrates, and the distribution by lot of the general body of dicasts or jurors into panels for judicial business, may be decidedly considered as not belonging to Solon, but adopted after the revolution of Clisthenes, probably the choice of senators by lot also. The lot was a symptom of pronounced democratical spirit, such as we must not seek in the Solonian institutions. It is not easy to make out distinctly what was the political position of the ancient gentes and phratries as Solon left them. The 4 tribes consisted altogether of gentes and phratries, insomuch that no one could be included in any one of the tribes who was not also a member of some gens or phratry. Now the new pro-boilotic or pre-considering Senate consisted of 400 members, 100 from each of the tribes. Persons not included in any gens or phratry could therefore have had no access to it. The conditions of eligibility were similar, according to ancient custom, for the 9 archons, of course also for the Senate of Areopagus, so that there remained only the public assembly, in which an Athenian not a member of these tribes could take part. Yet he was a citizen, since he could give his vote for archons and senators, and could take part in the annual decision of their accountability, besides being entitled to claim redress for wrong from the archons in his own person, while the alien could only do so through the intervention of an avouching citizen or prostates. It seems, therefore, that all persons not included in the 4 tribes, whatever their grade of fortune might be, were on the same level in respect to political privilege as the 4th and poorest class of the Solonian census. It has already been remarked that even before the time of Solon, the number of Athenians not included in the gentes or phratries was probably considerable. It tended to become greater and greater, since these bodies were close and inexpensive, while the policy of the new lawgiver tended to invite industrious settlers from other parts of Greece and Athens. Such great and increasing inequality of political privilege helps to explain the weakness of the government in repelling the aggressions of Pisistratus, and exhibits the importance of the revolution afterward wrought by Clisthenes, when he abolished, for all political purposes, the 4 old tribes, and created 10 new comprehensive tribes in place of them. In regard to the regulations of the Senate and the assembly of the people, as constituted by Solon, we are altogether without information, nor is it safe to transfer to the Solonian constitution the information, comparatively ample, which we possess respecting these bodies under the later democracy. The laws of Solon were inscribed on wooden rollers and triangular tablets in the species of writing called boistrophodon, lines alternating first from left to right and then from right to left, like the course of the ploughman, and preserved first in the Acropolis, subsequently in the Prytaneum. On the tablets called kirbes were chiefly commemorated the laws respecting sacred rites and sacrifices. On the pillars or rollers, of which there were at least 16, were placed the regulations respecting matters profane. So small are the fragments which have come down to us, and so much has been ascribed to Solon by the orators, which belongs really to the subsequent times, that it is hardly possible to form any critical judgment respecting the legislation as a whole, or to discover by what general principles or purposes he was guided. He left unchanged all the previous laws and practices respecting the crime of homicide, connected as they were intimately with the religious feelings of the people. The laws of Draco on this subject therefore remained, but on other subjects, according to Plutarch, they were altogether abrogated. There is, however, room for supposing that the repeal cannot have been so sweeping as this biographer represents. The Solonian laws seems to have borne more or less upon all the great departments of human interest and duty. We find regulations political and religious, public and private, civil and criminal, commercial, agricultural, sumptuary, and disciplinarian. Solon provides punishment for crimes, restricts the profession and status of the citizen, prescribes detailed rules for marriage as well as for burial, for the common use of springs and wells, and for the mutual interest of conterminous farmers in planting or hedging their properties. As far as we can judge from the imperfect manner in which his laws come before us, there does not seem to have been any attempt at a systematic order or classification. Some of them are mere general and vague directions, while others again run into the extreme of specialty. By far the most important of all was the amendment of the law of debtor and creditor, which has already been adverted to, and the abolition of the power of fathers and brothers to sell their daughters and sisters into slavery. The prohibition of all contracts on the security of the body was itself sufficient to produce a vast improvement in the character and condition of the poorer population, a result which seems to have been so sensibly obtained from the legislation of Solon that Boeck and some other eminent authors suppose him to have abolished villanage and conferred upon the poor tenants a property in their lands, annulling the seigneurial rights of the landlord. But this opinion rests upon no positive evidence, nor are we warranted in ascribing to him any stronger measure in reference to the land than the annulment of the previous mortgages. The first pillar of his laws contained a regulation respecting exportable produce. He forbade the exportation of all produce of the Attic soil except olive oil alone, and the sanction employed to enforce observance of this law deserves notice as an illustration of the ideas of the time. The archon was bound, on pain of forfeiting 100 drachmas, to pronounce solemn curses against every offender. We are probably to take this prohibition in conjunction with other objects said to have been contemplated by Solon, especially the encouragement of artisans and manufacturers at Athens. observing, we are told, that many new immigrants were just then flocking into Attica to seek an establishment, in consequence of its greater security, he was anxious to turn them rather to manufacturing industry than to the cultivation of a soil naturally poor. He forbade the granting of citizenship to any immigrants except to such as had quitted irrevocably their former abodes and come to Athens for the purpose of carrying on some industrial profession, and in order to prevent idleness, he directed the Senate of Areopagus to keep watch over the lives of the citizens generally, and punish every one who had no course of regular labor to support him. If a father had not taught his son some art or profession, Solon relieved the son from all obligation to maintain him in his old age, and it was to encourage the multiplication of these artisans that he ensured, or sought to ensure, to the residents in Attica the exclusive right of buying and consuming all its landed produce except olive oil, which was raised in abundance, more than sufficient for their wants. It was his wish that the trade with foreigners should be carried on by exporting the produce of artisan labor instead of the produce of land. This commercial prohibition is founded on principles substantially similar to those which were acted upon in the early history of England, with reference both to corn and to wool, and in other European countries also. In so far as it was at all operative, it tended to lessen the total quantity of produce raised upon the soil of Attica, and thus to keep the price of it from rising. But the law of Solon must have been altogether inoperative, in reference to the great articles of human subsistence, for Attica imported, both largely and constantly, grain and salt provisions, probably also wool and flax for the spinning and weaving of the women, and certainly timber for building. Whether the law was ever enforced with reference to figs and honey may well be doubted. At least these productions of Attica were in after times trafficked in and generally consumed throughout Greece. Probably also, in the time of Solon, the silver mines of Laurium had hardly begun to be worked. These afterward became highly productive, and furnished to Athens a commodity for foreign payments no less convenient than lucrative. It is interesting to notice the anxiety both of Solon and of Draco to enforce among their fellow citizens industrious and self-maintaining habits, and we shall find the same sentiment proclaimed by Pericles at the time when Athenian power was at its maximum. Nor ought we to pass over this early manifestation in Attica of an opinion equitable and tolerant towards sedentary industry, which in most other parts of Greece was regarded as comparatively dishonorable. The general tone of Grecian sentiment recognized no occupations as perfectly worthy of a free citizen except arms, agriculture, and athletic and musical exercises, and the proceedings of the Spartans, who kept aloof even from agriculture and left it to their helots, were admired, though they could not be copied, throughout most of the Hellenic world. Even minds like Plato, Aristotle, and Xenophon concurred to a considerable extent in this feeling, which they justified on the ground that the sedentary life and unceasing housework of the artisan were inconsistent with military aptitude. The town occupations are usually described by a word which carries with it contemptuous ideas, and though recognized as indispensable to the existence of the city, are held suitable only for an inferior and semi-privileged order of citizens. This, the received sentiment among Greeks as well as foreigners, found a strong and growing opposition at Athens, as I have already said, corroborated also by a similar feeling at Corinth. The trade of Corinth, as well as of Chalcis in Euboea, was extensive, at a time when that of Athens had scarce any existence. But while the despotism of Periander can hardly have failed to operate as a discouragement to industry at Corinth, the contemporaneous legislation of Solon provided for traders and artisans a new home at Athens, giving the first encouragement to that numerous town population, both in the city and in the Piraeus, which we find actually residing there in the succeeding century. The multiplication of such town residents, both citizens and metics, i.e., resident persons, not citizens, but enjoying an assured position and civil rights, was a capital fact in the onward march of Athens, since it determined not merely the extension of her trade, but also the preeminence of her naval forces, and thus, as a further consequence, lent extraordinary vigor to their democratical government. It seems, moreover, to have been a departure from the primitive temper of Atticism, which tended both to cantonal residence and ruler occupation. We have, therefore, the greater interest in noting the first mention of it as a consequence of the Solonian legislation. To Solon is first owing the admission of a power of testamentary bequest at Athens in all cases in which a man had no legitimate children. According to the pre-existing custom, we may rather presume that if a deceased person left neither children nor blood relations, his property descended, as at Rome, to his gens and phratry. Throughout most rude states of society, the power of willing is unknown, as among the ancient Germans, among the Romans prior to the 12 Tables, in the old laws of the Hindus, etc. Society limits a man's interest or power of enjoyment to his life, and considers his relatives as having joint reversionary claims to his property, which take effect in certain determinate proportions after his death. Such a law was the more likely to prevail at Athens, since the perpetuity of the family's sacred rights, in which the children and near relatives partook of right, was considered by the Athenians as a matter of public as well as of private concern. Solon gave permission to every man dying without children to bequeath his property by will as he should think fit, and the testament was maintained unless it could be shown to have been procured by some compulsion or improper seduction. Speaking generally, this continued to be the law throughout the historical times of Athens. Sons, wherever there were sons, succeeded to the property of their father in equal shares, with the obligation of giving out their sisters in marriage along with a certain dowry. If there were no sons, then the daughters succeeded, though the father might by will, within certain limits, determine the person to whom they should be married, with their rights of succession attached to them, or might, with the consent of his daughters, make by will certain other arrangements about his property. A person who had no children or direct lineal descendants might bequeath his property at pleasure. If he died without a will, first his father, then his brother or brother's children, next his sister or sister's children succeeded. If none such existed, then the cousins by the father's side, next the cousins by the mother's side, the male line of descent having preference over the female. Such was the principle of the Solonian laws of succession, though the particulars are in several ways obscure and doubtful. Solon, it appears, was the first who gave power of superseding by testament the rights of agnates and Gentiles to succession, a proceeding in consonance with his plan of encouraging both industrious occupation and the consequent multiplication of individual acquisitions. It has been already mentioned that Solon forbade the sale of daughters or sisters into slavery by fathers or brothers, a prohibition which shows how much females had before been looked upon as articles of property. And it would seem that before his time the violation of a free woman must have been punished at the discretion of the magistrates, for we are told that he was the first who enacted a penalty of 100 drachmas against the offender, and 20 drachmas against the seducer of a free woman. Moreover, it is said that he forbade a bride, when given in marriage, to carry with her any personal ornaments and appurtenances, except to the extent of 3 robes and certain matters of furniture not very valuable. Solon further imposed upon women several restraints in regard to proceeding at the obsequies of deceased relatives. He forbade profuse demonstrations of sorrow, singing of composed dirges, and costly sacrifices and contributions. He limited strictly the quantity of meat and drink admissible for the funeral banquet, and prohibited nocturnal exit, except in a car and with a light. It appears that both in Greece and Rome, the feelings of duty and affection on the part of surviving relatives prompted them to ruinous expense in a funeral, as well as to unmeasured effusions both of grief and conviviality, and the general necessity experienced for legal restriction is attested by the remark of Plutarch that similar prohibitions to those enacted by Solon were likewise in force at his native town of Chaeronea. Other penal enactments of Solon are yet to be mentioned. He forbade absolutely evil speaking with respect to the dead. He forbade it likewise with respect to the living, either in a temple or before judges or archons, or at any public festival, on pain of a forfeit of 3 drachmas to the person aggrieved, and 2 more to the public treasury. How mild the general character of his punishments was may be judged by this law against foul language, not less than by the law before mentioned against rape. Both the one and the other of these offences were much more severely dealt with under the subsequent law of democratical Athens. The peremptory edict against speaking ill of a deceased person, though doubtless springing in a great degree from disinterested repugnance, is traceable also in part to that fear of the wrath of the departed which strongly possessed the early Greek mind. End of section 25. Section 26 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Solon's Early Greek Legislation, B.C. 594, by George Grote, Part 5. It seems generally that Solon determined by law the outlay for the public sacrifices, though we do not know what were his particular directions. We are told that he reckoned a sheep and a medimnus of wheat or barley as equivalent, either of them, to a drachma, and that he also prescribed the prices to be paid for first-rate oxen intended for solemn occasions. But it astonishes us to see the large recompense which he awarded out of the public treasury to a victor at the Olympic or Isthmian games, to the former 500 drachmas, equal to 1 year's income of the highest of the 4 classes on the census, to the latter 100 drachmas. The magnitude of these rewards strikes us the more when we compare them with the fines on rape and evil speaking. We cannot be surprised that the philosopher Xenophanes noticed, with some degree of severity, the extravagant estimate of this species of excellence current among the Grecian cities. At the same time we must remember both that these Pan-Hellenic games presented the chief visible evidence of peace and sympathy among the numerous communities of Greece, and that, in the time of Solon, factitious reward was still needful to encourage them. In respect to land and agriculture, Solon proclaimed a public reward of 5 drachmas for every wolf brought in, and 1 drachma for every wolf's cub. The extent of wild land has at all times been considerable in Attica. He also provided rules respecting the use of wells between neighbors, and respecting the planting in conterminous olive grounds. Whether any of these regulations continued in operation during the better known period of Athenian history cannot be safely affirmed. In respect to theft, we find it stated that Solon repealed the punishment of death which Draco had annexed to that crime, and enacted as a penalty compensation to an amount double the value of the property stolen. The simplicity of this law perhaps affords ground for presuming that it really does belong to Solon. But the law which prevailed during the time of the orators respecting theft must have been introduced at some later period, since it enters into distinctions and mentions both places and forms of procedure which we cannot reasonably refer to the 46th Olympiad. The public dinners at the Prytaneum, of which the archons and a select few partook in common, were also either first established or perhaps only more strictly regulated by Solon. He ordered barley cakes for their ordinary meals and wheaten loaves for festival days, prescribing how often each person should dine at the table. The honor of dining at the table of the Prytaneum was maintained throughout as a valuable reward at the disposal of the government. Among the various laws of Solon, there are few which have attracted more notice than that which pronounces the man who in a sedition stood aloof and took part with neither side to be dishonored and disfranchised. Strictly speaking, this seems more in the nature of an emphatic moral denunciation or a religious curse than a legal sanction capable of being formally applied in an individual case and after judicial trial. Though the sentence of atimy under the more elaborated Attic procedure was both definite in its penal consequences and also judicially delivered. We may, however, follow the course of ideas under which Solon was induced to write this sentence on his tables, and we may trace the influence of similar ideas in later Attic institutions. It is obvious that his denunciation is confined to that special case in which a sedition has already broken out, or that Pisistratus, Megacles, and Lycurgus are in arms at the head of their partisans. Assuming these leaders to be wealthy and powerful men, which would in all probability be the fact, the constituted authority, such as Solon saw before him in Attica, even after his own organic amendments, was not strong enough to maintain the peace. It became, in fact, itself one of the contending parties. Under such given circumstances, the sooner every citizen publicly declared his adherence to some of them, the earlier this suspension of legal authority was likely to terminate. Nothing was so mischievous as the indifference of the mass, or the disposition to let the combatants fight out the matter among themselves, and then to submit to the victor. Nothing was more likely to encourage aggression on the part of an ambitious malcontent than the conviction that if he could once overpower the small amount of physical force which surrounded the archons, and exhibit himself in armed possession of the Prytaneum or the Acropolis, he might immediately count upon passive submission on the part of all the free men without. Under the state of feeling which Solon inculcates, the insurgent leader would have to calculate that every man who was not actively in his favor would be actively against him, and this would render his enterprise much more dangerous. Indeed, he could then never hope to succeed, except on the double supposition of extraordinary popularity in his own person and widespread detestation of the existing government. He would thus be placed under the influence of powerful deterring motives, so that ambition would be less likely to seduce him into a course which threatened nothing but ruin, unless under such encouragements from the pre-existing public opinion as to make his success a result desirable for the community. Among the small political societies of Greece, especially in the age of Solon, when the number of despots in other parts of Greece seems to have been at its maximum, every government, whatever might be its form, was sufficiently weak to make its overthrow a matter of comparative facility. Unless upon the supposition of a band of foreign mercenaries, which would render the government a system of naked force, and which the Athenian lawgiver would of course never contemplate, there was no other stay for it except a positive and pronounced feeling of attachment on the part of the mass of citizens. Indifference on their part would render them a prey to every daring man of wealth who chose to become a conspirator. That they should be ready to come forward, not only with voice but with arms, and that they should be known beforehand to be so, was essential to the maintenance of every good Grecian government. It was salutary in preventing mere personal attempts at revolution, and pacific in its tendency, even where the revolution had actually broken out, because in the greater number of cases the proportion of partisans would probably be very unequal, and the inferior party would be compelled to renounce their hopes. It will be observed that, in this enactment of Solon, the existing government is ranked merely as one of the contending parties. The virtuous citizen is enjoined not to come forward in its support, but to come forward at all events, either for it or against it. Positive and early action in all which is prescribed to him as matter of duty. In the age of Solon there was no political idea or system yet current which could be assumed as an unquestionable datum, no conspicuous standard to which the citizens could be pledged under all circumstances to attach themselves. The option lay only between a mitigated oligarchy in possession and a despot in possibility, a contest wherein the affections of the people could rarely be counted upon in favor of the established government. But this neutrality in respect to the constitution was at an end after the revolution of Clisthenes, when the idea of the sovereign people and the democratical institutions became both familiar and precious to every individual citizen. We shall hereafter find the Athenians binding themselves by the most sincere and solemn oath to uphold their democracy against all attempts to subvert it. We shall discover in them a sentiment not less positive and uncompromising in its direction than energetic in its inspirations. But while we notice this very important change in their character, we shall at the same time perceive that the wise precautionary recommendation of Solon to obviate sedition by an early declaration of the impartial public between two contending leaders was not lost upon them. Such, in point of fact, was the purpose of that salutary and protective institution which is called the ostracism. When two party leaders, in the early stages of the Athenian democracy, each powerful in adherence and influence, had become passionately embarked in bitter and prolonged opposition to each other, such opposition was likely to conduct one or other to violent measures. Over and above the hopes of party triumph, each might well fear that, if he himself continued within the bounds of legality, he might fall a victim to aggressive proceedings on the part of his antagonists. To ward off this formidable danger, a public vote was called for to determine which of the two should go into temporary banishment, retaining his property and unvisited by any disgrace. A number of citizens, not less than 6,000, voting secretly and therefore independently, were required to take part, pronouncing upon one or other of these eminent rivals a sentence of exile for 10 years. The one who remained became of course more powerful, yet less in a situation to be driven into anti-constitutional courses than he was before. Tragedy and comedy were now beginning to be grafted on the lyric and choric song. First, one actor was provided to relieve the chorus. Next, 2 actors were introduced to sustain fictitious characters and carry on a dialogue in such manner that the songs of the chorus and the interlocution of the actors formed a continuous piece. Solon, After having heard Thespis acting, as all the early composers did, both tragic and comic, in his own comedy, asked him afterward if he was not ashamed to pronounce such falsehoods before so large an audience. And when Thespis answered that there was no harm in saying and doing such things merely for amusement, Solon indignantly exclaimed, striking the ground with his stick, "If once we come to praise and esteem such amusement as this, we shall quickly find the effects of it in our daily transactions." For the authenticity of this anecdote it would be rash to vouch, but we may at least treat it as the protest of some early philosopher against the deceptions of the drama. And it is interesting as marking the incipient struggles of that literature in which Athens afterward attained such unrivaled excellence. It would appear that all the laws of Solon were proclaimed, inscribed, and accepted without either discussion or resistance. He is said to have described them not as the best laws which he could himself have imagined, but as the best which he could have induced the people to accept. He gave them validity for the space of 10 years, during which period both the Senate collectively and the archons individually swore to observe them with fidelity, under penalty, in case of non-observance, of a golden statue as large as life to be erected at Delphi. But though the acceptance of the laws were accomplished without difficulty, it was not found so easy either for the people to understand and obey, or for the framer to explain them. Every day persons came to Solon either with praise or criticism or suggestions of various improvements, or questions as to the construction of particular enactments, until at last he became tired of this endless process of reply and vindication, which was seldom successful either in removing obscurity or in satisfying complainants. Foreseeing that if he remained he would be compelled to make changes, he obtained leave of absence from his countrymen for 10 years, trusting that before the expiration of that period they would have become accustomed to his laws. He quitted his native city in the full certainty that his laws would remain unrepealed until his return. For, says Herodotus, the Athenians could not repeal them, since they were bound by solemn oath to observe them for 10 years. The unqualified manner in which the historian here speaks of an oath, as if it created a sort of physical necessity and shut out all possibility of a contrary result, deserves notice as illustrating Grecian sentiment. On departing from Athens, Solon first visited Egypt, where he communicated largely with Xenophis of Heliopolis and Sonchis of Sais, Egyptian priests who had much to tell respecting their ancient history, and from whom he learned matters, real or pretended, far transcending in alleged antiquity the oldest Grecian genealogies, especially the history of the vast submerged island of Atlantis, and the war which the ancestors of the Athenians had successfully carried on against it 9,000 years before. Solon is said to have commenced an epic poem upon this subject, but he did not live to finish it, and nothing of it now remains. From Egypt he went to Cyprus, where he visited the small town of Epia, said to have been originally founded by Demophon, son of Theseus, and ruled at this period by the prince Philocyprus, each town in Cyprus having its own petty prince. It was situated near the river Clarius, in a position precipitous and secure, but inconvenient and ill supplied. Solon persuaded Philocyprus to quit the old site and establish a new town down in the fertile plain beneath. He himself stayed and became aecist of the new establishment, making all the regulations requisite for its safe and prosperous march, which was indeed so decisively manifested that many new settlers flocked into the new plantation, called by Philocyprus Soli, in honor of Solon. To our deep regret, we are not permitted to know what these regulations were, but the general fact is attested by the poems of Solon himself, and the lines in which he bade farewell to Philocyprus on quitting the island are yet before us. On the dispositions of this prince his poem bestowed unqualified commendation. Besides his visit to Egypt and Cyprus, a story was also current of his having conversed with the Lydian king Croesus at Sardis. The communication said to have taken place between them has been woven by Herodotus into a sort of moral tale, which forms one of the most beautiful episodes in his whole history. Though this tale has been told and retold as if it were genuine history, yet as it now stands it is irreconcilable with chronology, although very possibly Solon may at some time or other have visited Sardis and seen Croesus as hereditary prince. But even if no chronological objections existed, the moral purpose of the tale is so prominent, and pervades it so systematically from beginning to end, that these internal grounds are of themselves sufficiently strong to impeach its credibility as a matter of fact, unless such doubts happen to be outweighed, which in this case they are not, by good contemporary testimony. The narrative of Solon and Croesus can be taken for nothing else but an illustrative fiction, borrowed by Herodotus from some philosopher, enclosed in his own peculiar beauty of expression, which on this occasion is more decidedly poetical than is habitual with him. I cannot transcribe, and I hardly dare to abridge it. The vainglorious Croesus, at the summit of his conquests and his riches, endeavors to win from his visitor Solon an opinion that he is the happiest of mankind. The latter, after having twice preferred to him modest and meritorious Grecian citizens, at length reminds him that his vast wealth and power are of a tenure too precarious to serve as an evidence of happiness; that the gods are jealous and meddlesome, and often make the show of happiness a mere prelude to extreme disaster; and that no man's life can be called happy until the whole of it has been played out, so that it may be seen to be out of the reach of reverses. Croesus treats this opinion as absurd, but a great judgment from God fell upon him after Solon was departed, probably, observes Herodotus, because he fancied himself the happiest of all men. First, he lost his favorite son Atys, a brave and intelligent youth, his only other son being dumb. For the Mysians of Olympus being ruined by a destructive and formidable wild boar, which they were unable to subdue, applied for aid to Croesus, who sent to the spot a chosen hunting force, and permitted, though with great reluctance, in consequence of an alarming dream, that his favorite son should accompany them. The young prince was unintentionally slain by the Phrygian exile Adrastus, whom Croesus had sheltered and protected. Hardly had the latter recovered from the anguish of this misfortune, when the rapid growth of Cyrus and the Persian power induced him to go to war with them, against the advice of his wisest counselors. After a struggle of about 3 years, he was completely defeated, his capital Sardis taken by storm, and himself made prisoner. Cyrus ordered a large pile to be prepared, and placed upon it Croesus in fetters, together with 14 young Lydians, in the intention of burning them alive, either as a religious offering, or in fulfillment of a vow, or perhaps, says Herodotus, to see whether some of the gods would not interfere to rescue a man so preeminently pious as the king of Lydia. In this sad extremity, Croesus bethought him of the warning which he had before despised, and thrice pronounced, with a deep groan, the name of Solon. Cyrus desired the interpreters to inquire whom he was invoking, and learnt in reply the anecdote of the Athenian lawgiver, together with the solemn memento which he had offered to Croesus during more prosperous days, attesting the frail tenure of all human greatness. The remark sunk deep into the Persian monarch as a token of what might happen to himself. He repented of his purpose and directed that the pile which had already been kindled should be immediately extinguished. But the orders came too late. In spite of the most zealous efforts of the bystanders, the flame was found unquenchable, and Croesus would still have been burned, had he not implored with prayers and tears the succor of Apollo, to whose Delphian and Theban temples he had given such munificent presents. His prayers were heard, the fair sky was immediately overcast, and a profuse rain descended, sufficient to extinguish the flames. The life of Croesus was thus saved, and he became afterward the confidential friend and adviser of his conqueror. Such is the brief outline of a narrative which Herodotus has given with full development and with impressive effect. It would have served as a show lecture to the youth of Athens not less admirably than the well-known fable of the choice of Heracles, which the philosopher Prodicus, a junior contemporary of Herodotus, delivered with so much popularity. It illustrates forcibly the religious and ethical ideas of antiquity, the deep sense of the jealousy of the gods, who would not endure pride in any one except themselves, the impossibility for any man of realizing to himself more than a very moderate share of happiness, the danger from a reactionary nemesis if at any time he had overpassed such limit, and the necessity of calculations taking in the whole of life as a basis for rational comparison of different individuals. And it embodies, as a practical consequence from these feelings, the often repeated protest of moralists against vehement impulses and unrestrained aspirations. The more valuable this narrative appears in its illustrative character, the less can we presume to treat it as a history. It is much to be regretted that we have no information respecting events in Attica immediately after the Solonian laws and constitution, which were promulgated in B.C. 594, so as to understand better the practical effect of these changes. What we next hear respecting Solon in Attica refers to a period immediately preceding the first usurpation of Pisistratus in B.C. 560, and after the return of Solon from his long absence. We are here again introduced to the same oligarchical dissensions as are reported to have prevailed before the Solonian legislation. The Pedes, or opulent proprietors of the plain round Athens, under Lycurgus, the Parali of the south of Attica under Megacles, and the Diacri, or mountaineers of the eastern cantons, the poorest of the three classes under Pisistratus, are in a state of violent intestine dispute. The account of Plutarch represents Solon as returning to Athens during the height of this sedition. He was treated with respect by all parties, but his recommendations were no longer obeyed, and he was disqualified by age from acting with effect in public. He employed his best efforts to mitigate party animosities, and applied himself particularly to restrain the ambition of Pisistratus, whose ulterior projects he quickly detected. The future greatness of Pisistratus is said to have been first portended by a miracle which happened even before his birth to his father Hippocrates at the Olympic Games. It was realized partly by his bravery and conduct, which had been displayed in the capture of Nicaea from the Megarians, partly by his popularity of speech and manners, his championship of the poor, and his ostentatious disavowal of all selfish pretensions, partly by an artful mixture of stratagem and force. Solon, after having addressed fruitless remonstrances to Pisistratus himself, publicly denounced his designs in verses addressed to the people. The deception whereby Pisistratus finally accomplished his design is memorable in Grecian tradition. He appeared one day in the Agora of Athens in his chariot with a pair of mules. He had intentionally wounded both his person and the mules, and in this condition he threw himself upon the compassion and defense of the people, pretending that his political enemies had violently attacked him. He implored the people to grant him a guard, and at the moment when their sympathies were freshly aroused, both in his favor and against his supposed assassins, Aristo proposed formally to the ecclesia, the pro-boilotic senate, being composed of friends of Pisistratus, had previously authorized the proposition, that a company of 50 clubmen should be assigned as a permanent bodyguard for the defense of Pisistratus. To this motion Solon opposed a strenuous resistance, but found himself overborne and even treated as if he had lost his senses. The poor were earnest in favor of it, while the rich were afraid to express their dissent, and he could only comfort himself after the fatal vote had been passed by exclaiming that he was wiser than the former and more determined than the latter. Such was one of the first known instances in which this memorable stratagem was played off against the liberty of a Grecian community. The unbounded popular favor which had procured the passing of this grant was still further manifested by the absence of all precautions to prevent the limits of the grant from being exceeded. The number of the bodyguard was not long confined to 50, and probably their clubs were soon exchanged for sharper weapons. Pisistratus thus found himself strong enough to throw off the mask and seize the Acropolis. His leading opponents, Megacles and the Alcinoids, immediately fled the city, and it was left to the venerable age and undaunted patriotism of Solon to stand forward almost alone in a vain attempt to resist the usurpation. He publicly presented himself in the marketplace, employing encouragement, remonstrance, and reproach, in order to rouse the spirit of the people. To prevent this despotism from coming, he told them, would have been easy. To shake it off now was more difficult, yet at the same time more glorious. But he spoke in vain, for all who were not actually favorable to Pisistratus listened only to their fears and remained passive. Nor did anyone join Solon when, as a last appeal, he put on his armor and planted himself in a military posture before the door of his house. "I have done my duty," he exclaimed at length. "I have sustained to the best of my power my country and the laws." And he then renounced all further hope of opposition, though resisting the instances of his friends that he should flee, and returning for answer, when they asked him on what he relied for protection, "On my old age." Nor did he even think it necessary to repress the inspirations of his muse. Some verses yet remain, composed seemingly at a moment when the strong hand of the new despot had begun to make itself sorely felt, in which he tells his countrymen, "If ye have endured sorrow from your own baseness of soul, impute not the fault of this to the gods. Ye have yourselves put force and dominion into the hands of these men, and have thus drawn upon yourselves wretched slavery." It is gratifying to learn that Pisistratus, whose conduct throughout his despotism was comparatively mild, left Solon untouched. How long this distinguished man survived the practical subversion of his own constitution we cannot certainly determine, but according to the most probable statement he died during the very next year, at the advanced age of 80. We have only to regret that we are deprived of the means of following more in detail his noble and exemplary character. He represents the best tendencies of his age, combined with much that is personally excellent, the improved ethical sensibility, the thirst for enlarged knowledge and observation, not less potent in old age than in youth, the conception of regularized popular institutions, departing sensibly from the type and spirit of the governments around him, and calculated to found a new character in the Athenian people, a genuine and reflecting sympathy with the mass of the poor, anxious not merely to rescue them from the oppressions of the rich, but also to create in them habits of self-relying industry. Lastly, during his temporary possession of a power altogether arbitrary, not merely an absence of all selfish ambition, but a rare discretion in seizing the mean between conflicting exigencies. In reading his poems we must always recollect that what now appears commonplace was once new, so that to his comparatively unlettered age the social pictures which he draws were still fresh, and his exhortations calculated to live in the memory. The poems composed on moral subjects generally inculcate a spirit of gentleness towards others and moderation in personal objects. They represent the gods as irresistible, retributive, favoring the good and punishing the bad, though sometimes very tardily. But his compositions on special and present occasions are usually conceived in a more vigorous spirit, denouncing the oppressions of the rich at one time, and the timid submission to Pisistratus at another, and expressing in emphatic language his own proud consciousness of having stood forward as champion of the mass of the people. Of his early poems hardly anything is preserved. The few lines remaining seem to manifest a jovial temperament which we may well conceive to have been overlaid by such political difficulties as he had to encounter, difficulties arising successively out of the Megarian War, the Solonian sacrilege, the public despondency healed by Epimenides, and the task of arbiter between a rapacious oligarchy and a suffering people. In one of his elegies addressed to Mimernus, he marked out the 60th year as the longest desirable period of life, in preference to the 80th year, which that poet had expressed to wish to attain. But his own life, as far as we can judge, seems to have reached the longer of the two periods, and not the least honorable part of it, the resistance to Pisistratus, occurs immediately before his death. There prevailed a story that his ashes were collected and scattered around the island of Salamis, which Plutarch treats as absurd, though he tells us at the same time that it was believed both by Aristotle and by many other considerable men. It is at least as ancient as the poet Cratinus, who alluded to it in one of his comedies, and I do not feel inclined to reject it. The inscription on the statue of Solon at Athens described him as a Salaminian. He had been the great means of acquiring the island for his country, and it seems highly probable that among the new Athenian citizens who went to settle there, he may have received a lot of land and become enrolled among the Salaminian demots. The dispersion of his ashes connecting him with the island as its oecist may be construed, if not as an expression of a public vote, at least as a piece of affectionate vanity on the part of his surviving friends. End of section 26.
Section 27 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Conquests of Cyrus the Great, B.C. 538, by George Grote, Part 1. On the destruction of Nineveh, three great powers still stood on the stage of history, being bound together by the strong ties of a mutually supporting alliance. These were Media, Lydia, and Babylon. The capital of Lydia was Sardis. According to Herodotus, the first king of Lydia was Manes. In the semi-mythic period of Lydian history rose the great dynasty of the Greek Heraclidae, which reigned for 505 years, numbering 22 kings, B.C. 1229 to B.C. 745. The Lydians are said by Herodotus to have colonized Tyrrhenia in the Italic peninsula, and to have extended their conquests into Syria, where they founded Ascalon in the territory later known as Palestine. In the reign of Gyges, BC 724, they began to attack the Greek cities of Asia Minor, Miletus, Smyrna, and Priene. The glory of the Lydian Empire culminated in the reign of Greek Croesus, the fifth and last historic king, BC 568. The well-known story of Solon's warning to Greek Croesus was full of ominous import with regard to the ultimate downfall of the Lydian Empire. "For thyself, O Croesus," said the Greek sage in answer to the question, "Who is the happiest man?" "I see that thou art wonderfully rich, and art the lord of many nations. But in respect to that whereon thou questionest me, I have no answer to give, until I hear that thou hast closed thy life happily." The Median Empire occupied a territory indefinitely extending over a region south of the Caspian, between the Kurdish mountains and the modern Khorasan. The Median monarchy, according to Herodotus, commenced BC 708. The Medes, which were racially akin to the Persians, had been for 50 years subject to the Assyrian monarchy when they revolted, setting up an independent empire. Putting aside the dates given by the Greek historians, we shall perhaps be correct in considering that the great Median kingdom was established by Cyaxares, BC 633, and that in BC 610 a great struggle of 6 years between Media and Lydia was amicably ended, under the terror occasioned by an eclipse, by the establishment of a treaty and alliance between the contending powers. With the death of Cyaxares, BC 597, the glory of the great Median Empire passed away, for under his son Astyages the country was conquered by Cyrus. The rise of the Babylonian Empire seems to have originated BC 2234, when the Cushite inhabitants of southern Babylonia raised a native dynasty to the throne, liberated themselves from the yoke of the Zoroastrian Medes, and instituted an empire with several large capitals, where they built mighty temples and introduced the worship of the heavenly bodies in contradistinction to the elemental worship of the Magian Medes. The record of Babylonian kings is full of obscurity, even in the light of recent archaeological discoveries. We can trace, however, a gradual expansion of Babylonian dominion, even to the borders of Egypt. Nabopolassar, BC 625 to BC 604, was a great warrior, and at Carchemist defeated even the almost invincible Egyptians, BC 604. His successor, Nebuchadnezzar, BC 604, immediately set about the fortification of his capital. A space of more than 130 square miles was enclosed within walls 80 feet in breadth and 300 or 400 in height, if we may believe the record. Meanwhile, with the assistance of Cyaxares, king of Media, he captured Tyre in Phoenicia and Jerusalem in Syria. But 15 years after Croesus had been taken prisoner, and the Persian Empire extended to the shores of the Aegean, the empire of Babylon fell before the conquering armies of Cyrus the Persian. The Ionic and Aeolic Greeks on the Asiatic coast had been conquered and made tributary by the Lydian king Croesus. Down to that time, says Herodotus, all Greeks had been free. Their conqueror, Croesus, who ascended the throne in 560 BC, appeared to be at the summit of human prosperity and power in his unassailable capital, and with his countless treasures at Sardis. His dominions comprised nearly the whole of Asia Minor, as far as the river Halys to the east. On the other side of that river began the Median monarchy, under his brother-in-law Astyages, extending eastward to some boundary which we cannot define, but comprising in a southeastern direction Persis proper or Farsistan, and separated from the Kissians and Assyrians on the east by the line of Mount Zagros, the present boundary line between Persia and Turkey. Babylonia, with its wondrous city between the Euphrates and the Tigris, was occupied by the Assyrians or Chaldeans under their king Labynetus, a territory populous and fertile, partly by nature, partly by prodigies of labor, to a degree which makes us mistrust even an honest eyewitness who describes it afterward in its decline, but which was then in its most flourishing condition. The Chaldean dominion under Labynetus reached to the borders of Egypt, including as dependent territories both Judea and Phoenicia. In Egypt reigned the native king Amasis, powerful and affluent, sustained in his throne by a large body of Grecian mercenaries, and himself favorably disposed to Grecian commerce and settlement. Both with Labynetus and with Amasis, Croesus was on terms of alliance, and as Astyages was his brother-in-law, the four kings might well be deemed out of the reach of calamity. Yet within the space of 30 years, or a little more, the whole of their territories had become embodied in one vast empire, under the son of an adventurer, as yet not known even by name. The rise and fall of Oriental dynasties have been in all times distinguished by the same general features. A brave and adventurous prince, at the head of a population at once poor, warlike, and greedy, acquires dominion, while his successors, abandoning themselves to sensuality and sloth, probably also to oppressive and irascible dispositions, become in process of time victims to those same qualities in a stranger which had enabled their own father to seize the throne. Cyrus, the great founder of the Persian Empire, first the subject, and afterward the dethroner of the Median Astyages, corresponds to their general description, as far at least as we can pretend to know his history. For in truth even the conquests of Cyrus, after he became ruler of Media, are very imperfectly known, while the facts which preceded his rise up to that sovereignty cannot be said to be known at all. We have to choose between different accounts at variance with each other, and of which the most complete and detailed is stamped with all the character of romance. The Cyropedia of Xenophon is memorable and interesting, considered with reference to the Greek mind, and as a philosophical novel. That it should have been quoted so largely as authority on matters of history is only one proof among many how easily authors have been satisfied as to the essentials of historical evidence. The narrative given by Herodotus of relations between Cyrus and Astyages, agreeing with Xenophon in little more than the fact that it makes Cyrus son of Cambyses and Mandane and grandson of Astyages, goes even beyond the story of Romulus and Remus in respect to tragical incident and contrast. Astyages, alarmed by a dream, condemns the newborn infant of his daughter Mandane to be exposed. Harpagus, to whom the order is given, delivers the child to one of the royal herdsmen, who exposes it in the mountains, where it is miraculously suckled by a bitch. Thus preserved and afterward brought up as the herdman's child, Cyrus manifests great superiority, both physical and mental, is chosen king, in play by the boys of the village, and in this capacity severely chastises the son of one of the courtiers, for which offence he is carried before Astyages, who recognizes him for his grandson, but is assured by the Magi that the dream is out, and that he has no further danger to apprehend from the boy, and therefore permits him to live. With Harpagus, however, Astyages is extremely incensed for not having executed his orders. He causes the son of Harpagus to be slain, and served up to be eaten by his unconscious father at a regal banquet. The father, apprised afterward of the fact, dissembles his feelings, but meditates a deadly vengeance against Astyages for this Thyestean meal. He persuades Cyrus, who has been sent back to his father and mother in Persia, to head a revolt of the Persians against the Medes, whilst Astyages, to fill up the Grecian conception of madness as a precursor to ruin, sends an army against the revolters, commanded by Harpagus himself. Of course, the army is defeated. Astyages, after a vain resistance, is dethroned. Cyrus becomes king in his place, and Harpagus repays the outrage which he has undergone by the bitterest insults. Such are the heads of a beautiful narrative, which is given at some length in Herodotus. It will probably appear to the reader sufficiently romantic, though the historian intimates that he had heard 3 other narratives different from it, and that all were more full of marvels, as well as in wider circulation, than his own, which he had borrowed from some unusually sober-minded Persian informants. In what points the other 3 stories departed from it, we do not hear. To the historian of Halicarnassus we have to oppose Ctesias, the physician of the neighboring town of Cnidus, who contradicted Herodotus, not without strong terms of censure, on many points, and especially upon that which is the very foundation of the early narrative respecting Cyrus, for he affirmed that Cyrus was no way related to Astyages. However indignant we may be with Ctesias for the disparaging epithets which he presumed to apply to an historian whose work is to us inestimable, we must nevertheless admit that, as surgeon in actual attendance on King Artaxerxes, Naaman, and healer of the wound inflicted on that prince at Cunaxa by his brother Cyrus the Younger, he had better opportunities even than Herodotus of conversing with sober-minded Persians, and that the discrepancies between the 2 statements are to be taken as a proof of the prevalence of discordant yet equally accredited stories. Herodotus himself was in fact compelled to choose 1 out of 4. So rare and late a plant is historical authenticity. That Cyrus was the first Persian conqueror, and that the space which he overran covered no less than 50 degrees of longitude from the coast of Asia Minor to the Oxus and the Indus, are facts quite indisputable. But of the steps by which this was achieved we know very little. The native Persians, whom he conducted to an empire so immense, were an aggregate of 7 agricultural and 4 nomadic tribes, all of them rude, hardy, and brave, dwelling in a mountainous region, clothed in skins, ignorant of wine or fruit or any of the commonest luxuries of life, and despising the very idea of purchase or sale. Their tribes were very unequal in point of dignity, probably also in respect to numbers and powers among one another. First in estimation among them stood the Pasargadae, and the first phratry or clan among the Pasargadae were the Achaemenidae, to whom Cyrus himself belonged. Whether his relationship to the Median king, whom he dethroned, was a matter of fact or a political fiction, we cannot well determine. But Xenophon, in noticing the spacious deserted cities, Larissa and Mespila, which he saw in his march with the 10,000 Greeks on the eastern side of the Tigris, gives us to understand that the conquest of Media by the Persians was reported to him as having been an obstinate and protracted struggle. However this may be, the preponderance of the Persians was at last complete, though the Medes always continued to be the second nation in the empire after the Persians, properly so called, and by early Greek writers the great enemy in the east is often called the Mede, as well as the Persian. The Median Ecbatana, too, remained as one of the capital cities and the usual summer residence of the kings of Persia. Susa, on the Coaspus, on the Kissian plain farther southward, and east of the Tigris, being their winter abode. The vast space of country comprised between the Indus on the east, the Oxus and Caspian Sea to the north, the Persian Gulf and Indian Ocean to the south, and the line of Mount Zagros to the west, appears to have been occupied in these times by a great variety of different tribes and people, yet all or most of them belonging to the religion of Zoroaster and speaking dialects of the Zend language. It was known amongst its inhabitants by the common name of Iran or Aria. It is, in its central parts at least, a high, cold plateau, totally destitute of wood and scantily supplied with water. Much of it, indeed, is a salt and sandy desert, unsusceptible of culture. Parts of it are eminently fertile, where water can be procured and irrigation applied. Scattered masses of tolerably dense population thus grew up, but continuity of cultivation is not practicable, and in ancient times, as at present, a large proportion of the population of Iran seems to have consisted of wandering or nomadic tribes with their tents and cattle. The rich pastures and the freshness of the summer climate in the region of mountain and valley near Ecbatana are extolled by modern travelers, just as they attracted the great king in ancient times during the hot months. The more southerly province, called Persis proper, Faristan, consists also in part of mountain land, interspersed with valley and plain, abundantly watered and ample in pasture, sloping gradually down to low grounds on the sea coast, which are hot and dry. The care bestowed both by Medes and Persians on the breeding of their horses was remarkable. There were doubtless material differences between different parts of the population of this vast plateau of Iran, yet it seems that, along with their common language and religion, they also had something of a common character, which contrasted with the Indian population east of the Indus, the Assyrians west of Mount Zagros, and the Massagetæ and other nomads of the Caspian and the Sea of Aral, less brutish, restless, and bloodthirsty than the latter, more fierce, contemptuous, and extortionate, and less capable of sustained industry than the two former. There can be little doubt, at the time of which we are now speaking, when the wealth and cultivation of Assyria were at their maximum, that Iran also was far better peopled than ever it has been since European observers have been able to survey it, especially the northeastern portion, Bactria and Sogdiana, so that the invasions of the nomads from Turkestan and Tartary, which have been so destructive at various intervals since the Mohammedan conquest, were before that period successfully kept back. The general analogy among the population of Iran probably enabled the Persian conqueror with comparative ease to extend his empire to the east after the conquest of Ecbatana, and to become the full heir of the Median kings. If we may believe Ctesias, even the distant province of Bactria had been before subject to those kings. At first it resisted Cyrus, but finding that he had become son-in-law of Astyages, as well as master of his person, it speedily acknowledged his authority. According to the representation of Herodotus, the war between Cyrus and Croesus of Lydia began shortly after the capture of Astyages and before the conquest of Bactria. Croesus was the assailant, wishing to avenge his brother-in-law, to arrest the growth of the Persian conqueror, and to increase his own dominions. His more prudent counsellors in vain represented to him that he had little to gain and much to lose by war with a nation alike hardy and poor. He is represented as just at that time recovering from the affliction arising out of the death of his son. To ask advice of the oracle before he took any final decision was a step which no pious king would omit. But in the present perilous question, Croesus did more. He took a precaution so extreme that if his piety had not been placed beyond all doubt by his extraordinary munificence to the temples, he might have drawn upon himself the suspicion of a guilty skepticism. Before he would send to ask advice respecting the project itself, he resolved to test the credit of some of the chief surrounding oracles: Delphi, Dodona, Branchidae near Miletus, Amphiaraus at Thebes, Trophonius at Labadiae, and Ammon in Libya. His envoys started from Sardis on the same day, and were all directed on the 100th day afterward to ask at the respective oracles how Croesus was at that precise moment employed. This was a severe trial. Of the manner in which it was met by 4 out of the 6 oracles consulted, we have no information, and it rather appears that their answers were unsatisfactory. But Amphiaraus maintained his credit undiminished, while Apollo at Delphi, more omniscient than Apollo at Branchidae, solved the question with such unerring precision as to afford a strong additional argument against persons who might be disposed to scoff at divination. No sooner had the envoys put the question to the Delphian priestess on the day named, "What is Croesus now doing?" than she exclaimed in the accustomed hexameter verse, "I know the number of grains of sand and the measures of the sea. I understand the dumb, and I hear the man who speaks not. The smell reaches me of a hard-skinned tortoise boiled in a copper with lamb's flesh, copper above and copper below." Croesus was awestruck on receiving this reply. It described with the utmost detail that which he had been really doing, so that he accounted the Delphian oracle and that of Amphiaraus the only trustworthy oracles on earth, following up these feelings with a holocaust of the most munificent character, in order to win the favour of the Delphian god. 3,000 cattle were offered up, and upon a vast sacrificial pile were placed the most splendid purple robes and tunics, together with couches and censers of gold and silver. Besides which, he sent to Delphi itself the richest presents in gold and silver, statues, bowls, jugs, etc., the size and weight of which we read with astonishment, the more so as Herodotus himself saw them a century afterwards at Delphi. Nor was Croesus altogether unmindful of Amphiaraus, whose answer had been creditable, although less triumphant than that of the Pythian priestess. He sent to Amphiaraus a spear and shield of pure gold, which were afterwards seen at Thebes by Herodotus. This large donative may help the reader to conceive the immensity of those which he sent to Delphi. End of section 27. Section 28 of the Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gimes, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Conquests of Cyrus the Great, B.C. 538, by George Grote, Part 2. The envoys who conveyed these gifts were instructed to ask at the same time whether Croesus should undertake an expedition against the Persians, and if so, whether he should solicit any allies to assist him. In regard to the second question, the answer both of Apollo and of Amphiaraus was decisive, recommending him to invite the alliance of the most powerful Greeks. In regard to the first and most momentous question, their answer was as remarkable for circumspection as it had been before for detective sagacity. They told Croesus that if he invaded the Persians, he would subvert a mighty monarchy. The blindness of Croesus interpreted this declaration into an unqualified promise of success. He sent further presents to the oracle, and again inquired whether his kingdom would be durable. "When a mule shall become king of the Medes," replied the priestess, "then must thou run away. Be not ashamed." More assured than ever by such an answer, Croesus sent to Sparta, under the kings Anaxandridas and Aristo, to tender presents and solicit their alliance. His propositions were favourably entertained, the more so as he had before gratuitously furnished some gold to the Lacedaemonians for a statue to Apollo. The alliance now formed was altogether general, no express effort being as yet demanded from them, though it soon came to be. But the incident is to be noted as marking the first plunge of the leading Grecian state into Asiatic politics, and that too without any of the generous Hellenic sympathy which afterward induced Athens to send her citizens across the Aegean. At this time Croesus was the master and tribute exactor of the Asiatic Greeks, whose contingents seemed to have formed part of his army for the expedition now contemplated, an army consisting principally not of native Lydians, but of foreigners. The river Halys formed the boundary at this time between the Median and Lydian empires, and Croesus, marching across that river into the territory of the Syrians or Assyrians of Cappadocia, took the city of Pteria with many of its surrounding dependencies, inflicting damage and destruction upon these distant subjects of Ecbatana. Cyrus lost no time in bringing an army to their defence, considerably larger than that of Croesus, trying at the same time, though unsuccessfully, to prevail on the Ionians to revolt from him. A bloody battle took place between the two armies, but with indecisive result, after which Croesus, seeing that he could not hope to accomplish more with his forces as they stood, thought it wise to return to his capital and collect a larger army for the next campaign. Immediately on reaching Sardis, he dispatched envoys to Labynetus, king of Babylon, to Amasis, king of Egypt, to the Lacedaemonians, and to other allies, calling upon all of them to send auxiliaries to Sardis during the course of the 5th month. In the meantime, he dismissed all the foreign troops who had followed him into Cappadocia. Had these allies appeared, the war might perhaps have been prosecuted with success, and on the part of the Lacedaemonians at least there was no tardiness, for their ships were ready and their troops almost on board when the unexpected news reached them that Croesus was already ruined. Cyrus had foreseen and forestalled the defensive plan of his enemy. Pushing on with his army to Sardis without delay, he obliged the Lydian prince to give battle with his own unassisted subjects. The open and spacious plain before that town was highly favourable to Lydian cavalry, which at that time, Herodotus tells us, was superior to the Persian. But Cyrus, employing a stratagem whereby this cavalry was rendered unavailable, placed in front of his line the baggage camels, which the Lydian horses could not endure either to smell or to behold. The horsemen of Croesus were thus obliged to dismount. Nevertheless, they fought bravely on foot, and were not driven into the town till after a sanguinary combat. Though confined within the walls of his capital, Croesus still had good reason for hoping to hold out until the arrival of his allies, to whom he sent pressing envoys of acceleration. For Sardis was considered impregnable, and one assault had already been repulsed, and the Persians would have been reduced to the slow process of blockade. But on the 14th day of the siege, accident did for the besiegers that which they could not have accomplished either by skill or force. Sardis was situated on an outlying peak of the northern side of Molus. It was well fortified everywhere except toward the mountain, and on that side the rock was so precipitous and inaccessible that fortifications were thought unnecessary, nor did the inhabitants believe assault to be possible in that quarter. But Hieroiades, a Persian soldier, having accidentally seen one of the garrison descending this precipitous rock to pick up his helmet which had rolled down, watched his opportunity, tried to climb up, and found it not impracticable. Others followed his example. The stronghold was thus seized first, and the whole city speedily taken by storm. Cyrus had given especial orders to spare the life of Croesus, who was accordingly made prisoner. But preparations were made for a solemn and terrible spectacle. The captive king was destined to be burned in chains, together with 14 Lydian youths, on a vast pile of wood. We are even told that the pile was already kindled, and the victim beyond the reach of human aid, when Apollo sent a miraculous rain to preserve him. As to the general fact of supernatural interposition in one way or another, Herodotus and Ctesias both agree, though they described differently the particular miracles wrought. It is certain that Croesus, after some time, was released and well treated by his conqueror, and lived to become the confidential adviser of the latter, as well as of his son Cambyses. Ctesias also acquaints us that a considerable town and territory near Ecbatana, called Barine, was assigned to him, according to a practice which we shall find not infrequent with the Persian kings. The prudent counsel and remarks as to the relations between Persians and Lydians, whereby Croesus is said by Herodotus to have first earned this favourable treatment, are hardly worth repeating, but the indignant remonstrance sent by Croesus to the Delphian god is too characteristic to be passed over. He obtained permission from Cyrus to lay upon the holy pavement of the Delphian temple the chains with which he had at first been bound. The Lydian envoys were instructed, after exhibiting to the god these humiliating memorials, to ask whether it was his custom to deceive his benefactors, and whether he was not ashamed to have encouraged the king of Lydia in an enterprise so disastrous. The god, condescending to justify himself by the lips of the priestess, replied, "Not even a god can escape his destiny. Croesus has suffered for the sin of his fifth ancestor, Gyges, who, conspiring with a woman, slew his master and wrongfully seized the sceptre. Apollo employed all his influence with the Moirae fates to obtain that this sin might be expiated by the children of Croesus, and not by Croesus himself. But the Moray would grant nothing more than a postponement of the judgment for 3 years. Let Croesus know that Apollo has thus procured for him a reign 3 years longer than his original destiny, after having tried in vain to rescue him altogether. Moreover, he sent that rain which at the critical moment extinguished the burning pile. Nor has Croesus any right to complain of the prophecy by which he was encouraged to enter on the war, for when the god told him that he would subvert a great empire, it was his duty to have again inquired which empire the god meant, and if he neither understood the meaning nor chose to ask for information, he was himself to blame for the result. Besides, Croesus neglected the warning given to him about the acquisition of the Median kingdom by a mule. Cyrus was that mule, son of a Median mother of royal breed, by a Persian father, at once of different race and of lower position. This triumphant justification extorted even from Croesus himself a full confession that the sin lay with him, and not with the god. It certainly illustrates in a remarkable manner the theological ideas of the time. It shows us how much, in the mind of Herodotus, the facts of the centuries preceding his own, unrecorded as they were by any contemporary authority, tended to cast themselves into a sort of religious drama, the threads of the historical web being in part put together, in part originally spun, for the purpose of setting forth the religious sentiment and doctrine woven in as a pattern. The Pythian priestess predicts to Gyges that the crime which he had committed in assassinating his master would be expiated by his 5th descendant, though, as Herodotus tells us, no one took any notice of this prophecy until it was at last fulfilled. We see thus the history of the first Mermnad king is made up after the catastrophe of the last. There was something in the main facts of the history of Croesus profoundly striking to the Greek mind. A king at the summit of wealth and power, pious in the extreme and munificent towards the gods, the first destroyer of Hellenic liberty in Asia, then precipitated at once and on a sudden into the abyss of ruin. The sin of the first parent helped much toward the solution of this perplexing problem, as well as to exalt the credit of the oracle when made to assume the shape of an unnoticed prophecy. In the affecting story of Solon and Croesus, the Lydian king is punished with an acute domestic affliction because he thought himself the happiest of mankind, the gods not suffering anyone to be arrogant except themselves, and the warning of Solon is made to recur to Croesus after he has become the prisoner of Cyrus in the narrative of Herodotus. To the same vein of thought belongs the story, just recounted, of the relations of Croesus with the Delphian oracle. An account is provided, satisfactory to the religious feelings of the Greeks, how and why he was ruined, but nothing less than the overruling and omnipotent Moray could be invoked to explain so stupendous a result. It is rarely that these supreme goddesses, or hyper-goddesses, since the gods themselves must submit to them, are brought into such distinct light and action. Usually they are kept in the dark, or are left to be understood as the unseen stumbling block in cases of extreme incomprehensibility. And it is difficult clearly to determine, as in the case of some complicated political constitutions, where the Greeks conceived sovereign power to reside in respect to the government of the world. But here the sovereignty of the Moray and the subordinate agency of the gods are unequivocally set forth. The gods are still extremely powerful because the Moray comply with their requests up to a certain point, not thinking it proper to be wholly inexorable. but their compliance is carried no farther than they themselves choose, nor would they, even in deference to Apollo, alter the original sentence of punishment for the sin of Gyges in the person of his fifth descendant. Sentence, moreover, which Apollo himself had formerly prophesied shortly after the sin was committed, so that if the Morae had listened to his intercession on behalf of Croesus, his own prophetic credit would have been endangered. Their unalterable resolution has predetermined the ruin of Croesus, and the grandeur of the event is manifested by the circumstance that even Apollo himself cannot prevail upon them to alter it, or to grant more than a 3 years' respite. The religious element must here be viewed as giving the form, the historical element as giving the matter only, and not the whole matter of the story. These two elements will be found conjoined more or less throughout most of the history of Herodotus, though as we descend to later times we shall find the latter element in constantly increasing proportion. His conception of history is extremely different from that of Thucydides, who lays down to himself the true scheme and purpose of the historian, common to him with the philosopher, to recount and interpret the past as a rational aid toward prevision of the future. In the short abstract which we now possess of the lost work of Ctesias, no mention appears of the important conquest of Babylon. His narrative, indeed, as far as the abstract enables us to follow it, diverges materially from that of Herodotus, and must have been founded on data altogether different. I shall mention, says Herodotus, these conquests which gave Cyrus most trouble and are most memorable. After he had subdued all the rest of the continent, he attacked the Assyrians. Those who recollect the description of Babylon and its surrounding territory will not be surprised to learn that the capture of it gave the Persian aggressor much trouble. Their only surprise will be how it could ever have been taken at all, or indeed how a hostile army could have even reached it. Herodotus informs us that the Babylonian queen Nicatrus, mother of that very Labynetus who was king when Cyrus attacked the place, apprehensive of invasion from the Medes after their capture of Nineveh, had executed many laborious works near the Euphrates for the purpose of obstructing their approach. Moreover, there existed what was called the Wall of Media, probably built by her, but certainly built prior to the Persian conquest, 100 feet high and 20 feet thick, across the entire space of 75 miles, which joined the Tigris with one of the canals of the Euphrates, while the canals themselves, as we may see by the march of the 10,000 Greeks after the battle of Cunaxa, presented means of defence altogether insuperable by a rude army such as that of the Persians. On the east, the territory of Babylonia was defended by the Tigris, which cannot be forded lower than the ancient Nineveh or the modern Mosul. In addition to these ramparts, natural as well as artificial, to protect the territory, populous, cultivated, productive, and offering every motive to its inhabitants to resist even the entrance of an enemy, we are told that the Babylonians were so thoroughly prepared for the inroad of Cyrus that they had accumulated within their walls a store of provisions for many years. Strange as it may seem, we must suppose that the king of Babylon, after all the cost and labor spent in providing defenses for the territory, voluntarily neglected to avail himself of them, suffered the invader to tread down the fertile Babylonia without resistance, and merely drew out the citizens to oppose him when he arrived under the walls of the city, if the statement of Herodotus is correct. And we may illustrate this unaccountable omission by that which we know to have happened in the march of the younger Cyrus to Cunuxa against his brother Artaxerxes Mnemon. The latter had caused to be dug, expressly in preparation for this invasion, a broad and deep ditch, 30 feet wide and 8 feet deep, from the wall of Media to the river Euphrates, a distance of 12 parasangs, or 45 English miles, leaving only a passage of 20 feet broad close alongside of the river. Yet when the invading army arrived at this important pass, they found not a man there to defend it, and all of them marched without resistance through the narrow inlet. Cyrus the younger, who had up to that moment felt assured that his brother would fight, now supposed that he had given up the idea of defending Babylon. Instead of which, 2 days afterward, Artaxerxes attacked him on an open plain of ground where there was no advantage of position on either side. Though the invaders were taken rather unawares, in consequence of their extreme confidence arising from recent unopposed entrance within the artificial ditch. This anecdote is the more valuable as an illustration, because all its circumstances are transmitted to us by a discerning eyewitness, and both the two incidents here brought into comparison demonstrate the recklessness, changefulness, and incapacity of calculation belonging to the Asiatic mind of that day, as well as the great command of hands possessed by these kings, and their prodigal waste of human labour. Vast walls and deep ditches are an inestimable aid to a brave and well-commanded garrison, but they cannot be made entirely to supply the want of bravery and intelligence. In whatever manner the difficulties of approaching Babylon may have been overcome, the fact that they were overcome by Cyrus is certain. On first setting out for this conquest, he was about to cross the river Gindus, one of the affluents from the east, which joins the Tigris near the modern Baghdad, and along which lay the high road crossing the pass of Mount Zagros from Babylon to Ecbatana, when one of the sacred white horses which accompanied him entered the river in pure wantonness and tried to cross it by himself. The Gindus resented this insult, and the horse was drowned, upon which Cyrus swore in his wrath that he would so break the strength of the river as that women in future should pass it without wetting their knees. Accordingly, he employed his entire army during the whole summer season in digging 360 artificial channels to disseminate the unit of the stream. Such, according to Herodotus, was the incident which postponed for 1 year the fall of the great Babylon. But in the next spring Cyrus and his army were before the walls, after having defeated and driven in the population who came out to fight. These walls were artificial mountains, 300 feet high, 75 feet thick, and forming a square of 15 miles to each side, within which the besieged defied attack and even blockade, having previously stored up several years' provision. Through the midst of the town, however, flowed the Euphrates, that river which had been so laboriously trained to serve for protection, trade, and sustenance to the Babylonians, was now made the avenue of their ruin. Having left a detachment of his army at the 2 points where the Euphrates enters and quits the city, Cyrus retired with the remainder to the higher part of its course, where an ancient Babylonian queen had prepared one of the great lateral reservoirs for carrying off, in case of need, the superfluity of its water. Near this point Cyrus caused another reservoir and another canal of communication to be dug, by means of which he drew off the water of the Euphrates to such a degree it became not the height of a man's thigh. The period chosen was that of a great Babylonian festival, when the whole population were engaged in amusement and revelry. The Persian troops left near the town, watching their opportunity, entered from both sides along the bed of the river, and took it by surprise, with scarcely any resistance. At no other time, except during a festival, could they have done this, says Herodotus, had the river been ever so low, for both banks throughout the whole length of the town were provided with quays, with continuous walls, and with gates at the end of every street, which led down to the river at right angles, so that if the population had not been disqualified by the influences of the moment, they would have caught the assailants in the bed of the river as in a trap, and overwhelmed them from the walls alongside. Within a square of 15 miles to each side, we are not surprised to hear that both the extremities were already in the power of the besiegers before the central population heard of it, and while they were yet absorbed in unconscious festivity. Such is the account given by Herodotus of the circumstances which placed Babylon, the greatest city of Western Asia, in the power of the Persians. To what extent the information communicated to him was incorrect or exaggerated, we cannot now decide. The way in which the city was treated would lead us to suppose that its acquisition cannot have cost the conqueror either much time or much loss. Cyrus comes into the list as king of Babylon, and the inhabitants with their whole territory become tributary to the Persians, forming the richest satrapy in the empire. But we do not hear that the people were otherwise ill used, and it is certain that the vast walls and gates were left untouched. This was very different from the way in which the Medes had treated Nineveh, which seems to have been ruined, and for a long time absolutely uninhabited, though reoccupied on a reduced scale under the Pythian Empire, and very different also from the way in which Babylon itself was treated 20 years afterward by Darius, when reconquered after a revolt. The importance of Babylon, marking as it does one of the peculiar forms of civilization belonging to the ancient world in a state of full development, gives an interest even to the half-authenticated stories respecting its capture. The other exploits ascribed to Cyrus, his invasion of India across the desert of Arachosia, and his attack upon the Massagetae, nomads ruled by Queen Tomyris and greatly resembling the Scythians, across the mysterious river which Herodotus calls Araxes, are too little known to be at all dwelt upon. In the latter he is said to have perished, his army being defeated in a bloody battle. He was buried at Pasargadae, in his native province of Persis proper, where his tomb was honoured and watched until the breaking up of the empire, while his memory was held in profound veneration among the Persians. Of his real exploits we know little or nothing, but in what we read respecting him there seems, though amid constant fighting, very little cruelty. Xenophon has selected his life as the subject of a moral romance, which for a long time was cited as authentic history, and which even now serves as an authority, express or implied, for disputable and even incorrect conclusions. His extraordinary activity and conquests admit of no doubt. He left the Persian Empire extending from Sogdiana and the rivers Jaxartes and Indus eastward to the Hellespont and the Syrian coast westward, and his successors made no permanent addition to it except that of Egypt. Phoenicia and Judea were dependencies of Babylon at the time when he conquered it, with their princes and grandees in Babylonian captivity, as they seem to have yielded to him and become his tributaries without difficulty. So the restoration of their captives was conceded to them. It was from Cyrus that the habits of the Persian kings took commencement, to dwell at Susa in the winter and Ecbatana during the summer. The primitive territory of Persis with its 2 towns of Persepolis and Pasargadae being reserved for the burial place of the kings and the religious sanctuary of the empire. How or when the conquest of Susiana was made, we are not informed. It lay eastward of the Tigris, between Babylonia and Persis proper, and its people, the Kissians, as far as we can discern, were of Assyrian and not of Aryan race. The river Choaspis, near Susa, was supposed to furnish the only water fit for the palate of the great king, and it is said to have been carried about with him wherever he went. While the conquests of Cyrus contributed to assimilate the distant types of civilization in Western Asia, not by elevating the worse, but by degrading the better, upon the native Persians themselves they operated as an extraordinary stimulus, provoking alike their pride, ambition, cupidity, and warlike propensities. Not only did the territory of Persis proper pay no tribute to Susa or Ecbatana, being the only district so exempted between the Jaxartes and the Mediterranean, but the vast tributes received from the remaining empire were distributed to a great degree among its inhabitants. Empire to them meant, for the great men, lucrative satrapies or pachalics with powers altogether unlimited, pomp inferior only to that of the great king, and standing armies which they employed at their own discretion, sometimes against each other. For the common soldiers, drawn from their fields or flocks, constant plunder, abundant maintenance, and an unrestrained license, either in the suit of one of the satraps, or in the large permanent troops which moved from Susa to Ecbatana with the great king. And if the entire population of Persis proper did not migrate from their abodes to occupy some of those more inviting spots which the immensity of the imperial dominion furnished, a dominion extending, to use the language of Cyrus the Younger, before the battle of Cunaxa, from the region of insupportable heat to that of insupportable cold. This was only because the early kings discouraged such a movement, in order that the nation might maintain its military hardihood, and be in a situation to furnish undiminished supplies of soldiers. The self-esteem and arrogance of the Persians were no less remarkable than their avidity for sensual enjoyment. They were fond of wine to excess. Their wives and their concubines were both numerous, and they adopted eagerly from foreign nations new fashions of luxury as well as of ornament. Even to novelties in religion they were not strongly averse. For though disciples of Zoroaster, with magi as their priests, and as indispensable companions of their sacrifices, worshipping sun, moon, earth, fire, etc., and recognizing neither image, temple, nor altar, yet they had adopted the voluptuous worship of the goddess Melita from the Assyrians and Arabians. A numerous male offspring was the Persian's boast. His warlike character and consciousness of force were displayed in the education of these youths, who were taught from 5 years old to 20 only 3 things: to ride, to shoot with the bow, and to speak the truth. To owe money, or even to buy and sell, was accounted among the Persians disgraceful, a sentiment which they defended by saying that both the one and the other imposed the necessity of telling falsehood. To exact tribute from subjects, to receive pay or presents from the king, and to give away without forethought whatever was not immediately wanted, was their mode of dealing with money. Industrial pursuits were left to the conquered, who were fortunate if by paying a fixed contribution and sending a military contingent when required, they could purchase undisturbed immunity for their remaining concerns. They could not thus purchase safety for the family hearth, since we find instances of noble Grecian maidens torn from their parents for the harem of the satrap. To a people of this character, whose conceptions of political society went no further than personal obedience to achieve, a conqueror like Cyrus would communicate the strongest excitement and enthusiasm of which they were capable. He had found them slaves and made them masters. He was the first and greatest of national benefactors, as well as the most forward of leaders in the field. They followed him from one conquest to another during the 30 years of his reign, their love of empire growing with the empire itself. And this impulse of aggrandizement continued unabated during the reigns of his three next successors, Cambyses, Darius, and Xerxes, until it was at length violently stifled by the humiliating defeats of Plataea and Salamis, after which the Persians became content with defending themselves at home and playing a secondary game. End of section 28.
Section 29 of the Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rosita Johnson, and John Roth. Section 29. Rise of Confucius, the Chinese Sage, BC 550. R.K. Douglas. Confucius is the Latinized name of Kung Fu Zi, or Master Kung, whose work in China did much to educate the people in social and civic virtues. He began as a political reformer at a time when the empire was cut up into a number of petty and discontent principalities. As a practical statesman and administrator, he urged the necessity of reform upon the princes, whom one after another he served. His advice was invariably disregarded, and, as he said, no intelligent ruler arose in his time. His strict maxims of submission to the emperor or supreme head of the state he based on the analogous duty of filial obedience in the household, and his very spirit of piety prevented him from taking independent measures for redressing the evils and oppressions of his distracted country. His moral teaching are not based on any specific religious foundation, but they have become the settled code of Chinese life, of which submissiveness to authority, industry, frugality, and fair dealing as prescribed by Confucian's ethics are general characteristics. The political doctrines of this great reformer were eventually adopted, and his teaching and example brought about peaceful and gradual but complete revolution in the Chinese Empire, whose consolidation into a simple kingdom was the practical result of this sage's influence. At the time of which we write, the Chinese were still clinging to the banks of the Yellow River, along which they had first entered the country, and formed within the limits of China proper a few states on either shore lying between the 33rd and the 38th parallels of latitude, and the 106th and the 119th of longitude. The royal state of Chao occupied part of the modern province of Honan. To the south of this was the powerful state of Qin, embracing the northern province of Shaanxi and part of Zheili. To the south was the barbarous state of Chu, which stretched as far as the Yangtze Kiang to the east, reaching to the coast, were a number of smaller states, among which those of Chai, Lu, Wei, Song, and Qing were the chief, and to the west of the Yellow River was the state of Qin, which was destined eventually to gain the mastery over the contending principalities. On the establishment of the Chao dynasty, King Wu had apportioned these fiefships among members of his family, his adherents, and the descendants of some of the ancient virtuous kings. Each prince was empowered to administer his government as he pleased, so long as he followed the general lines indicated by history. and in the event of any act of aggression on the part of one state against another, the matter was to be reported to the king of the sovereign state, who was bound to punish the offender. It is plain that in such a system the elements of disorder must lie near the surface, and no sooner was the authority of the central state lessened by the want of ability shown by the successors of King Wu, Qin and Kan, than constant strife broke out between the several chiefs. The hand of every man was against his neighbor, and the smaller states suffered the usual fate, under like circumstances of being encroached upon and absorbed, notwithstanding their appeals for help to their common sovereign. The house of Chow having been thus found wanting, the device was resorted to of appointing one of the most powerful princes as a presiding chief, who should exercise royal functions, leaving the king only the title and paraphernalia of sovereignty. In fact, the China of this period was governed and administered very much as Japan was up to about 20 years ago. For Mikado, shogun, and ruling daimyo, Red King, presiding chief, and princes, and the parallel is as nearly as possible complete. The result of the system, however, in the two countries was different, for apart from the support received by the Mikado from the belief in his heavenly origin, the insular positions of Japan prevented the possibility of the advent of elements of disorder from without, whereas the principalities of China were surrounded by semi-barbarous states, the chiefs of which were engaged in constant warfare with them. Confucius' deep spirit of loyalty to the house of Chow forbade his following in the book of history the careers of the sovereigns who reigned between the death of Mu in BC 946 and the accession of Ping in 770. One after another these kings rose, reigned, and died, leaving each to his successor an ever-increasing heritage of woe. During the reign of Xun, 827 to 781, a gleam of light seems to have shot through the prevailing darkness. Though falling far short of the excellencies of the founders of the dynasty, he yet strove to follow, though at a long interval, the examples they had set him. And according to the Chinese belief, as an acknowledgment from heaven of his efforts in the direction of virtue, it was given him to sit upon the throne for nearly half a century. His successor, Yu, the Dark, appears to even less advantage. No redeeming acts relieved the general disorder of his reign, and at the instigation of a favorite concubine, he is said to have committed acts which place him on a level with Qi and Xiao. Earthquakes, storms, and astrological portents appeared as in the dark days at the close of the He and Shang dynasties. His capital was surrounded by the barbarian allies of the Prince of Xin, the father of his wife, whom he had dismissed at the request of his favorite, and in an attempt to escape he fell a victim to their weapons. With this event, the Western Chow dynasty was brought to a close. Here also the book of history comes to an end, and the spring and autumn annals by Confucius takes up the tale of iniquity and disorder which overspread the land. No more dreadful record of a nation's struggle can be imagined than that contained in Confucius' history. The country was torn by discord and desolated by wars. Husbandry was neglected, the peace of households was destroyed, and plunder and rapine were the watchwords of the time. Such was the state of China at the time of the birth of Confucius, BC 551. Of the parents of the sage we know but little, except that his father Shu Langhe was a military officer, eminent for his commanding stature, his great bravery, and immense strength, and that his mother's name was Yan Qingcai. The marriage of this couple took place when He was 70 years old, and the prospect, therefore, of his having and the heir having been but slight. Unusual rejoicings commemorated the birth of the son, who was destined to achieve such everlasting fame. Report says that the child was born in a cave on Mount Ne, whither Qingcai went in obedience to a vision to be confined. But this is but one of the many legends with which Chinese historians loved to surround the birth of Confucius. With the same desire to glorify the sage, and in perfect good faith, they narrate how the event was heralded by strange portents and miraculous appearances, how genii announced to Qing Chai the honor that was in store for her, and how fairies attended at his nativity. Of the early years of Confucius we have but scanty record. It would seem that from his childhood he showed ritualistic tendencies, and we are told that as a boy he delighted to play at the arrangement of vessels and postures of ceremony. As he advanced in years, he became an earnest student of history, and looked back with love and reverence to the time when the great and good Yu and Shen reigned in, a golden age, fruitful of golden deeds. At the age of 15, he bent his mind to learning, and when he was 19 years old, he married a lady from the state of Song. As has befallen many other great men, Confucius' married life was not a happy one, and he finally divorced his wife, not, however, before she had borne him a son. Soon after his marriage, at the instigation of poverty, Confucius accepted the offer of keeper of the stores of grain, and in the following year he was promoted to be guardian of the public fields and lands. It was while holding this later office that his son was born, and so well known and highly esteemed had he already become that the reigning duke, on hearing of the event, sent him a present of a carp. From this circumstance the infant derived his name Lei, a carp. The name of his son seldom occurs in the life of his illustrious father, and the few references we have to him are enough to show that a small share of paternal affection fell to his lot. "Have you heard any lessons from your father different from what we have all heard?" asked an inquisitive disciple of him. "No," replied Lei. "He was standing alone once when I was passing through the court below with hasty steps, and said to me, 'Have you read the Odes?' On my replying, 'Not yet,' he added, 'If you do not learn the Odes, you will not be fit to converse with.' Another day, in the same place and the same way, he said to me, 'Have you read the rules of propriety?' On my replying, 'Not yet,' he added, 'If you do not learn the rules of propriety, your character cannot be established.' 'I ask one thing,' said the enthusiastic disciple, 'and I have learned 3 things. I have learned about the Odes, I have learned about the rules of propriety, and I have learned that the superior man maintains a distance reserved toward his son.' At the age of 22 we find Confucius released from the toils of office, and devoting his time to the more congenial task of imparting instruction to a band of admiring and earnest students. With idle or stupid scholars he would have nothing to do. 'I do not open the truth,' he said, 'to one who is not eager after knowledge, nor do I help anyone who is not anxious to explain himself. When I have presented one corner of a subject, and the listener cannot from it learn the other 3, I do not repeat my lesson.' When 28 years old, Confucius studied archery, and in the following years took lessons in music from the celebrated master Sheng. At 30, he tells us, he stood firm, and about this time his fame mightily increased. Many noble youths enrolled themselves among his disciples, and on his expressing a desire to visit the imperial court of Chao to confer on the subject of ancient ceremonies with Lao Tzu, the founder of the Taoist sect, the reigning duke placed a carriage and horses at his disposal for the journey. The extreme veneration which Confucius entertained for the founders of the Chao dynasty made the visit to Le, the capital, one of the intense interest to him. With eager delight he wandered through the temple and audience chambers, the place of sacrifices and the palace, and having completed his inspection of the position and shape of the various sacrificial and ceremonial vessels, he turned to his disciples and said, "Now I understand the wisdom of the Duke of Chao, and how his house attained to imperial sway. But the principal object of his visit to Chao was to confer with Lao Tzu, and of the interview between these 2 very dissimilar men we have various accounts. The Confucian writers, as a rule, merely mention the fact of their having met, but the admirers of Lao Tzu affirmed that Confucius was very roughly handled by his more ascetic contemporary, who looked down from his somewhat higher standpoint with contempt on the great apostle of antiquity. It was only natural that Lao Tzu, who preached that stillness and self-emptiness were the highest attainable objects, should be ready to assail a man whose whole being was wrapped up in ceremonial observances and conscious well-doing. The very measured tones and considered movements of Confucius, coupled with a certain admixture of that pride, which apes humility, must have been very irritating to the metaphysically minded treasurer. And it was eminently characteristic of Confucius that, notwithstanding the great provocation given him on this occasion, he abstained from any rejoinder. We nowhere read of his engaging in a dispute. When an opponent arose, it was in keeping with the doctrine of Confucius to retire before him. A sage, he said, will not enter a tottering state nor dwell in a disorganized one. When the right principles of government prevail, he shows himself, but when they are prostrated, he remains concealed. And carrying out the same principle in private life, he invariably refused to wrangle. It was possibly in connection with this incident that Confucius drew the attention of the disciples to the metal statue of a man with a triple clasp upon his mouth, which stood in the ancestral temple of Le. On the back of the statue were inscribed these words: "The Asians were guarded in their speech, and like them we should avoid loquacity. Many words invite many defeats. Avoid also engaging in many businesses, for many businesses create many difficulties. Observe this, my children," said he, pointing to the inscription. "These words are true, and commend themselves to our reason." Having gained all the information he desired in Chao, he returned to Lu, where pupils flocked to him until, we are told, he was surrounded by an admiring company of 3,000 disciples. His stay in Lu was, however, of short duration, for the three principal clans of the state, those of Ji, Su, and Meng, after frequent contests between themselves, engaged in a war with the reigning duke, and overthrew his armies. Upon this the duke took refuge in the state of Tse, whither Confucius followed him. As he passed along the road, he saw a woman weeping at a tomb, and having compassion on her, he sent his disciple, Zilu, to ask her the cause of her grief. "You weep as if you had experienced sorrow upon sorrow," said Zilu. "I have," said the woman. "My father-in-law was killed here by a tiger, and my husband also, and now my son has met the same fate." "Why, then, do you not remove from the place?" asked Confucius. "Because here there is no oppressive government," replied the woman. On hearing this answer, Confucius remarked to his disciples, "My children, remember this. Oppressive government is fiercer than a tiger." Possibly Confucius was attracted to Tsai by a knowledge that the music of the Emperor Shun was still preserved at the court. At all events, we are told that having heard a strain of the much-desired music on his way to the capital, he hurried on and was so ravished with the airs he heard that for 3 months he never tasted flesh. "I did not think," said he, "that music could reach such a pitch of excellence." Hearing of the arrival of the sage, the Duke of Chai, King, by a name, sent for him, and after some conversation, being minded to act the part of a patron to so distinguished a visitor, offered to make him a present of the city of Nizi with its revenues. But this Confucius declined, remarking to his disciples, "A superior man will not receive rewards except for services done. I have given advice to the Duke King, but he has not followed it as yet, and now he would endow me with this place. Very far is he from understanding me." He still, however, discussed politics with the Duke, and taught him that there is good government when the prince is prince, and the minister is minister, when the father is father, and the son is son. "Good," said the Duke. "If indeed the prince be not prince, the minister not minister, and the son not son, although I have my revenue, Can I enjoy it? Though Duke King was by no means a satisfactory pupil, many of his instincts were good, and he once again expressed a desire to pension Confucius, that he might keep him at hand. But Yan Ying, the prime minister, dissuaded him from his purpose. "These scholars," said the minister, "are impracticable and cannot be imitated. They are haughty and conceited of their own fields, so that they will not rest satisfied in inferior positions. They set a high value on all funeral ceremonies, give way to their grief, and will waste their property on great funerals, so that they would only be injurious to the common manners. This Confucius has 1,000 peculiarities. It would take ages to exhaust all he knows about the ceremonies of going up and going down. This is not a time to examine into his rules of propriety. If you wish to employ him to change the custom of qi, you will not be making the people your primary consideration." This reasoning had full weight with the Duke, who the next time he was urged to follow the advice of Confucius, cut short the discussion by the remark, "I am too old to adopt his doctrines." Under these circumstances, Confucius once more returned to Lu, only, however, to find that the condition of the state was still unchanged. Disorder was rife, and the reins of government were in the hands of the head of the strongest party for the time being. This was no time for Confucius to take office, and he devoted the leisure thus forced upon him to the compilation of the Book of Odes and the Book of History. But in process of time, order was once more restored, and he then felt himself free to accept the post of magistrate of the town of Chengdu, which was offered him by the Duke King. He now had the opportunity of putting his principles of government to the test, and the result partly justified his expectations. He framed rules for the support of the living and for the observation of rites for the dead. He arranged appropriate food for the old and the young, and he provided for the proper separation of men and women. And the results were, we are told, that, as in the time of King Alfred, a thing dropped on the road was not picked up. There was no fraudulent carving of vessels. Coffins were made of the ordained thickness. Graves were unmarked by mounds raised over them, and no two prices were charged in the markets. The Duke, surprised at what he saw, asked the sage whether his rule of government could be applied to the whole state. "Certainly," replied Confucius, "and not only to the state of Lu, but to the whole empire." Forthwith, therefore, the Duke made him assistant superintendent of works, and shortly afterwards appointed him minister of crime. Here again his success was complete. From the day of his appointment, crime is said to have disappeared, and the penal laws remained a dead letter. Courage was recognized by Confucius as being one of the great virtues, and about this period we have related 2 instances in which he showed that he possessed both moral and physical courage to a high degree. The chief of the Ji family, being virtual possessor of the state, when the body of the exiled Duke Qiao was brought from Cui for interment, directed that it should be buried apart from the graves of his ancestors. On Confucius becoming aware of his decision, he ordered a trench to be dug round the burying ground which should enclose the new tomb. Thus, to censure a prince and signalize his fault is not according to antiquity, said he to Qi. "I have caused the grave to be included in the cemetery, and I have done so to hide your disloyalty." And his action was allowed to pass unchallenged. The other instance referred to was on the occasion, a few years later, of an interview between the Dukes of Lu and Chai, at which Confucius was present as master of ceremonies. At his instigation, an altar was raised at the place of meeting, which was mounted by 3 steps, and on this the dukes ascended, and having pledged one another proceeded to discuss a treaty of alliance. But treachery was intended on the part of the Duke of Chai, and at a given signal a band of savages advanced with beat of drum to carry off the Duke of Lu. Some such stratagem had been considered probable by Confucius, and the instant the danger became imminent, he rushed to the altar and led away the Duke. After much disorder in which Confucius took a firm and prominent part, a treaty was concluded, and even some land on the south of the river Wang, which had been taken by Tsai, was by the exertions of the state restored to Lu. On this recovered territory, the people of Lu, in memory of the circumstance, built a city and called it the City of Confession. End of section 29. Section 30 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rosita Johnson, and John Rupp. Section 30. But to return to Confucius as the minister of crime. Though eminently successful, the results obtained under his system were not quite such as his followers have represented them to have been. No doubt crime diminished under his rule, but it was by no means abolished. In fact, his biographers mention a case which must have been peculiarly shocking to him. A father brought an accusation against his son, in the expectation, probably, of gaining his suit with ease before a judge who laid such stress on the virtues of filial piety. But, to his surprise, and that of the onlookers, Confucius cast both father and son into prison, and to the remonstrances of the head of the Ji clan answered, "Am I to punish for a breach of filial piety one who has never been taught to be filially minded? Is not he who neglects to teach his sons his duties equally guilty with the son who fails in them? Crime is not inherent in human nature, and therefore the father in the family and the government in the state are responsible for the crimes committed against filial piety and the public laws. If a king is careless about publishing laws, and then peremptorily punishes in accordance with the strict letter of them, he acts the part of a swindler. If he collects taxes arbitrarily without giving warning, he is guilty of oppression, and if he puts the people to death without having instructed them, he commits a cruelty." On all these points, Confucius frequently insisted, and strove both by precept and example to impart the spirit they reflected on all around him. In the presence of his prince, we are told that his manner, though self-possessed, displayed respectful uneasiness. When he entered the palace, or when he passed the vacant throne, his countenance changed, his legs bent under him, and he spoke as though he had scarcely breath to utter a word. When it fell to his lot to carry the royal scepter, he stooped his body as though he were not able to bear its weight. If the prince came to visit him when he was ill, he had himself placed with his head to the east, and lay dressed in his court clothes, with his girdle across them. When the prince sent him a present of cooked meat, he carefully adjusted his mat and just tasted the dishes. If the meat were uncooked, he offered it to the spirits of his ancestors, and an animal which was thus sent him he kept alive. At the village festivals, he never preceded, but always followed after the elders. To all about him he assumed an appearance of simplicity and sincerity. To the court officials of the lower grade, he spoke freely, and to superior officers, his manner was bland but precise. Even at the wild gatherings which accompanied the annual ceremonies of driving away pestilential influences, he paid honor to the original meaning of the rite, by standing in court robes on the eastern steps of his house, and received the riotous exorcists as though they were favored guests. When sent for by the prince to assist in receiving a royal visitor, his countenance appeared to change. He inclined himself to the officers among whom he stood, and when sent to meet the visitor at the gate, he hastened forward with his arms spread out like the wings of a bird. Recognizing in the wind and the storm the voice of heaven, he changed countenance at the sound of a sudden clap of thunder, or a violent gust of wind. The principles which underlie all these details relieve them from the sense of affected formality which they would otherwise suggest. Like the sages of old, Confucius had an overweening faith in the effects of example. "What do you say?" asked the chief of the Jin clan on one occasion, "to killing the unprincipled for the good of the principled?" "Sir," replied Confucius, "in carrying on your government, why should you employ capital punishment at all? Let your evinced desires be for what is good, and the people be good." And then, quoting the words of King Qing, he added, "The relation between superiors and inferiors is like between the wind and the grass. The grass must bend when the wind blows across it." Thus, in every act of his life, whether at home or abroad, whether at table or in bed, whether at study or in moments of relaxation, he did all with the avowed object of being seen of men and of influencing them by his conduct. And to a certain extent he gained his end. He succeeded in demolishing a number of fortified cities which had formed the hotbeds of sedition and tumult, and thus added greatly to the power of the reigning duke. He inspired the men with a spirit of loyalty and good faith, and taught the women to be chaste and docile. On the report of the tranquility prevailing in Lu, strangers flocked into the state, and thus was fulfilled the old criterion of good government, which was afterward repeated by Confucius. The people were happy, and strangers were attracted from afar. But even Confucius found it impossible to carry all his theories into practice, and his experience as minister of crime taught him that something more than mere example was necessary to lead the people into the paths of virtue. Before he had been many months in office, he signed the death warrant of a well-known citizen named Shao for disturbing the public peace. This departure from the principle he had so lately laid down astonished his followers. And Ji Gong, the Simon Peter as he has been called among his disciples, took him to task for executing so notable a man. But Confucius held to it that the steps was necessary. "There are 5 great evils in the world," said he. "A man with a rebellious heart who becomes dangerous, a man who joins to vicious deeds a fierce temper, a man whose words are knowingly false, a man whose treasure in his memory noxious deeds and disseminates them, a man who follows evil and fertilizes it." All these evil qualities were combined in Shao. His house was a rendezvous for the disaffected. His words were specious enough to dazzle anyone, and his opposition was violent enough to overthrow any independent man. But notwithstanding such departures from the lines he had laid down for himself, the people gloried in his rule and sang at their word songs in which he was described as their savior from oppression and wrong. Confucius was an enthusiast, and his want of success in his attempt completely to reform the age in which he lived never seemed to suggest a doubt to his mind of the complete wisdom of his creed. According to his theory, his official administration should have effected the reform not only of his sovereign and the people, but of those of the neighboring states. But what was the practical result? The contentment which reigned among the people of Lu, instead of instigating the Duke of Qi to institute a similar system, only served to arouse his jealousy. "With Confucius at the head of his government," said he, "Lu will become supreme among the states, and Qi, which is nearest to it, will be swallowed up. Let us propitiate it by a surrender of territory." But a more provident statement suggested that they should first try to bring about the disgrace of the sage. With this object he sent 80 beautiful girls, well skilled in the arts of music and dancing, and 120 of the finest horses which could be procured, as a present to the Duke King. The result fully realized the anticipation of the minister. The girls were taken into the Duke's harem, the horses were removed to the ducal stables, and Confucius was left to meditate on the folly of men who preferred listening to the songs of the maiden of Zi to the wisdom of Yao and Shun. Day after day passed, and the Duke showed no signs of returning to his proper mind. The affairs of state were neglected, and for 3 days the Duke refused to receive his minister in audience. "Master," said Zilu, "it is time you went." But Confucius, who had more at stake than his disciple, was disinclined to give up the experiment on which his heart was set. Besides, the time was approaching when the great sacrifice to heaven at the solstice, about which he had had so many conversations with the Duke, should be offered up, and he hoped that the recollection of his weighty words would recall the Duke to a sense of his duties. But his gay rivals in the affections of the Duke still held their sway, and the recurrence of the great festival failed to awaken his conscience even for the moment. Reluctantly, therefore, Confucius resigned his post and left the capital. But though thus disappointed of the hopes he entertained of the Duke of Lu, Confucius was by no means disposed to resign his role as the reformer of the age. "If any one among the princes would employ me," said he, "I would effect something considerable in the course of 12 months, and in 3 years the government would be perfected." But the tendencies of the times were unfavorable to the sage. The struggle for supremacy, which had been going on for centuries between the princes of the various states, was then at its height, and though there might be a question whether it would finally result in the victory of Jin or of Chu or of Qin, there could be no doubt that the scepter had already passed from the hands of the ruler of Chao. To men, therefore, who were fighting over the possessions of a state which had ceased to live, the idea of employing a minister whose principal object would have been to breathe life into the dead bones of Chao was ridiculous. This soon became apparent to his disciples, who began even more concerned than their master at his loss of office, and not taking so exalted a view as he did of what he considered to be a heaven-sent mission, were inclined to urge him to make concessions in harmony with the times. "Your principles," said Zigong to him, "are excellent, but they are unacceptable in the empire. Would it not be well, therefore, to bait them a little?" "A good husbandman," replied the sage, "can sow, but he cannot secure a harvest. An artisan may excel in handicraft, but he cannot provide a market for his goods. And in the same way, a superior man can cultivate his principles, but he cannot make them acceptable." But Confucius was at least determined that no efforts on his part should be wanting to discover the opening for which he longed, and on leaving Lu, he betook himself to the state of Wei. On arriving at the capital, the reigning duke received him with distinction, but showed no desire to employ him, probably expecting, however, to gain some advantage from the counsels of the sage in the art of governing. He determined to attach him to his court by the grant of an annual stipend of 60,000 measures of grain. That having been the value of the post, he had just resigned in Lu. Had the experiences of his public life come up to the sanguine hopes he had entertained at its beginning, Confucius would probably have declined his offer as he did that of the Duke of Qi some years before. But poverty unconsciously impelled him to act up to the advice of Zigong and to bait his principles of conduct somewhat. His stay, however, in Wei was of short duration. The officials at the court, jealous probably of the influence they feared he might gain over the Duke, intrigued against him, and Confucius thought it best to bow before the coming storm. After living on the Duke's hospitality for 10 months, he left the capital, intending to visit the state of Qin. It chanced, however, that the way thither led him through the town of Quan, which he suffered much from the filibustering expeditions of a notorious disturber of the public peace, named Yang Hu. To this man of ill fame, Confucius bore a striking resemblance, so much so that the townspeople, fancying that they now had their old enemy in their power, surrounded the house in which he lodged for 5 days, intending to attack him. The situation was certainly disquieting, and the disciples were much alarmed. But Confucius's belief in the heaven-sent nature of his mission, raised him above fear. "After the death of King Wen," said he, "was not the cause of truth lodged in me? If heaven had wished to let this sacred cause perish, I should not have been put into such a relation to it. Heaven will not let the cause of truth perish, and what therefore can the people of Quan do to me?" Saying which he turned his lyre, and sang probably some of those songs from his recently compiled Book of Odes which breathed the wisdom of the ancient emperors. From some unexplained cause, but more probably from the people of Quan discovering the mistake than from any effect produced by Confucius' dictates, the attacking force suddenly withdrew, leaving the sage free to go wherever he listed. This misadventure was sufficient to deter him from wandering farther afield, and after a short stay at Po, he returned to Wei. Again the Duke welcomed him to the capital, though it does not appear that he renewed his stipend, and even his consort Nanzi forgot for a while her intrigues and debaucheries at the news of his arrival. With a complimentary message, she begged an interview with the sage, which he at first refused, but on her urging her request, he was fain obliged to yield the point. On being introduced into her presence, he found her concealed behind a screen, in strict accordance with the prescribed antiquity, and after the usual formalities they entered freely into conversation. Zilu was much disturbed at this want of discretion, as he considered it on the part of Confucius, and the vehemence of his master's answer showed that there was a doubt in his own mind whether he had not overstepped the limits of sage-like propriety. "Wherein I have done improperly," said he, "may heaven reject me, may heaven reject me." This incident did not, however, prevent him from maintaining friendly relations with the court, and it was not until the Duke by public act showed his inability to understand the dignity of the role which Confucius desired to assume, that he lost all hope of finding employment in the state of his former patron. On this occasion, the Duke drove through the streets of his capital seated in a carriage with Nanzi, and desired Confucius to follow in a carriage behind. As the procession passed through the marketplace, the people, perceiving more clearly than the Duke the incongruity of the proceeding, laughed and jeered at the idea of making virtue follow in the wake of lust. This completed the shame which Confucius felt as being in so false a position. "I have not seen one," said he, "who loves virtue as he loves beauty. To stay any longer under the protection of a court which could inflict such an indignity upon him was more than he could do, and he therefore once again struck southward toward Chen. After his retirement from office, it is probable that Confucius devoted himself afresh to imparting to his followers those doctrines and opinions which we shall consider later on. Even on the road to Chen, we are told that he practiced ceremonies with his disciples beneath the shadow of a tree by the wayside in Song. In the spirit of Lao Tzu, Huang Tui, an officer in the neighborhood, was angered at his reported proud air and many desires, his insinuating habit and wild will, and attempted to prevent him entering the state. In this endeavor, however, he was unsuccessful, as were some more determined opponents, who 2 years later attacked him at Pu, when he was on his way to Wei. On this occasion, he was seized, and though it is said that his followers struggled manfully with his captors, their efforts did not save him from having to give an oath that he would not continue his journey to Wei. But in spite of his oath, and in spite of the public slight which has previously been put upon him by the Duke of Wei, an irresistible attraction drew him toward that state, and he had no sooner escaped from the clutches of his captors than he continued his journey. This deliberate forfeiture of his word in one who had commanded them to hold faithfulness and sincerity as first principles surprised his disciples, and Zigong, who was generally the spokesman on such occasions, asked him whether it was right to violate the oath he had taken. But Confucius, who had learned expediency in adversity, replied, "It was an oath extracted by force. The spirits do not hear such." But to return to Confucius flying from his enemies in Song. Finding his way bound by the action of Huang Tui, he proceeded westward and arrived at Jing, the capital of the state of the same name. Thither it would appear his disciples had preceded him, and he arrived unattended at the eastern gate of the city. But his appearance was so striking that his followers were soon made aware of his presence. "There is a man," said a townsman to Zhigong, "standing at the east gate with a forehead like Yao, a neck like Gao Tao, his shoulders on a level with those of Ji Chen, but wanting below the waist 3 inches of the height of Yu, and altogether having the forsaken appearance of a stray dog." Recognizing his masters in this description, Zhigong hastened to meet him, and repeated to him the words of his informant. Confucius was much amused and said, "The personal appearance is a small matter, but to say I was like a stray dog, capital, capital." The ruling powers in Jin, however, showed no disposition to employ even a man possessing such marked characteristics, and before long he removed to Chen, where he remained a year. From Chen, he once more turned his face towards Wei, and it was while he was on this journey that he was detained at Po, as mentioned above. Between Confucius and the Duke of Wei, there evidently existed a personal liking, if not friendship. The Duke was always glad to see him and ready to converse with him. But Confucius's unbounded admiration for those whose bones, as Lao Tzu said, were molded to dust, and especially for the founders of the Chao dynasty, made it impossible for the Duke to place him in any position of importance. At the same time, Confucius seems always to have hoped that he would be able to gain the Duke over to his views, and thus it came about that the sage was constantly attracted to the court of Duke Ling, and as often compelled to exile himself from it. On this particular occasion, as at all other times, the Duke received him gladly, but their conversations, which had principally turned on the act of peaceful government, were now directed to warlike affairs. The Duke was contemplating an attack on Po, the inhabitants of which, under the leadership of Huang Tui, who had arrested Confucius, had rebelled against him. At first, Confucius was quite disposed to support the Duke in his intended hostilities, but a representation from the Duke that the probable support of the other states would make the expedition one of considerable danger, converted Confucius to the opinion evidently entertained by the Duke, that it would be best to leave Huang Tui in possession of his ill-gotten territory. Confucius's latest advice was then to this effect, and the Duke acted upon it. The Duke was now becoming an old man, and with advancing age came a disposition to leave the task of governing to others, and to weary of Confucius' high-flown lectures. He ceased to use Confucius, as the Chinese historians say, and the state was therefore indolent, and ready to accept any offer which might come from any quarter. While in this humor, he received an invitation from Fu Xi, an officer of the state of Jin, who was holding the town of Zhongmao against its chief, to visit him, and he was inclined to go. It is impossible to study this portion of Confucius' career without feeling that a great change had come over his conduct. There was no longer that lofty love of truth and of virtue which had distinguished the commencement of his official life. Adversity, instead of stiffening his back, had made him pliable. He who had formerly refused to receive money he had not earned was now willing to take pay in return for no other services than the presentation of courtier-like advice on occasion when Duke Ling decided to have his opinion in support of his own. And in defiance of his oft-repeated denunciation of rebels, he was now ready to go over to the court of a rebel chief, in the hope possibly of being able through his means to establish, as he said on an occasion, an Eastern Chow. Again, Zi Lu interfered and expostulated with him on his inconsistency. "Master," said he, "I have heard you say that when a man is guilty of personal wrongdoing, a superior man will not associate with him. If you accept the invitation of this Fu Si, who is in open rebellion against his chief, what will people say?" But Confucius, with a dexterity which had now become common with him, replied, "It is true I have said so, but is it not also true that if a thing be really hard, it may be ground without being made thin? And if it be really white, it may be steeped in a black fluid without becoming black? Am I a bitter gourd? Am I to be hung up out of the way of being eaten?" But nevertheless, Zi Lu's remonstrances prevailed, and he did not go. His relations with the Duke did not improve, and so dissatisfied was he with his patron that he retired from the court. As at this time Confucius was not in the receipt of any official income, it is probable that he again provided for his wants by imparting to his disciples some of the treasures out of the rich stores of learning which he had collected by means of diligent study and of a wild experience. Every word and action of Confucius were full of such meaning to his admiring followers that they have enabled us to trace him into the retirement of private life. In his dress, we are told, he was careful to wear only the correct colors, viz., azure, yellow, carnation, white and black, and he scrupulously avoided red as being the color usually affected by women and girls. At the table he was moderate in his appetite, but particular as to the nature of his food and the manner in which it was set before him. Nothing would induce him to touch any meat that was high, or rice that was musty, nor would he eat anything that was not properly cut up or accompanied with the proper sauce. He allowed himself only a certain quantity of meat and rice, and though no such limit was fixed to the amount of wine with which he accompanied his frugal fare, we are assured that he never allowed himself to be confused by it. When out driving, he never turned his head quite round, and in his actions as well as in his words, he avoided all appearance of haste. End of section 30. Section 31 of the Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rosita Johnson, and John Robb. Such details are interesting in the case of a man like Confucius, who has exercised so powerful an influence over so large a proportion of the world's inhabitants, and whose instructions, far from being confined to the courts of kings, found their loudest utterances in intimate communings with his disciples, and in the example he set by the exact performance of his daily duties. The only accomplishment which Confucius possessed was a love of music, and this he studied less as an accomplishment than as a necessary part of education. "It is by the oldest that the mind is aroused," said he. "It is by the rules of propriety that the character is established, and it is music which completes the edifice." But having tasted the sweets of official life, Confucius was not inclined to resign all hope of future employment, and the Duke of White still remaining deaf to his advice, he determined to visit the state of Jin, in the hope of finding in Zhao Jianzi, one of the three chieftains who virtually governed that state, a more hopeful pupil. With this intention he started westward, but had got no farther than the Yellow River when the news reached him of the execution of Dao Ming and Dao Shenhua, two men of note in Jin. The disorder which this indicated put a stop to his journey, for had not he himself said, that a superior man will not enter a tottering state. His disappointment and grief were great, and looking at the yellow waters as they flowed at his feet, he sighed and muttered to himself, "Oh, how beautiful were they! This river is not more majestic than they were, and I was not there to avert their fate." So saying, he returned to Wei, only to find the Duke as little inclined to listen to his lectures as he was deeply engaged in warlike preparations. When Confucius presented himself at court, the Duke refused to talk on any other subject but military tactics, and forgetting, possibly on purpose, that Confucius was essentially a man of peace, pressed him for information on the art of maneuvering an army. "If you should wish to know how to arrange sacrificial vessels," said the sage, "I will answer you, but about warfare I know nothing." Confucius was now 60 years old, and the condition of the states composing the empire was even more unfavorable for the reception of his doctrines than ever. But though depressed by fortune, he never lost that steady confidence in himself and his mission, which was a leading characteristic of his career. And when he found the Duke of Wei deaf to his advice, he removed to Chen in the hope of there finding a ruler who would appreciate his wisdom. In the following year, he left Chen with his disciples for Chai, a small dependency of the state of Chu. In those days, the empire was subjected to constant changes. One day, a new state carved out of an old one would appear, and again it would disappear or increase in size as the fortunes of war might determine. Thus, while Confucius was in Chai, a part of Chu declared itself independent under the name of Ye, and the ruler usurped the title of Duke. In earlier days, such rebellion would have called forth a rebuke from Confucius, but it was otherwise now, and instead of denouncing the usurper as a rebel, he sought him as a patron. The Duke did not know how to receive his visitor, and asked Zilu about him. But Zilu, possibly because he considered the Duke to be no better than Fu Xi, returned him no answer. For this reticence, Confucius found fault with him and said, "Why did you not say to him, 'He is simply a man who, in his eager pursuit of knowledge, forgets his food, who in the joy of his attainments forgets his sorrows, and who does not perceive that old age is coming on?'" But whatever may have been the opinion of Zilu, Confucius was quite ready to be on friendly terms with the Duke, who seems to have had no keener relish for Confucius' ethics than the other rulers to whom he had offered his services. We are only told of one conversation which took place between the Duke and the sage, and on that occasion, the Duke questioned him on the subject of government. Confucius' reply was eminently characteristic of the man. Most of his definitions of good government would have sounded unpleasantly in the ears of a man who had just thrown off his master's yoke and headed a successful rebellion. So he cast about for one which might offer some excuse for the new Duke by attributing the fact of his disloyalty to the bad government of his late ruler. Quoting the words of an earlier sage, he replied, "Good government obtains when those who are near are made happy, and those who are far off are attracted." Returning from Ye to Chai, he came to a river which, being unbridged, left him no resource but to ford it. Seeing two men whom he recognized as political recluses plowing in a neighboring field, he sent the ever-present Zilu to inquire of them where best he could effect a crossing. "Who is that holding the reins in the carriage yonder?" asked the first addressed. In answer to Zilu's inquiry, "Kong Chiu," replied the disciple. "Kong Chiu of Lu?" asked the plowman. "Yes," was the reply. "He knows the ford," was the enigmatic answer of the man as he turned to his work. But whether this reply was suggested by the general belief that Confucius was omniscient, or by way of a parable to signify that Confucius possessed the knowledge by which the river of disorder, which was barring the progress of liberty and freedom, might be crossed, we are only left to conjecture. Nor from the second recluse could Zilu gain any practical information. "Who are you, sir?" was the somewhat peremptory question which his inquiry met with. Upon his answering that he was a disciple of Confucius, the man who might have gathered his estimate of Confucius from the mouth of Lao Tzu replied, "Disorder, like a swelling flood, spreads over the whole empire, and who is he who will change it for you? Rather than follow one who merely withdraws from this court to that court, had you not better follow those who, like ourselves, withdraw from the world altogether?" These words Zilu, as was his wont, repeated to Confucius, who thus justified his career. "It is impossible to associate with birds and beasts as if they were the same as ourselves. If I associate not with people, with mankind, with whom shall I associate? If right principles prevailed throughout the empire, there would be no necessity for me to change its state." Altogether, Confucius remained 3 years in Tsai, 3 years of strife and war, during which his counsels were completely neglected. Toward their close, the state of Wu made an attack on Qin, which found support from the powerful state of Chu on the south. While thus helping his ally, the Duke of Chu heard that Confucius was in Tsai, and determined to invite him to his court. With this object, he sent messengers bearing presents to the sage, and charged them with a message begging him to come to Chu. Confucius readily accepted the invitation and prepared to start. But the news of the transaction alarmed the minister of Tsai and Qian. "Chu," said they, "is already a powerful state, and Confucius is a man of wisdom. Experience has proved that those who have despised him have invariably suffered for it, and should he succeed in guiding the affairs of Chu, we should certainly be ruined. At all hazards, we must stop his going." When, therefore, Confucius had started on his journey, this man dispatched a force which hemmed him in the wild bit of desert country. Here, we are told, they kept him prisoner for 7 days, during which time he suffered severe privations, and, as was always the case in moments of difficulty, the disciples loudly bewailed their lot and that of their masters. "Has the superior man," said Zilu, "indeed to endure in this way?" "The superior man may indeed have to suffer want," replied Confucius, "but it is only the mean man who, when he is in straits, gives way to unbridled license." In this emergency, he had recourse to a solace which had soothed him on many occasions. When fortune frowned, he played on his lute and sang. At length, he succeeded in sending word to the Duke of Chu on the position he was in. At once the Duke sent ambassadors to liberate him, and he himself went out of his capital to meet him. But though he welcomed him cordially, and seems to have availed himself of his advice on occasions, he did not appoint him to any office, and the intention he at one time entertained of granting him a slice of territory was thwarted by his ministers, from motives of expediency. "Has your Majesty," said this officer, "any servant who could discharge the duties of ambassador like Ji Gong, or any so well qualified for a premier as Yan Hui, or anyone to compare as a general with Ji Lu? Did not kings Wang and Wu, from their small states of Feng and Gao, rise to the sovereignty of the empire? And if Kong Chiu once acquired territory, with such disciples to be his ministers, it will not be to the prosperity of Chu." This remonstrance not only had the immediate effect which was intended, but appears to have influenced the manner of the Duke towards the sage. For in the interval between this and the Duke's death, in the autumn of the same year, we hear of no counsel being either asked or given. In a successor to the throne, Confucius evidently despaired of finding a patron, and he once again returned to Wei. Confucius was now 63, and on arriving at Wei, he found a grandson of his former friend, the Duke Ling, holding the throne against his own father, who had been driven into exile for attempting the life of his mother, the notorious Nanzi. This chief, who called himself the Duke of Zhe, being conscious how much his cause would be strengthened by the support of Confucius, sent Zilu to him, saying, The Prince of Wei has been waiting to secure your services in the administration of the state, and wishes to know what you consider is the first thing to be done. It is first of all necessary, replied Confucius, to ratify names. Indeed, said Zilu, you are wide of the mark. Why need there be such ratification? How uncultivated you are, Yu, answered Confucius. A superior man shows a cautious reserve in regard to what he does not know. If names be not correct, language is not in accordance with the truth of things. If language be not in accordance with the truth of things, affairs cannot be carried on successfully. When affairs cannot be carried on successfully, proprieties and music will not flourish. When proprieties and music do not flourish, punishments will not properly be awarded. When punishments are not properly awarded, the people do not know how to move hand or foot. Therefore, the superior man considers it necessary that names should be used appropriately, and that his directions should be carried out appropriately. A superior man requires that his words should be correct. The position of things in Wei was naturally such as Confucius could not sanction, and as the Duke showed no disposition to amend his ways, the sage left his court and lived the remainder of the 5 or 6 years during which he sojourned in the state in close retirement. He had now been absent from his native state of Lu for 14 years, and the time had come when he was to return to it. But by the irony of fate, the accomplishment of his long-felt desire was due, not to his reputation for political or ethical wisdom, but to his knowledge of military tactics, which he heartily despised. It happened that at its time, Yan Yao, a disciple of the sage, being in the service of Qi Kan, conducted a campaign against Qi with much success. On his triumphal return, Qi Kan asked him how he had acquired his military skill. From Confucius, replied the general. And what kind of man is he? Asked Qi Kan. Were you to employ him, asked Yan Yao, your fame would spread abroad. Your people might face demons and gods, and would have nothing to fear or to ask of them. And if you accepted his principles, were you to collect 1,000 altars of the spirits of the land, it would profit you nothing. Attracted by such a prospect, Qi Kan proposed to invite the sage to his court. If you do, said Yan Yao, mind you do not allow mean men to come between you and him. But before Qi Kan's invitation reached Confucius, an incident occurred which made the arrival of the messengers from Lu still more welcome to him. Kong Wen, an officer of Wei, came to consult him as to the best means of attacking the force of another officer with whom he was engaged in the field. Confucius, disgusted at being consulted on such a subject, professed ignorance and prepared to leave the state, saying as he went away, "The bird chooses its tree. The tree does not choose the bird." At this juncture, Qi Kan's envoys arrived, and without hesitation he accepted the invitation they brought. On arriving at Lu, he presented himself at court, and in reply to a question of the Duke Ai on a subject of government, threw out a strong hint that the Duke might do well to offer him an appointment. Government, he said, consists in the right choice of ministers. To the same question put by Qi Kan, he replied, employ the upright and put aside the crooked, and thus will the crooked be made upright. At this time, Qi Kan was perplexed how to deal with the prevailing brigandage. If you, sir, were not avaricious, though you might offer rewards to induce people to steal, they would not. This answer sufficiently indicates the estimate formed by Confucius of Qi Kan, and therefore of the Duke Ai, for so entirely were the two of one mind, that the acts of Qi Kan appear to have been invariably endorsed by the Duke. It was plainly impossible that Confucius could serve under such a regime, and instead, therefore, of seeking employment, he retired to his study and devoted himself to the completion of his literary undertaking. He was now 69 years of age, and if a man is to be considered successful only when he succeeds in realizing the dream of his life, he must be deemed to have been unfortunate. Endowed by nature with a large share of reverence, a cold rather than a vivid disposition, and a studious mind, and reared in the traditions of the ancient kings, whose virtuous achievements obtained an undue prominence by the obliteration of all their faults and failures. He believed himself capable of effecting far more than it was possible for him or any other man to accomplish. In the earlier part of his career, he had in lieu an opportunity given him for carrying his theories of government into practice, and we have seen how they failed to do more than produce a temporary improvement in the conditions of the people under his immediate rule. But he had a lofty and steady confidence in himself and in the principles which he professed, which prevented his accepting the only legitimate inference which could be drawn from his want of success. The lessons of his own experience were entirely lost upon him, and he went down to his grave at the age of 72, firmly convinced as of yore that if he were placed in a position of authority, in 3 years the government would be perfected. Finding it impossible to associate himself with the rulers of Lu, he appears to have resigned himself to exclusions from office. His wanderings were over, and as a hare, when hounds and horns pursue, pants to the place from whence at first he flew, he had lately been possessed with an absorbing desire to return once more to Lu. This had at last been brought about, and he made up his mind to spend the remainder of his days in his native state. He had now leisure to finish editing the Xu Jing, or Book of History, to which he wrote a preface. He also carefully digested the rites and ceremonies determined by the wisdom of the more ancient sages and kings, collected and arranged the ancient poetry, and undertook the reform of music. He made a diligent study of the Book of Changes, and added a commentary to it, which is sufficient to show that the original meaning of the work was as much a mystery to him as it has been to others. His idea of what would probably be the value of the kernel encased in this unusually hard shell, if it were once rightly understood, is illustrated by his remark that if some years could be added to his life, he would give 50 of them to the study of the Book of Changes, and that then he expected to be without great faults. In the year BC 482, his son Lei died, and in the following year he lost by death his faithful disciple Yan Hui. When the news of this last misfortune reached him, he exclaimed, "Alas! Heaven is destroying me." A year later, a servant of Ji Kan caught a strange one-horned animal while on a hunting excursion, and as no one present could tell what animal it was, Confucius was sent for. At once he declared it to be a qi lin, and legend says that its identity with the one which appeared before his birth was proved by its having the piece of ribbon on its horns which Zhen Zhai tied to the weird animal which presented itself to her in a dream on Mount Ne. This second apparition could only have one meaning, and Confucius was profoundly affected at the portent. "For whom have you come?" he cried. "For whom have you come?" And then, bursting into tears, he added, "The cause of my doctrine is run, and I am unknown." "How do you mean that you are unknown?" asked Ji Kung. "I don't complain of providence," answered the sage, "nor find fault with men that learning is neglected and success is worshipped. Heaven knows me. Never does a superior man pass away without leaving a name behind him. My principles make no progress, and how shall I be viewed in future ages?" At this time, notwithstanding his declining strength and his many employments, he wrote the Chun Qiu, or Spring and Autumn Annals, in which he followed the history of his native state of Lu, from the time of the Duke Yin to the 14th year of the Duke Ai, that is, to the time when the appearance of the qi lin warned him to consider his life at an end. This is the only work of which Confucius was the author, and of this every word is his own. His biographer says that what was written he wrote, and what was erased by him. Not an expression was either inserted or altered by anyone but himself. When he had completed work, he handed the manuscript to his disciples, saying, "By the Spring and Autumn Annals I shall be known, and by the Spring and Autumn Annals I shall be condemned. This only furnishes another of the many instances in which authors have entirely misjudged the value of their own works. In the estimation of his countrymen even, whose reverence for his every word would incline them to accept his opinion on this as on every subject, the Spring and Autumn Annals holds a very secondary place, his utterances recorded in the 论语 or Confucius Analects being esteemed of far higher value, as they undoubtedly are, and indeed two works he compiled, the 虚经 and the 西经, hold a very much higher place in the public regard than the book on which he so prided himself. To foreigners whose judgments are unhampered by his recorded opinion, his character as an original historian sinks into insignificance, and he is known only as a philosopher and statesman. Once again, only do we hear of Confucius presenting himself at the court of the Duke after this, and this was on the occasion of the murder of the Duke of Qi by one of his officers. We must suppose that the crime was one of a gross nature, for it raised Confucius' fiercest anger, and he who never wearied of singing the praises of those virtuous men who overthrew the thrones of licentious and tyrannous kings would have had no room for blame if the murdered duke had been like unto Ji or Zhao. But the outrage was one which Confucius felt should be avenged, and he therefore bathed and presented himself at court. Sir, said he, addressing the duke, Chen Huang has slain his sovereign. I beg that you will undertake to punish him. But the duke was indisposed to move in the matter, and pleaded the comparative strength of Qi. Confucius, however, was not to be so silenced. One half of the people of Qi, said he, are not consenting to the deed. If you add to the people of Lu one half of the people of Qi, you will be sure to overcome. This numerical argument no more affected the duke than the statement of the fact, and wearying with Confucius' importunity, he told him to lay the matter before the chiefs of the three principal families of the state. Before this court of appeal, whither he went with reluctance, his cause fared no better, and the murdered remained unavenged. At a period when every prince held his throne by the strength of his right arm, revolutions lost half their crime, and must have been looked upon rather as trials of strength than as disloyal villainies. The frequency of their occurrence also made them less the subjects of surprise and horror. At the time of which we write, the states in the neighborhood of Lu appear to have been in a very disturbed condition. Immediately following on the murder of the Duke of Qi, news was brought to Confucius that a revolution had broken out in Wei. This was an occurrence which particularly interested him, for when he returned from Wei to Lu, he left Ji Lu and Ji Yao, two of the disciples engaged in the official service of the state. Ji Yao will return, was Confucius' remark. When he was told of the outbreak, but Ji Lu will die, the prediction was verified, for when Ji Yao saw that matters were desperate, he made his escape, but Ji Lu remained to defend his chief, and fell fighting in the cause of his master. Though Confucius had looked forward to the event as probable, he was nonetheless grieved when he heard that it had come about, and he mourned for his friend, whom he was so soon to follow to the grave. One morning in the spring of year BC 478, he walked in front of a store, mumbling as he went, "The great mountain must crumble, the strong beam must break, and the wise man withers away like a plant." These words came as a presage of evil to the faithful Ji Kung. "If the great mountain crumble," said he, "to what shall I look up? If the strong beam break, and the wise man wither away, on whom shall I lean? The master, I fear, is going to be ill." So saying, he hastened after Confucius into the house. "What makes you so late?" said Confucius, when the disciple presented himself before him. And then he added, "According to the statutes of Shah, the corpse was dressed and coffined at the top of the eastern steps, treating the dead as if he were still the host. Under the yin, the ceremony was performed between the two pillars, as if the dead were both host and guest. The rule of Jiao is to perform it at the top of the western steps, treating the dead as if he were a guest. I am a man of yin, and last night I dreamed that I was sitting with offerings before me, between the two pillars. No intelligent monarch arises. There is not one in the empire who will make me his master. My time is come to die. It is eminently characteristic of Confucius that, in his last recorded speech and dream, his thoughts should so have dwelt on the ceremonies of bygone ages. But the dream had its fulfillment. That same day he took to his bed, and after a week's illness he expired. On the banks of the river Sea, to the north of the capital city of Lu, his disciples buried him, and for 3 years they mourned at his grave. Even such marked respect as this fell short of the homage which Zigong, his most faithful disciple, felt was due to him, and for 3 additional years that loving follower testified by his grief his reverence for his master. I have all my life had the heaven above my head, said he, but I do not know its height, and the earth under my feet, but I know not its thickness. In serving Confucius, I am like a thirsty man, who goes with his pitcher to the river and there drains his fill, without knowing the river's depth. End of section 31.
Section 32 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Rome established as a republic, institution of tribunes, B.C. 510 to 494. Henry George Liddell. The Republic of Rome was the outcome of a sudden revolution caused by the crimes of the House of Tarquin, an Etruscan family who had reached the highest power at Rome. The indignation raised by the rape of Lucretia by Sextus Tarquinius and the suicide of the outraged lady at Colatia moved her father, in conjunction with Lucius Junius Brutus and Publius Valerius, to start a rebellion. The people were assembled by curiae, or wards, and voted that Tarquinius Superbus should be stripped of the kingly power, and that he and all his family should be banished from Rome. This was accordingly done, and instead of kings, councils were appointed to wield the supreme power. These councils were elected annually at the Comitia Centuriata, and they had sovereign power granted them by a vote of the Comitia Curiata. The first councils chosen were Lucius Junius Brutus and Lucius Tarquinius Collatinus. What is known as the secession to the Sacred Hill took place when the plebeians of Rome, in the early days of the Republic, indignant at the oppression and cruelty of the patricians, left the city en masse, and gathered with hostile manifestations at a hill, Mons Sacer, some distance from Rome. It was here Menenius Agrippa conciliated them by reciting the famous fable of the belly and the members. After this, the people were induced to come to terms with the patricians and to return to the city. The people had, however, gained a great advantage by their bold defiance of the consular and patrician class, who had practically been supreme in the state, had been oppressive moneylenders, and had controlled the decisions of the law courts. It was not in vain that the people now demanded that, as the two councils were practically elected to further the interests of the upper class, so they, the plebeians, should have the election of 2 tribunes to protect them from wrong and oppression. These new officers were duly appointed, and eventually their number was increased to 10. Their power was almost absolute, but it never seems to have been abused, and this fact is a proof of the native moderation of the ancient Romans. There have been many constitutional struggles in the history of modern times, but nothing like the plebeian tribunate has ever appeared, and it is a question if the institution could have existed for a month in any country of modern times with the salutary influence which it exercised in early Rome. Tarquin had made himself king by the aid of the patricians, and chiefly by means of the 3rd or Lucerian tribe, to which his family belonged. The burgesses of the Gentes were indignant at the curtailment of their privileges by the popular reforms of Servius, and were glad to lend themselves to any overthrow of his power. But Tarquin soon kicked away the ladder by which he had risen. He abrogated, it is true, the hated Assembly of the Centuries, but neither did he pay any heed to the Curiate Assembly, nor did he allow any new members to be chosen into the Senate in place of those who were removed by death or other causes, so that even those who had helped him to the throne repented them of their deed. The name of Superbus, or the Proud, testifies to the general feeling against the despotic rule of the second Tarquin. It was by foreign alliances that he calculated on supporting his despotism at home. The Etruscans of Tarquinii and all its associate cities were his friends, and among the Latins also he sought to raise a power which might counterbalance the Senate and people of Rome. The wisdom of Tarquinius Priscus and Servius had united all the Latin name to Rome, so that Rome had become the sovereign city of Latium. The last Tarquin drew all those ties still closer. He gave his daughter in marriage to Octavius Mamilius, chief of Tusculum, and favored the Latins in all things. But at a general assembly of the Latins at the Ferentine Grove, beneath the Alban Mount, where they had been accustomed to meet of olden time to settle their national affairs, Turnus Herdonius of Aricia rose and spoke against him. Then Tarquinius accused him of high treason, and brought false witnesses against him, and so powerful with the Latins was the king that they condemned their countrymen to be drowned in the Ferentine water, and obeyed Tarquinius in all things. With them he made war upon the Volscians, and took the city of Suessa, wherein was a great booty. This booty he applied to the execution of great works in the city, in emulation of his father and King Servius. The elder Tarquin had built up the side of the Tarpeian rock, and levelled the summit, to be the foundation of a temple of Jupiter, but he had not completed the work. Tarquinius Superbus now removed all the temples and shrines of the old Sabine gods, which had been there since the time of Titus Tatius, but the goddess of youth and the god Terminus kept their place, whereby was signified that the Roman people should enjoy undecaying vigor, and that the boundaries of their empire should never be drawn in. And on the Tarpeian height he built a magnificent temple, to be dedicated jointly to the great gods of the Latins and Etruscans, Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva, and this part of the Saturnian hill was ever after called the Capitol, or the chief place, while the upper part was called the Arx, or citadel. He brought architects from Etruria to plan the temple, but he forced the Roman people to work for him without hire. One day a strange woman appeared before the king and offered him 9 books to buy, and when he refused them, she went away and burned 3 of the 9 books, and brought back the remaining 6, and offered to sell them at the same price that she had asked for the 9. And when he laughed at her and again refused, she went as before, and burned 3 more books, and came back and asked still the same price for the 3 that were left. Then the king was struck by her pertinacity, and he consulted his augurs what this might be, and they bade him by all means buy the 3, and said he had done wrong not to buy the 9, for these were the books of the Sibyl, and contained great secrets. So the books were kept underground in the Capitol in a stone chest, and 2 men, duumviri, were appointed to take charge of them, and consult them when the state was in danger. The only Latin town that defied Tarquin's power was Gabii, and Sextus, the king's youngest son, promised to win this place also for his father. So he fled from Rome and presented himself at Gabii, and there he made complaints of his father's tyranny and prayed for protection. The Gabians believed him and took him into their city, and they trusted him, so that in time he was made commander of their army. Now his father suffered him to conquer in many small battles, and the Gabians trusted him more and more. Then he sent privately to his father and asked what he should do to make the Gabians submit. Then King Tarquin gave no answer to the messenger, but, as he walked up and down his garden, he kept cutting off the heads of the tallest poppies with his staff. At last the messenger was tired, and went back to Sextus and told him what had passed. But Sextus understood what his father meant, and he began to accuse falsely all the chief men, and some of them he put to death, and some he banished. So at last the city of Gabii was left defenseless, and Sextus delivered it up to his father. While Tarquin was building his temple on the Capitol, a strange portent offered itself, for a snake came forth and devoured the sacrifices on the altar. The king, not content with the interpretation of his Etruscan soothsayers, sent persons to consult the famous oracle of the Greeks at Delphi, and the persons he sent were his own sons, Titus and Aarons, and his sister's son, Lucius Junius, a young man who, to avoid his uncle's jealousy, feigned to be without common sense, wherefore he was called Brutus, or the dullard. The answer given by the oracle was that the chief power of Rome should belong to him of the three who should first kiss his mother, and the two sons of King Tarquin agreed to draw lots which of them should do this as soon as they returned home. But Brutus perceived that the oracle had another sense, so as soon as they landed in Italy, he fell down on the ground as if he had stumbled, and kissed the earth, for she, he thought, was the true mother of all mortal things. When the sons of Tarquin returned with their cousin, Lucius Junius Brutus, they found the king at war with the Rutulians of Ardea. Being unable to take the place by storm, he was forced to blockade it, and while the Roman army was encamped before the town, the young men used to amuse themselves at night with wine and wassail. One night there was a feast at which Sextus, the king's third son, was present, as also Collatinus, the son of Egerius, the king's uncle, who had been made governor of Calatia. Soon they began to dispute about the worthiness of their wives, and when each maintained that his own wife was worthiest, "Come, gentlemen," said Collatinus, "let us take horse and see what our wives are doing. They expect us not, and so we shall know the truth." All agreed, and they galloped to Rome, and there they found the wives of all the others feasting and revelling. But when they came to Calatia, they found Lucretia, the wife of Collatinus, not making merry like the rest, but sitting in the midst of her handmaids, carding wool and spinning. So they all allowed that Lucretia was the worthiest. Now Lucretia was the daughter of a noble Roman, Spurius Lucretius, who was at this time prefect of the city. For it was the custom, when the kings went out to war, that they left a chief man at home to administer all things in the king's name, and he was called prefect of the city. But it chanced that Sextus, the king's son, when he saw the fair Lucretia, was smitten with lustful passion, and a few days after he came again to Calatia, and Lucretia entertained him hospitably as her husband's cousin and friend. But at midnight he arose, and came with stealthy steps to her bedside, and, holding a sword in his right hand, and laying his left hand upon her breast, he bade her yield to his wicked desires, for if not he would slay her, and lay one of her slaves beside her, and would declare that he had taken them in adultery. So for shame she consented to that which no fear would have wrung from her, and Sextus, having wrought this deed of shame, returned to the camp. Then Lucretia sent to Rome for her father, and to the camp at Ardea for her husband. They came in haste. Lucretius brought with him Publius Valerius, and Collatinus brought Lucius Junius Brutus, his cousin. And they came in and asked if all was well. Then she told them what was done. But, she said, my body only has suffered the shame, for my will consented not to the deed. Therefore, she cried, avenge me on the wretch Sextus. As for me, though my heart has not sinned, I can live no longer. No one shall say that Lucretia set an example of living in unchastity. So she drew forth a knife, and stabbed herself to the heart. When they saw that, her father and her husband cried aloud, but Brutus drew the knife from the wound, and holding it up, spoke thus: By this pure blood I swear before the gods, that I will pursue Lucius Tarquinius the proud, and all his bloody house, with fire, sword, or in whatsoever way I may, and that neither they nor any other shall hereafter be king in Rome. Then he gave the knife to Collatinus and Lucretius and Valerius, and they all swore likewise, much marveling to hear such words from Lucius Junius the dullard. And they took up the body of Lucretia, and carried it into the forum, and called on the men of Calatia to rise against the tyrant. So they set a guard at the gates of the town, to prevent any news of the matter being carried to King Tarquin, and they themselves, followed by the youth of Calatia, went to Rome. Here Brutus, who was chief captain of the knights, called the people together, and he told them what had been done, and he called on them by the deed of shame wrought against Lucretius and Collatinus, by all that they had suffered from the tyrants, by the abominable murder of good King Servius, to assist them in taking vengeance on the Tarquins. So it was hastily agreed to banish Tarquinius and his family. The youth declared themselves ready to follow Brutus against the king's army, and the seniors put themselves under the rule of Lucretius, the prefect of the city. In this tumult, the wicked Tullia fled from her house, pursued by the curses of all men, who prayed that the avengers of her father's blood might be upon her. When the king heard what had passed, he set off in all haste for the city. Brutus also set off for the camp at Ardea, and he turned aside that he might not meet his uncle the king. So he came to the camp at Ardea, and the king came to Rome. And all the Romans at Ardea welcomed Brutus, and joined their arms to his, and thrust out all the king's sons from the camp. But the people of Rome shut the gates against the king, so that he could not enter. And King Tarquin, with his sons Titus and Arruns, went into exile, and lived at Ceri in Etruria. But Sextus fled to Gabii, where he had before held rule, and the people of Gabii slew him, in memory of his former cruelty. So Lucius Tarquinius Superbus was expelled from Rome, after he had been king 25 years. And in memory of this event was instituted a festival, called the Regifugium, or Fugalia, which was celebrated every year on the 24th day of February. To gratify the plebeians, the patricians consented to restore, in some measure at least, the popular institutions of King Servius, and it was resolved to follow his supposed intention with regard to the supreme government, that is, to have 2 magistrates elected every year, who were to have the same power as the king during the time of their rule. These were in after days known by the name of councils, but in ancient times they were called praetors, or judges. They were elected at the great assembly of centuries, and they had sovereign power conferred upon them by the assembly of the curies. They wore a robe edged with violet color, sat in their chairs of state called curule chairs, and were attended by 12 lictors each. These lictors carried fasces, or bundles of rods, out of which arose an axe, in token of the power of life and death possessed by the councils as successors of the kings. But only one of them at a time had a right to this power, and, in token thereof, his colleagues' fasces had no axes in them. Each retained this mark of sovereign power, imperium, for a month at a time. The first consuls were Lucius Junius Brutus and Lucius Tarquinius Collatinus. The new consuls filled up the Senate to the proper number of 300, and the new senators were called conscripti, while the old members retained their old name of patres. So after this the whole Senate was addressed by speakers as patres conscripti. But in later times it was forgotten that these names belonged to different sorts of persons, and the whole Senate was addressed by one name, patres conscripti. The name of king was hateful, but certain sacrifices had always been performed by the king in person, and therefore, to keep up form, a person was still chosen with the title of rex sacrorum or rex sacrificulus to perform these offerings, but even he was placed under the authority of the chief pontifex. After his expulsion, King Tarquin sent messengers to Rome to ask that his property should be given up to him, and the Senate decreed that his prayer should be granted. But the king's ambassadors, while they were in Rome, stirred up the minds of the young men and others who had been favored by Tarquin, so that a plot was made to bring him back. Among those who plotted were Titus and Tiberius, the sons of the consul Brutus, and they gave letters to the messengers of the king. But it chanced that a certain slave hid himself in the place where they met, and overheard them plotting, and he came and told the thing to the consuls, who seized the messengers of the king with the letters upon their persons, authenticated by the seals of the young men. The culprits were immediately arrested, but the ambassadors were let go, because their persons were regarded as sacred. And the goods of King Tarquin were given up for plunder to the people. Then the traitors were brought up before the councils, and the sight was such as to move all beholders to pity, for among them were the sons of Lucius Junius Brutus himself, the first consul, the liberator of the Roman people. And now all men saw how Brutus loved his country, for he bade the lictors put all the traitors to death, and his own sons first. And men could mark in his face the struggle between his duty as a chief magistrate of Rome and his feelings as a father. And while they praised and admired him, they pitied him yet more. Then a decree of the Senate was made that no one of the blood of the Tarquins should remain in Rome. And since Collatinus, the consul, was by descent a Tarquin, even he was obliged to give up his office and return to Collatia. In his room, Publius Valerius was chosen consul by the people. This was the first attempt to restore Tarquin the Proud. When Tarquin saw that the plot at home had failed, he prevailed on the people of Tarquinii and Veii to make war with him against the Romans. But the consuls came out against them, Valerius commanding the main army, and Brutus the cavalry. And it chanced that Aruns, the king's son, led the cavalry of the enemy. When he saw Brutus, he spurred his horse against him, and Brutus declined not the combat. So they rode straight at each other with levelled spears, and so fierce was the shock that they pierced each other through from breast to back, and both fell dead. Then also the armies fought, but the battle was neither won nor lost. But in the night a voice was heard by the Etruscans, saying that the Romans were the conquerors. So the enemy fled by night, and when the Romans arose in the morning, there was no man to oppose them. Then they took up the body of Brutus and departed home, and buried him in public with great pomp, and the matrons of Rome mourned him for a whole year, because he had avenged the injury of Lucretia. And thus the second attempt to restore King Tarquin was frustrated. After the death of Brutus, Publius Valerius ruled the people for a while by himself, and he began to build himself a home upon the ridge called Velia, which looks down upon the Forum. So the people thought that he was going to make himself king. But when he heard this, he called an assembly of the people, and appeared before them with his fasces lowered, and with no axes in them, whence the custom remained ever after that no consular lictors wore axes within the city, and no consul had power of life and death, except when he was in command of his legions abroad. And he pulled down the beginning of his house upon the Velia, and built it below that hill. Also, he passed laws that every Roman citizen might appeal to the people against the judgment of the chief magistrates. Wherefore he was greatly honored among the people, and was called Poplicola, or friend of the people. After this, Valerius called together the great assembly of the centuries, and they chose Spurius Lucretius, father of Lucretius, to succeed Brutus. But he was an old man, and in not many days he died. So Marcus Horatius was chosen in his stead. The temple on the Capitol which King Tarquin began had never yet been consecrated. Then Valerius and Horatius drew lots which should be the consecrator, and the lot fell on Horatius. But the friends of Valerius murmured, and they wished to prevent Horatius from having the honor. So, when he was now saying the prayer of consecration, with his hand upon the doorpost of the temple, there came a messenger, who told him that his son was just dead, and that one mourning for a son could not rightly consecrate the temple. But Horatius kept his hand upon the doorpost, and told them to see to the burial of his son, and finished the rites of consecration. Thus did he honor the gods even above his own son. In the next year Valerius was again made consul, with Titus Lucretius, and Tarquinius, despairing now of aid from his friends at Veii and Tarquinii, went to Lars Porsena of Clusium, a city on the river Clanus, which falls into the Tiber. Porsena was, at this time, acknowledged as chief of the 12 Etruscan cities, and he assembled a powerful army and came to Rome. He came so quickly that he reached the Tiber and was near the Sublician bridge before there was time to destroy it, and if he had crossed it the city would have been lost. Then a noble Roman, called Horatius Cottus, of the Lucerian tribe, with 2 friends, Spurius Lartius, a Romnian, and Titus Herminius, a Titian, posted themselves at the far end of the bridge, and defended the passage against all the Etruscan host, while the Romans were cutting it off behind them. When it was all but destroyed, his two friends retreated across the bridge, and Horatius was left alone to bear the whole attack of the enemy. Well he kept his ground, standing unmoved amid the darts which were showered upon his shield, till the last beams of the bridge fell crashing into the river. Then he prayed, saying, "Father Tiber, receive me and bear me up, I pray thee." So he plunged in, and reached the other side safely, and the Romans honored him greatly. They put up his statue in the Comitium, and gave him as much land as he could plough round in a day, and every man at Rome subscribed the cost of 1 day's food to reward him. Then Porsena, disappointed in his attempt to surprise the city, occupied the hill Janiculum, and besieged the city, so that the people were greatly distressed by hunger. But Gaius Mucius, a noble youth, resolved to deliver his country by the death of the king. So he armed himself with a dagger, and went to the place where the king was used to sit in judgment. It chanced that the soldiers were receiving their pay from the king's secretary, who sat at his right hand splendidly apparelled. And as this man seemed to be chief in authority, Mucius thought that this must be the king, so he stabbed him to the heart. Then the guards seized him and dragged him before the king, who was greatly enraged, and ordered them to burn him alive if he would not confess the whole affair. Then Mucius stood before the king and said, "See how little thy tortures can avail to make a brave man tell the secrets committed to him." And so saying, he thrust his right hand into the fire of the altar, and held it in the flame with unmoved countenance. Then the king marveled at his courage, and ordered him to be spared and sent away in safety. "For," said he, "thou art a brave man, and hast done more harm to thyself than to me." Then Mucius replied, "Thy generosity, O king, prevails more with me than thy threats. Know that 300 Roman youths have sworn thy death. My lot came first, but all the rest remain, prepared to do and suffer like myself." So he was let go and returned home, and was called Scaevola, or the left-handed, because his right hand had been burnt off. End of section 32. Section 33 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Rome established as a republic. Institution of the Tribunes, B.C. 510 to 494, by Henry George Liddell. Part 2. King Porsena was greatly moved by the danger he had escaped, and perceiving the obstinate determination of the Romans, he offered to make peace. The Romans gladly gave ear to his words, for they were hard pressed, and they consented to give back all the land which they had won from the Etruscans beyond the Tiber. And they gave hostages to the king, in pledge that they would obey him as they had promised, 10 youths and 10 maidens. But one of the maidens, named Cloelia, had a man's heart, and she persuaded all her fellows to escape from the king's camp and swim across the Tiber. At first King Porsena was wroth, but then he was much amazed, even more than at the deeds of Horatius and Mucius. So when the Romans sent back Cloelia and her fellow maidens, for they would not break faith with the king, he bade her return home again, and told her she might take whom she pleased of the youth who were hostages, and she chose those who were yet boys, and restored them to their parents. So the Roman people gave certain lands to young Mucius, and they set up an equestrian statue to the bold Cloelia at the top of the sacred way. And King Porsena returned home, and thus the third and most formidable attempt to bring back Tarquin failed. When Tarquin now found that he had no hopes of further assistance from Porsena and his Etruscan friends, he went and dwelt at Tusculum, where Mamilius Octavius, his son-in-law, was still chief. Then the 30 Latin cities combined together, and made this Octavius their dictator, and bound themselves to restore their old friend and ally, King Tarquin, to the sovereignty of Rome. Publius Valerius, who was called Poplicola, was now dead, and the Romans looked about for some chief worthy to lead them against the army of the Latins. Poplicola had been made consul 4 times, and his compeers acknowledged him as their chief, and all men submitted to him as to a king. But now the 2 consuls were jealous of each other, nor had they power of life and death within the city, for Valerius, as we saw, had taken away the axes from the fasces. Now this was one of the reasons why Brutus and the rest made 2 consuls instead of 1 king, for they said that neither one would allow the other to become a tyrant. And since they only held office for 1 year at a time, they might be called on to give account of their government when their year was at an end. Yet, though this was a safeguard of liberty in times of peace, it was hurtful in time of war, for the consuls chosen by the people in their great assemblies were not always skillful generals, or, if they were so, they were obliged to lay down their command at the year's end. So the Senate determined, in cases of great danger, to call upon one of the consuls to appoint a single chief, who should be called dictator, or master of the people. He had sovereign power, imperium, both in the city and out of the city, and the fasces were always carried before him with the axes in them, as they had been before the king. He could only be appointed for 6 months, but at the end of the time he had to give no account, so that he was free to act according to his own judgment, having no colleague to interfere with him at the present, and no accusations to fear at a future time. The dictator was general in chief, and he appointed a chief officer to command the knights under him, who was called Master of the Horse. And now it appeared to be a fit time to appoint such a chief, to take the command of the army against the Latins. So the first dictator was Titus Lartius, and he made Spurius Cassius his master of the horse. This was in the year B.C. 499, 8 years after the expulsion of Tarquin. But the Latins did not declare war for 2 years after. Then the Senate again ordered the council to name a master of the people, or dictator, and he named Aulus Postumius, who appointed Titus Abutius, one of the consuls of that year, to be his master of the horse. So they led out the Roman army against the Latins, and they met at the lake Regillus, in the land of the Tusculans. King Tarquin and all his family were in the host of the Latins, and that day it was to be determined whether Rome should be again subject to the tyrant, and whether or not she was to be chief of the Latin cities. King Tarquin himself, old as he was, rode in front of the Latins in full armor, and when he descried the Roman dictator marshalling his men, he rode at him. But Postumius wounded him in the side, and he was rescued by the Latins. Then also Abutius, the master of the horse, and Octavius Mamilius, the dictator of the Latins, charged one another, and Abutius was pierced through the arm, and Mamilius wounded in the breast. But the Latin chief, nothing daunted, returned to battle, followed by Titus the king's son, with his band of exiles. These charged the Romans furiously, so that they gave way. But when Marcus Valerius, brother of the great Poplicola, saw this, he spurred his horse against Titus, and rode at him with spear in rest. And when Titus turned away and fled, Valerius rode furiously after him into the midst of the Latin host, and a certain Latin smote him in the side as he was riding past, so that he fell dead, and his horse galloped on without a rider. So the band of exiles pressed still more fiercely upon the Romans, and they began to flee. Then Postumius the dictator lifted up his voice, and vowed a temple to Castor and Pollux, the great twin heroes of the Greeks, if they would aid him. And behold, there appeared on his right 2 horsemen, taller and fairer than the sons of men, and their horses were as white as snow. And they led the dictator and his guard against the exiles and the Latins, and the Romans prevailed against them. And Titus Herminius the Titian, the friend of Horatius Cocles, ran Mamilius, the dictator of the Latins, through the body, so that he died. But when he was stripping the arms from his foe, another ran him through, and he was carried back to the camp, and he also died. Then also Titus, the king's son, was slain, and the Latins fled, and the Romans pursued them with great slaughter, and took their camp and all that was in it. Now Postumius had promised great rewards to those who first broke into the camp of the Latins, and the first who broke in were the two horsemen on white horses. But after the battle they were nowhere to be seen or found, nor was there any sign of them left, save on the hard rock there was the mark of a horse's hoof, which men said was made by the horse of one of those horsemen. But at this very time 2 youths on white horses rode into the Forum at Rome. They were covered with dust and sweat and blood, like men who had fought long and hard, and their horses also were bathed in sweat and foam. And they alighted near the temple of Vesta, and washed themselves in a spring that gushes out hard by, and told all the people in the Forum how the battle by the lake Regillus had been fought and won. Then they mounted their horses and rode away, and were seen no more. But Postumius, when he heard it, knew that these were Castor and Pollux, the great twin brethren of the Greeks, and that it was they who fought so well for Rome at the lake Regillus. So he built them a temple according to his vow, over the place where they had alighted in the Forum, and their effigies were displayed on Roman coins to the latest ages of the city. This was the 4th and last attempt to restore King Tarquin. After the great defeat of Lake Regillus, the Latin cities made peace with Rome, and agreed to refuse harborage to the old king. He had lost all his sons, and accompanied by a few faithful friends who shared his exile, he sought a last asylum at the Greek city of Cumae in the Bay of Naples, at the court of the tyrant Aristodemus. Here he died in the course of a year, 14 years after his expulsion. We shall now record not only the slow steps by which the Romans recovered dominion over their neighbors, but also the long-continued struggle by which the plebeians raised themselves to a level with the patricians, who had again become the dominant caste at Rome. Mixed up with legendary tales, as the history still is, enough is nevertheless preserved to excite the admiration of all who love to look upon a brave people pursuing a worthy object with patient but earnest resolution, never flinching, yet seldom injuring their good cause by reckless violence. To an Englishman this history ought to be especially dear, for more than any other in the annals of the world does it resemble the long-enduring constancy and sturdy determination, the temperate will and noble self-control, with which the commons of his own country secured their rights. It was by a struggle of this nature, pursued through a century and a half, that the character of the Roman people was molded into that form of strength and energy which threw back Hannibal to the coasts of Africa, and in half a century more made them masters of the Mediterranean shore. There can be no doubt that the wars that followed the expulsion of the Tarquins, with the loss of territory that accompanied them, must have reduced all orders of men at Rome to great distress. But those who most suffered were the plebeians. The plebeians at that time consisted entirely of landholders, great and small, and husbandmen, for in those times the practice of trades and mechanical arts was considered unworthy of a freeborn man. Some of the plebeian families were as wealthy as any among the patricians, but the mass of them were petty yeomen, who lived on the produce of their small farm, and were solely dependent for a living on their own limbs, their own thrift and industry. Most of them lived in the villages and small towns, which in those times were thickly sprinkled over the slopes of the Campagna. The patricians, on the other hand, resided chiefly within the city. If slaves were few as yet, they had the labor of their clients available to till their farms, and through their clients also they were enabled to derive a profit from the practice of trading and crafts, which personally neither they nor the plebeians would stoop to pursue. Besides these sources of profit, they had at this time the exclusive use of the public land, a subject on which we shall have to speak more at length hereafter. At present it will be sufficient to say that the public land now spoken of had been the crown land or regal domain, which on the expulsion of the kings had been forfeited to the state. The patricians being in possession of all actual power, engrossed possession of it, and seem to have paid a very small quit rent to the treasury for this great advantage. Besides this, the necessity of service in the army, or militia, as it might more justly be called, acted very differently on the rich landholder and the small yeoman. The latter, being called out with sword and spear for the summer's campaign, as his turn came round, was obliged to leave his farm uncared for, and his crop could only be reaped by the kind aid of neighbors, whereas the rich proprietor, by his clients or his hired laborers, could render the required military service without robbing the land of his own labor. Moreover, the territory of Rome was so narrow, and the enemy's borders so close at hand, that any night the stout yeoman might find himself reduced to beggary, by seeing his crops destroyed, his cattle driven away, and his homestead burnt in a sudden foray. The patricians and rich plebeians were, it is true, exposed to the same contingencies. But wealth will always provide some defense, and it is reasonable to think that the larger proprietors provided places of refuge into which they could drive their cattle and secure much of their property, such as the peel towers common in our own border counties. Thus the patricians and their clients might escape the storm which destroyed the isolated yeoman. To this must be added that the public land seems to have been mostly in pasturage, and therefore the property of the patricians must have chiefly consisted in cattle, which was more easily saved from depredation than the crops of the plebeian. Lastly, the profit derived from the trades and business of their clients, being secured by the walls of the city, gave to the patricians the command of all the capital that could exist in a state of society so simple and crude, and afforded at once a means of repairing their own losses, and also of obtaining a dominion over the poor yeoman. For some time after the expulsion of the Tarquins, it was necessary for the patricians to treat the plebeians with liberality. The institutions of the commons king, King Servius, suspended by Tarquin, were, partially at least, restored. It is said even that one of the first consuls was a plebeian, and that he chose several of the leading plebeians into the Senate. But after the death of Porcina, and when the fear of the Tarquins ceased, all these flattering signs disappeared. The consuls seem still to have been elected by the centuriate assembly, but the curiate assembly retained in their own hands the right of conferring the imperium, which amounted to a positive veto on the election by the larger body. All the names of the early consuls, except in the first year of the Republic, are patrician. But if by chance a consul displayed popular tendencies, it was in the power of the Senate and patricians to suspend his power by the appointment of a dictator. Thus, practically, the patrician burgesses again became the populace, or body politic, of Rome. It must not here be forgotten that this dominant body was an exclusive caste, that is, it consisted of a limited number of noble families, who allowed none of their members to marry with persons born out of the pale of their own order. The child of a patrician and a plebeian, or of a patrician and a client, was not considered as born in lawful wedlock, and however proud the blood which it derived from one parent, the child sank to the condition of the parent of lower rank. This was expressed in Roman language by saying that there was no right of connubium between patricians and any inferior classes of men. Nothing can be more impolitic than such restrictions, nothing more hurtful even to those who count it their privilege. In all exclusive or oligarchical pales, families become extinct, and the breed decays both in bodily strength and mental vigor. Happily for Rome, the patricians were unable long to maintain themselves as a separate caste. Yet the plebeians might long have submitted to this state of social and political inferiority, had not their personal distress and the severe laws of Rome driven them to seek relief, by claiming to be recognized as members of the body politic. The severe laws of which we speak were those of debtor and creditor. If a Roman borrowed money, he was expected to enter into a contract with his creditor to pay the debt by a certain day, and if on that day he was unable to discharge his obligation, he was summoned before the patrician judge, who was authorized by the law to assign the defaulter as a bondsman to his creditor, that is, the debtor was obliged to pay by his own labor the debt which he was unable to pay in money. Or if a man incurred a debt without such formal contract, the rule was still more imperious, for in that case the law itself fixed the day of payment, and if after a lapse of 30 days from that date the debt was not discharged, the creditor was empowered to arrest the person of his debtor, to load him with chains, and feed him on bread and water for another 30 days, and then, if the money still remained unpaid, he might put him to death, or sell him as a slave to the highest bidder, or, If there were several creditors, they might hew his body in pieces and divide it. And in this last case the law provided with scrupulous providence against the evasion by which the merchant of Venice escaped the cruelty of the Jew. For the Roman law said that whether a man cut more or less than his due, he should incur no penalty. These atrocious provisions, however, defeated their own object, for there was no more unprofitable way in which the body of a debtor could be disposed of. Such being the law of debtor and creditor, it remains to say that the creditors were chiefly of the patrician caste, and the debtors almost exclusively of the poorer sort among the plebeians. The patricians were the creditors because from their occupancy of the public land, and from their engrossing the profits to be derived from trade and crafts, they alone had spare capital to lend. The plebeian yeomen were the debtors because their independent position made them, at that time, helpless. Vassals, clients, serfs, or by whatever name dependents are called, do not suffer from the ravages of a predatory war like free landholders, because the loss falls on their lords or patrons. But when the independent yeoman's crops are destroyed, his cattle lifted, and his homestead in ashes, he must himself repair the loss. This was, as we have said, the condition of many Roman plebeians. To rebuild their houses and restock their farms, they borrowed. The patricians were their creditors, and the law, instead of protecting the smallholders, like the law of the Hebrews, delivered them over into serfdom or slavery. Thus the free plebeian population might have been reduced to a state of mere dependency, and the history of Rome might have presented a repetition of monotonous severity, like that of Sparta or of Venice. But it was ordained otherwise. The distress and oppression of the plebeians led them to demand and to obtain political protectors, by whose means they were slowly but surely raised to the equality of rights and privileges with their rulers and oppressors. These protectors were the famous tribunes of the plebs. We will now repeat the no less famous legends by which their first creation was accounted for. It was, by the common reckoning, 15 years after the expulsion of the Tarquins, B.C. 494, that the plebeians were roused to take the first step in the assertion of their rights. After the battle of Lake Regillus, the plebeians had reason to expect some relaxation of the law of debt, in consideration of the great services they had rendered in the war. But none was granted. The patrician creditors began to avail themselves of the severity of the law against their plebeian debtors. The discontent that followed was great, and the consuls prepared to meet the storm. These were Appius Claudius, the proud Sabine nobleman who had lately become a Roman, and who now led the high patrician party with all the unbending energy of a chieftain whose will had never been disputed by his obedient clansmen, and Publius Servilius, who represented the milder and more liberal party of the fathers. It chanced that an aged man rushed into the forum on a market day, loaded with chains, clothed with a few scanty rags, his hair and beard long and squalid, his whole appearance ghastly, as of one oppressed by long want of food and air. He was recognized as a brave soldier, the old comrade of many who thronged the forum. He told his story, how that in the late wars the enemy had burned his house and plundered his little farm, that to replace his losses he had borrowed money of a patrician, that his cruel creditor, in default of payment, had thrown him into prison and tormented him with chains and scourges. At this sad tale the passions of the people rose high. Appius was obliged to conceal himself, while Servilius undertook to plead the cause of the plebeians with the Senate. Meantime, news came to the city that the Roman territory was invaded by the Volscian foe. The consuls proclaimed a levy, but the stout yeomen, one and all, refused to give in their names and take the military oath. Servilius now came forward, and proclaimed by edict that no citizen should be imprisoned for debt so long as the war lasted, and that at the close of the war he would propose an alteration of the law. The plebeians trusted him, and the enemy was driven back. But when the popular council returned with his victorious soldiers, he was denied a triumph, and the Senate, led by Appius, refused to make any concession in favor of the debtors. The anger of the plebeians rose higher and higher, when again news came that the enemy was ravaging the lands of Rome. The Senate, well knowing that the power of the consuls would avail nothing, since Appius was regarded as a tyrant, and Servilius would not choose again to become an instrument for deceiving the people, appointed a dictator to lead the citizens into the field. But to make the act as popular as might be, they named Marcus Valerius, a descendant of the great Poplicola. The same scene was repeated over again. Valerius protected the plebeians against their creditors while they were at war, and promised them relief when war was over. But when the danger was gone by, Appius again prevailed. The Senate refused to listen to Valerius, and the dictator laid down his office, calling gods and men to witness that he was not responsible for his breach of faith. The plebeians who Valerius had led forth were still under arms, still bound by their military oath, and Appius, with the violent patricians, refused to disband them. The army, therefore, having lost Valerius, their proper general, chose two of themselves, Lucius Junius Brutus and Lucius Sicinius Bellutus by name, and under their command they marched northward and occupied the hill which commands the junction of the Tiber and the Anio. Here, at a distance of about 2 miles from Rome, they determined to settle and form a new city, leaving Rome to the patricians and their clients. But the latter were not willing to lose the best of their soldiery, the cultivators of the greater part of the Roman territory, and they sent repeated embassies to persuade the seceders to return. They, however, turned a deaf ear to all promises, for they had too often been deceived. Appius now urged the Senate and patricians to leave the plebeians to themselves. The nobles and their clients, he said, could well maintain themselves in the city without such base aid. But wiser sentiments prevailed. Titus Lartius and Marcus Valerius, both of whom had been dictators, with Menenius Agrippa, an old patrician of popular character, were empowered to treat with the people. Still their leaders were unwilling to listen, till old Menenius addressed them in the famous fable of the belly and the members. "In times of old," said he, "when every member of the body could think for itself, and each had a separate will of its own, they all, with one consent, resolved to revolt against the belly. They knew no reason, they said, why they should toil from morning till night in its service, while the belly lay at its ease in the midst of all, and indolently grew fat upon their labors. Accordingly they agreed to support it no more. The feet vowed they would carry it no longer, the hands that they would do no more work, the teeth that they would not chew a morsel of meat, even if it were placed between them. Thus resolved, the members for a time showed their spirit and kept their resolution, but soon they found that instead of mortifying the belly, they only undid themselves. They languished for a while, and perceived too late that it was owing to the belly that they had strength to work and courage to mutiny." The moral of this fable was plain. The people readily applied it to the patricians and themselves, and their leaders proposed terms of agreement to the patrician messengers. They required that the debtors who could not pay should have their debts cancelled, and that those who had been given up into slavery should be restored to freedom. This for the past. And as a security for the future, they demanded that 2 of themselves should be appointed for the sole purpose of protecting the plebeians against the patrician magistrates, if they acted cruelly or unjustly toward the debtors. The 2 officers thus to be appointed were called tribunes of the plebs. Their persons were to be sacred and inviolable during their year of office, whence their office is called sacrosancta potestas. They were never to leave the city during that time, and their houses were to be open day and night, that all who needed their aid might demand it without delay. This concession, apparently great, was much modified by the fact that the patricians insisted on the election of the tribunes being made at the comitia of the centuries, in which they themselves and their wealthy clients could usually command a majority. In later times the number of the tribunes was increased to 5, and afterward to 10. They were elected at the comitia of the tribes. They had the privilege of attending all sittings of the Senate, though they were not considered members of that famous body. Above all, they acquired the great and perilous power of the veto, by which any one of their number might stop any law or annul any decree of the Senate without cause or reason assigned. This right of veto was called the right of intercession. On the spot where this treaty was made, an altar was built to Jupiter, the causer and banisher of fear, for the plebeians had gone thither in fear and returned from it in safety. The place was called Mons Sacer, or the Sacred Hill, for ever after, and the laws by which the sanctity of the tribunician office was secured were called the Leges Sacratae. The tribunes were not properly magistrates or officers, for they had no express functions or official duties to discharge. They were simply representatives and protectors of the plebs. At the same time, however, with the institution of these protective officers, the plebeians were allowed the right of having 2 aediles chosen from their own body, whose business it was to preserve order and decency in the streets, to provide for the repair of all buildings and roads there, with other functions partly belonging to police officers and partly to commissioners of public works. End of section 33.
Section 34 of the Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Gillespie, Ashland, Kentucky. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Battle of Marathon, B.C. 490, Part 1. By Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Marathon. A name to conjure up such visions of glory as few battlefields have ever shown. Heroism and determination on the part of the Athenians, supported by the small but ever noble band of Plataeans who came to their aid. Who can read the repulse of the Persians on this ever memorable plain without experiencing a thrill of admiration and delight at the achievement? The whole world, since that battle, has looked upon it as a victory of the underdog. Many of the great engagements of modern times have been likened unto it. For long, it has been the synonym of brave despair, the conquering of an enemy many times superior in numbers to its opponents. This attempt of the Persians on the Greeks was not the first against them. That took place B.C. 493 under Mardonius. This commander had reduced Ionia, dethroned the despots, and established democracy throughout the land. After this, he turned his attention to Eretria and Athens, taking his army across the straits in vessels. But the ships of war and transports were wrecked by a mighty headwind as they rounded Mount Athos. Many were driven ashore, about 300 of them were totally lost, and some 20,000 men perished in the catastrophe. All the trouble between the Persians and Greeks arose over the capture of Sardis by the Ionians, B.C. 500. The city was burned, and then the Ionians retreated. It was to avenge this that Persia determined on a punitive expedition against the Greeks. The Ionians and Malaysian men were mostly slain by the Persians, the women and children led into captivity, and the temples in the cities burned and razed to the ground. In the Battle of Marathon, which succeeded these events, we have a vivid picture presented to us in Creasy's glowing words. 2,340 years ago, a council of Athenian officers was summoned on the slope of one of the mountains that look over the plain of Marathon on the eastern coast of Attica. The immediate subject of their meeting was to consider whether they should give battle to an enemy that lay encamped on the shore beneath them. But on the result of their deliberations depended not merely the fate of two armies, but the whole future progress of human civilization. Now, there were 11 members of that council of war. 10 were the generals who were then annually elected at Athens, one for each of the local tribes into which the Athenians were divided. Each general led the men of his own tribe, and each was invested with equal military authority. But one of the archons was also associated with them in the general command of the army. This magistrate was termed the polemarch, or war ruler. He had the privilege of leading the right wing of the army in battle, and his vote in a council of war was equal to that of any of the generals. A noble Athenian named Callimachus was the war ruler of this year, and as such stood listening to the earnest discussion of the 10 generals. They had indeed deep matter for anxiety, though little aware how momentous to mankind were the votes they were about to give, or how the generations to come would read with interest the record of their discussions. They saw before them the invading forces of a mighty empire, which had in the last 50 years shattered and enslaved nearly all the kingdoms and principal cities of the then known world. They knew that all the resources of their own country were comprised in the little army entrusted to their guidance. They saw before them a chosen host of the great king sent to wreak his special wrath on that country and on the other insolent little Greek community which had dared to aid his rebels and burn the capital of one of his provinces. That victorious host had already fulfilled half its mission of vengeance. Eretria, the confederate of Athens in the bold march against Sardis 9 years before, had fallen in the last few days, and the Athenian generals could discern from the heights the island of Agilia, in which the Persians had deposited their Eretrian prisoners, whom they had reserved to be led away captives into Upper Asia, there to hear their doom from the lips of King Darius himself. Moreover, the men of Athens knew that in the camp before them was their own banished tyrant, who was seeking to be reinstated by fire and scimitars in a despotic sway over any remnant of his countrymen that might survive the sack of their town and might be left behind as too worthless for leading away into Median bondage. The numerical disparity between the force which the Athenian commanders had under them and that which they were called on to encounter was hopelessly apparent to some of the council. The historians who wrote nearest to the time of the battle do not pretend to give any detailed statements of the numbers engaged, but there are sufficient data for our making a general estimate. Every free Greek was trained to military duty, and from the incessant border wars between the different states, few Greeks reached the age of manhood without having seen some service. But the muster roll of free Athenian citizens of an age fit for military duty never exceeded 30,000, and at this epoch probably did not amount to 2/3 of that number. Moreover, the poorer portion of these were unprovided with the equipments and untrained to the operations of the regular infantry. Some detachments of the best armed troops would be required to garrison the city itself and man the various fortified posts in the territory, so that it is impossible to reckon the fully equipped force that marched from Athens to Marathon when the news of the Persian landing arrived at higher than 10,000 men. With one exception, the other Greeks held back from aiding them. Sparta had promised assistance, but the Persians had landed on the 6th day of the moon, and a religious scruple delayed the march of Spartan troops till the moon should have reached its full. From one quarter only, and that from a most unexpected one, did Athens receive aid at the moment of her great peril. Some years before this time, the little state of Plataea in Boeotia, being hard pressed by her powerful neighbor Thebes, had asked the protection of Athens, and had owed to an Athenian army the rescue of her independence. Now when it was noised over Greece that the Mede had come from the uttermost parts of the earth to destroy Athens, the brave Plataeans, unsolicited, marched with their whole force to assist the defense and to share the fortunes of their benefactors. The general levy of the Plataeans amounted only to 1,000 men, and this little column, marching from their city along the southern ridge of Mount Cithaeron and thence across the Attic territory, joined the Athenian forces above Marathon almost immediately before the battle. The reinforcement was numerically small, but the gallant spirit of the men who composed it must have made it of tenfold value to the Athenians, and its presence must have gone far to dispel the cheerless feeling of being deserted and friendless, which the delay of the Spartan succors was calculated to create among the Athenian ranks. This generous daring of their weak but true-hearted ally was never forgotten at Athens. The Plataeans were made the civil fellow countrymen of the Athenians, except the right of exercising certain political functions. And from that time forth, in the solemn sacrifices at Athens, the public prayers were offered up for a joint blessing from heaven upon the Athenians and the Plataeans also. After the junction of the column from Plataea, the Athenian commanders must have had under them about 11,000 fully armed and disciplined infantry, and probably a large number of irregular, light-armed troops, as, besides the poorer citizens who went to the field armed with javelins, cutlasses, and targets, each regular, heavy-armed soldier was attended in the camp by one or more slaves who were armed like the inferior freemen. Cavalry or archers, the Athenians, on this occasion, had none, and the use in the field of military engines was not at that period introduced into ancient warfare. Contrasted with their own scanty forces, the Greek commanders saw stretched before them along the shores of the winding bay the tents and shipping of the varied nations who marched to do the bidding of the king of the eastern world. The difficulty of finding transports and of securing provisions would form the only limit to the numbers of a Persian army. Nor is there any reason to suppose the estimate of Justin exaggerated, who rates at 100,000 the force which on this occasion had sailed under the satraps Datis and Artaphernes from the Cilician shores against the devoted coasts of Euboea and Attica. And after largely deducting from this total, so as to allow for mere mariners and camp followers, there must still have remained fearful odds against the national levies of the Athenians. Nor could Greek generals then feel that confidence in the superior quality of their troops, which ever since the Battle of Marathon has animated Europeans in conflicts with Asiatics, as for instance in the after-struggles between Greece and Persia, or when the Roman legions encountered the myriads of Mithridates and Tigranes, or as is the case in the Indian campaigns of our own regiments. On the contrary, up to the day of Marathon, the Medes and Persians were reputed invincible. They had more than once met Greek troops in Asia Minor, in Cyprus, in Egypt, and had invariably beaten them. Nothing can be stronger than the expressions used by the early Greek writers respecting the terror which the name of the Medes inspired, and the prostration of men's spirits before the apparently resistless career of the Persian arms. It is, therefore, little to be wondered at that the 5 of the 10 Athenian generals shrank from the prospect of fighting a pitched battle against an enemy so superior in numbers and so formidable in military renown. Their own position on the heights was strong and offered great advantages to a small defending force against assailing masses. They deemed it mere foolhardiness to descend into the plain to be trampled down by the Asiatic horse, overwhelmed with the archery, or cut to pieces by the invincible veterans of Cambyses and Cyrus. Moreover, Sparta, the great war state of Greece, had been applied to and had promised succor to Athens, though the religious observance which the Dorians paid to certain times and seasons had for the present delayed their march. Was it not wise at any rate to wait till the Spartans came up, and to have the help of the best troops in Greece before they exposed themselves to the shock of the dreaded Medes? Specious as these reasons might appear, the other 5 generals were for speedier and bolder operations. And fortunately for Athens and for the world, one of them was a man not only of the highest military genius, but also of that energetic character which impresses its own type and ideas upon spirits feebler in conception. Miltiades was the head of one of the noblest houses at Athens. He ranked the Aeacidae among his ancestry, and the blood of Achilles flowed in the veins of the hero of Marathon. One of his immediate ancestors had acquired the dominion of the Thracian Chersonese, and thus the family became at the same time Athenian citizens and Thracian princes. This occurred at the time when Pisistratus was tyrant of Athens. 2 of the relatives of Miltiades, an uncle of the same name, and a brother named Stesagoras, had ruled the Chersonese before Miltiades became its prince. He had been brought up at Athens in the house of his father Cimon, who was renowned throughout Greece for his victories in the Olympic chariot races, and who must have been possessed of great wealth. The sons of Pisistratus, who succeeded their father in the tyranny at Athens, caused Cimon to be assassinated. But they treated the young Miltiades with favor and kindness, and when his brother Stesagoras died in the Chersonese, they sent him out there as lord of the principality. This was about 28 years before the Battle of Marathon, and it is with his arrival in the Chersonese that our first knowledge of the career and character of Miltiades commences. We find in the first act recorded of him the proof of the same resolute and unscrupulous spirit that marked his mature age. His brother's authority in the principality had been shaken by war and revolt. Miltiades determined to rule more securely. On his arrival, he kept close within his house, as if he was mourning for his brother. The principal men of the Chersonese, hearing of this, assembled from all the towns and districts, and went together to the house of Miltiades on a visit of condolence. As soon as he had thus got them in his power, he made them all prisoners. He then asserted and maintained his own absolute authority in the peninsula, taking into his pay a body of 500 regular troops, and strengthening his interest by marrying the daughter of the king of the neighboring Thracians. When the Persian power was extended to the Hellespont and its neighborhood, Miltiades, as prince of the Chersonese, submitted to King Darius, and he was one of the numerous tributary rulers who led their contingents of men to serve in the Persian army in the expedition against Scythia. Miltiades and the vassal Greeks of Asia Minor were left by the Persian king in charge of the bridge across the Danube when the invading army crossed that river and plunged into the wilds of the country that now is Russia, in vain pursuit of the ancestors of the modern Cossacks. On learning of the reverses that Darius met within the Scythian wilderness, Miltiades proposed to his companions that they should break the bridge down and leave the Persian king and his army to perish by famine and the Scythian arrows. The rulers of the Asiatic Greek cities whom Miltiades addressed shrank from this bold but ruthless stroke against the Persian power, and Darius returned in safety. But it was known what advice Miltiades had given, and the vengeance of Darius was thenceforth specially directed against the man who had counseled such a deadly blow against his empire and his person. The occupation of the Persian arms in other quarters left Miltiades for some years after this in possession of the Chersonese, but it was precarious and interrupted. He, however, availed himself of the opportunity which his position gave him of conciliating the goodwill of his fellow countrymen at Athens by conquering and placing under the Athenian authority the islands of Lemnos and Imbros, to which Athens had ancient claims, but which she had never previously been able to bring into complete subjection. At length, in BC 494, the complete suppression of the Ionian revolt by the Persians left their armies and fleets at liberty to act against the enemies of the great king to the west of the Hellespont. A strong squadron of Phoenician galleys was sent against the Chersonese. Miltiades knew that resistance was hopeless, and while the Phoenicians were at Tenedos, he loaded 5 galleys with all the treasure that he could collect and sailed away for Athens. The Phoenicians fell in with him and chased him hard along the north of the Aegean. One of his galleys, on board of which was his eldest son, Metiacus, was actually captured. But Miltiades, with the other 4, succeeded in reaching the friendly coast of Imbros in safety. Thence he afterward proceeded to Athens and resumed his station as a free citizen of the Athenian Commonwealth. The Athenians at this time had recently expelled Hippias, the son of Pisistratus, the last of their tyrants. They were in the full glow of their newly recovered liberty and equality, and the constitutional changes of Clisthenes had inflamed their republican zeal to the utmost. Miltiades had enemies in Athens, and these, availing themselves of the state of popular feeling, brought him to trial for his life for having been tyrant of the Chersonese. The charge did not necessarily import any acts of cruelty or wrong to individuals. It was founded on no specific law, but it was based on the horror with which the Greeks of that age regarded every man who made himself arbitrary master of his fellow men and exercised irresponsible dominion over them. The fact of Miltiades having so ruled in the Chersonese was undeniable. But the question which the Athenians assembled in judgment must have tried was whether Miltiades, although tyrant of the Chersonese, deserved punishment as an Athenian citizen. The eminent service that he had done the state in conquering Lemnos and Imbros for it pleaded strongly in his favor. The people refused to convict him. He stood high in public opinion, and when the coming invasion of the Persians was known, the people wisely elected him one of their generals for the year. 2 other men of high eminence in history, though their renown was achieved at a later period than that of Miltiades, were also among the 10 Athenian generals at Marathon. One was Themistocles, the future founder of the Athenian navy and the destined victor of Salamis. The other was Aristides, who afterward led the Athenian troops at Plataea, and whose integrity and just popularity acquired for his country, when the Persians had finally been repulsed, the advantageous preeminence of being acknowledged by half of the Greeks as their imperial leader and protector. It is not recorded what part either Themistocles or Aristides took in the debate of the council of war at Marathon. But from the character of Themistocles, his boldness, and his intuitive genius for extemporizing the best measures in every emergency, a quality which the greatest of historians ascribe to him beyond all his contemporaries, we may well believe that the vote of Themistocles was for prompt and decisive action. On the vote of Aristides, it may be more difficult to speculate. His predilection for the Spartans may have made him wish to wait till they came up. But though circumspect, he was neither timid as a soldier nor as a politician. And the bold advice of Miltiades may probably have found in Aristides a willing, most assuredly it found in him a candid hearer. Miltiades felt no hesitation as to the course which the Athenian army ought to pursue, and earnestly did he press his opinion on his brother generals. Practically acquainted with the organization of the Persian armies, Miltiades felt convinced of the superiority of the Greek troops, if properly handled. He saw with the military eye of a great general the advantage which the position of the forces gave him for a sudden attack, and as a profound politician, he felt the perils of remaining inactive and of giving treachery time to ruin the Athenian cause. One officer of the council of war had not yet voted. This was Callimachus, the war ruler. The votes of the general were 5 and 5, so that the voice of Callimachus would be decisive. On that vote, in all human probability, the destiny of all the nations of the world depended. Miltiades turned to him, and in simple soldiery eloquence, the substance of which we may read faithfully reported in Herodotus, who had conversed with the veterans of Marathon, the great Athenian thus adjured his countrymen to vote for giving battle. It now rests with you, Callimachus, either to enslave Athens, or by assuring her freedom, to win yourself an immortality of fame, such as not even Harmodius and Aristogiton have acquired. For never, since the Athenians were a people, were they in such danger as they are in this moment. If they bow the knee to these Medes, they are to be given up to Hippias, and you know what they will then have to suffer. But if Athens comes victorious out of this contest, she has it in her to become the first city of Greece. Your vote is to decide whether we are to join battle or not. If we do not bring on a battle presently, some factious intrigue will disunite the Athenians, and the city will be betrayed to the Medes. But if we fight before there is anything rotten in the state of Athens, I believe that, provided the gods will give fair play and no favor, we are able to get the best of it in an engagement. The vote of the brave war ruler was gained. The council determined to give battle. And such was the ascendancy and acknowledged military eminence of Miltiades that his brother generals, one and all, gave up their days of command to him and cheerfully acted under his orders. Fearful, however, of creating any jealousy and of so failing to obtain the vigorous cooperation of all parts of his small army, Miltiades waited till the day when the chief command would have come round to him in regular rotation before he led the troops against the enemy. The inaction of the Asiatic commanders during this interval appears strange at first sight. But Hippias was with them, and they and he were aware of their chance of a bloodless conquest through the machinations of his partisans among the Athenians. The nature of the ground also explains in many points the tactics of the opposite generals before the battle, as well as the operations of the troops during the engagement. End of section 34, The Battle of Marathon, Part 1. Section 35 of the Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Battle of Marathon, B.C. 490, Part 2. The plain of Marathon, which is about 22 miles distant from Athens, lies along the bay of the same name on the northeastern coast of Attica. The plain is nearly in the form of a crescent and about 6 miles in length. It is about 2 miles broad in the center, where the space between the mountains and the sea is greatest, but it narrows toward either extremity, the mountains coming close down to the water at the horns of the bay. There is a valley trending inward from the middle of the plain, and a ravine comes down to it to the southward. Elsewhere, it is closely girt round on the land side by rugged limestone mountains, which are thickly studded with pines, olive trees, and cedars, and overgrown with the myrtle, arbutus, and the other low odoriferous shrubs that everywhere perfume the Attic air. The level of the ground is now varied by the mound raised over those who fell in the battle, but it was an unbroken plain when the Persians encamped on it. There are marshes at each end, which are dry in spring and summer, and then offer no obstruction to the horsemen, but are commonly flooded with rain, and so rendered impracticable for cavalry in the autumn, the time of year at which the action took place. The Greeks, lying encamped on the mountains, could watch every movement of the Persians on the plain below, while they were enabled completely to mask their own. Miltiades also had, from his position, the power of giving battle whenever he pleased, or of delaying it at his discretion, unless Datis were to attempt the perilous operation of storming the heights. If we turn to the map of the Old World to test the comparative territorial resources of the two states whose armies were now about to come into conflict, the immense preponderance of the material power of the Persian king over that of the Athenian Republic is more striking than any similar contrast which history can supply. It has been truly remarked that in estimating mere areas, Attica, containing on its whole surface only 700 square miles, shrinks into insignificance if compared with many a baronial fief of the Middle Ages, or many a colonial allotment of modern times. Its antagonist, the Persian Empire, comprised the whole of modern Asiatic and much of modern European Turkey, the modern kingdom of Persia, and the countries of modern Georgia, Armenia, Balkh, the Punjab, Afghanistan, Baluchistan, Egypt, and Tripoli. Nor could a European in the beginning of the 5th century before our era look upon this huge accumulation of power beneath the scepter of a single Asiatic ruler with the indifference with which we now observe on the map the extensive dominions of modern Oriental sovereigns. For, as has already been remarked, before Marathon was fought, the prestige of success and of supposed superiority of race was on the side of the Asiatic against the European. Asia was the original seat of human societies, and long before any trace can be found of the inhabitants of the rest of the world having emerged from the rudest barbarism, we can perceive that mighty and brilliant empires flourished in the Asiatic continent. They appear before us through the twilight of primeval history, dim and indistinct, but massive and majestic, like mountains in the early dawn. Instead, however, of the infinite variety and restless change which has characterized the institutions and fortunes of European states ever since the commencement of the civilization of our continent, a monotonous uniformity pervades the histories of nearly all Oriental empires, from the most ancient down to the most recent times. They are characterized by the rapidity of their early conquests, by the immense extent of the dominions comprised in them, by the establishment of a satrap or paschal system of governing the provinces, by an invariable and speedy degeneracy in the princes of the royal house, the effeminate nurslings of the seraglio succeeding to the warrior sovereigns reared in the camp, and by the internal anarchy and insurrections which indicate and accelerate the decline and fall of these unwieldy and ill-organized fabrics of power. It is also a striking fact that the governments of all the great Asiatic empires have in all ages been absolute despotisms. And herein is right in connecting this with another great fact, which is important from its influence both on the political and the social life of Asiatics. Among all the considerable nations of Inner Asia, the paternal government of every household was corrupted by polygamy. Where that custom exists, a good political constitution is impossible. Fathers being converted into domestic despots are ready to pay the same abject obedience to their sovereign which they exact from their family and dependents in their domestic economy. We should bear in mind also the inseparable connection between the state religion and all legislation which has always prevailed in the East, and the constant existence of a powerful sacerdotal body exercising some check, though precarious and irregular, over the throne itself, grasping at all civil administration, claiming the supreme control of education, stereotyping the lines in which literature and science must move, and limiting the extent to which it shall be lawful for the human mind to prosecute its inquiries. With these general characteristics rightly felt and understood, it becomes a comparatively easy task to investigate and appreciate the origin, progress, and principles of Oriental empires in general, as well as of the Persian monarchy in particular. And we are thus better enabled to appreciate the repulse which Greece gave to the arms of the East, and to judge of the probable consequences to human civilization if the Persians had succeeded in bringing Europe under their yoke, as they had already subjugated the fairest portions of the rest of the then known world. The Greeks, from their geographical position, formed the natural vanguard of European liberty against Persian ambition, and they preeminently displayed the salient points of distinctive national character which have rendered European civilization so far superior to Asiatic. The nations that dwelt in ancient times around and near the northern shores of the Mediterranean Sea were the first in our continent to receive from the East the rudiments of art and literature, and the germs of social and political organizations. Of these nations, the Greeks, through their vicinity to Asia Minor, Phoenicia, and Europe, were among the very foremost in acquiring the principles and habits of civilized life, and they also at once imparted a new and wholly original stamp on all which they received. Thus, in their religion, they received from foreign settlers the names of all their deities and many of their rites, but they discarded the loathsome monstrosities of the Nile, the Orontes, and the Ganges. They nationalized their creed, and their own poets created their beautiful mythology. No sacerdotal caste ever existed in Greece. So, in their governments, they lived long under hereditary kings, but never endured the permanent establishment of absolute monarchy. Their early kings were constitutional rulers, governing with defined prerogatives. And long before the Persian invasion, the kingly form of government had given way in almost all the Greek states to republican institutions, presenting infinite varieties of the blending or the alternate predominance of the oligarchical and democratical principles. In literature and science, the Greek intellect followed no beaten track and acknowledged no limitary rules. The Greeks thought their subjects boldly out, and the novelty of a speculation invested it in their minds with interest and not with criminality. Versatile, restless, enterprising, and self-confident, the Greeks presented the most striking contrast to the habitual quietude and submissiveness of the Orientals. And of all the Greeks, the Athenians exhibited these national characteristics in the strongest degree. This spirit of activity and daring, joined to a generous sympathy for the fate of their fellow Greeks in Asia, had led them to join in the last Ionian War, and now mingling with their abhorrence of the usurping family of their own citizens, which for a period had forcibly seized on and exercised despotic power at Athens, nerved them to defy the wrath of King Darius, and to refuse to receive back at his bidding the tyrant whom they had some years before driven out. The enterprise and genius of an Englishman have lately confirmed by fresh evidence and invested with fresh interest the might of the Persian monarch who sent his troops to combat at Marathon. Inscriptions in a character termed the arrow-headed or cuneiform had long since been known to exist on the marble monuments at Persepolis, near the site of ancient Susa, and on the faces of rocks in other places formerly ruled over by the early Persian kings. But for thousands of years, they had been mere unintelligible enigmas to the curious but baffled beholder, and they were often referred to as instances of the folly of human pride, which could indeed write its own praises in the solid rock, but only for the rock to outlive the language, as well as the memory of the vainglorious inscribers. The elder Niebuhr, Grote, and Lassen had made some guesses at the meaning of the cuneiform letters, but Major Rawlinson of the East India Company's service, after years of labor, has at last accomplished the glorious achievement of fully revealing the alphabet and the grammar of this long unknown tongue. He has in particular fully deciphered and expounded the inscription on the sacred rock of Behistun on the western frontiers of Media. These records of the Achaemenidae have at length found their interpreter, and Darius himself speaks to us from the consecrated mountain and tells us the names of the nations that obeyed him, the revolts that he suppressed, his victories, his piety, and his glory. Kings who thus seek the admiration of posterity are little likely to dim the record of their successes by the mention of their occasional defeats. And it throws no suspicion on the narrative of the Greek historians that we find these inscriptions silent respecting the overthrow of Datis and Artaphernes, as well as respecting the reverses which Darius sustained in person during his Scythian campaigns. But these indisputable monuments of Persian fame confirm and even increase the opinion with which Herodotus inspires us of the vast power which Cyrus founded and Cambyses increased, which Darius augmented by Indian and Arabian conquests, and seemed likely when he directed his arms against Europe to make the predominant monarchy of the world. With the exception of the Chinese Empire, in which throughout all ages down to the last few years, 1/3 of the human race has dwelt almost unconnected with the other portions, all of the great kingdoms which we know to have existed in ancient Asia were, in Darius' time, blended into the Persian. The northern Indians, the Assyrians, the Syrians, the Babylonians, the Chaldeans, the Phoenicians, and the nations of Palestine, the Armenians, the Bactrians, the Lydians, the Phrygians, the Parthians, and the Medes. All obeyed the scepter of the great king. The Medes standing next to the native Persians in honor, and the empire being frequently spoken of as that of the Medes, or as that of the Medes and the Persians. Egypt and Cyrene were Persian provinces. The Greek colonists in Asia Minor and the islands of the Aegean were Darius' subjects, and their gallant but unsuccessful attempts to throw off the Persian yoke had only served to rivet it more strongly and to increase the general belief that the Greeks could not stand before the Persians in a field of battle. Darius' Scythian war, though unsuccessful in its immediate object, had brought about the subjugation of Thrace and the submission of Macedonia. From the Indus to the Peneus, all was his. We may imagine the wrath with which the lord of so many nations must have heard 9 years before the Battle of Marathon that a strange nation toward the setting sun, called the Athenians, had dared to help his rebels in Ionia against him, and that they had plundered and burned the capital of one of his provinces. Before the burning of Sardis, Darius seems never to have heard of the existence of Athens, but his satraps in Asia Minor had for some time seen Athenian refugees at their provincial courts imploring assistance against their fellow countrymen. When Hippias was driven away from Athens, and the tyrannic dynasty of the Pisistratidae finally overthrown in BC 510, the banished tyrant and his adherents, after vainly seeking to be restored by Spartan intervention, had betaken themselves to Sardis, the capital city of the satrapy of Artaphernes. There Hippias, in the expressive words of Herodotus, began every kind of agitation, slandering the Athenians before Artaphernes, and doing all he could to induce the satrap to place Athens in subjection to him, as the tributary vassal of King Darius. When the Athenians heard of his practices, they sent envoys to Sardis to remonstrate with the Persians against taking up the quarrel of the Athenian refugees. But Artaphernes gave them in reply a menacing command to receive Hippias back again if they looked for safety. The Athenians were resolved not to purchase safety at such a price, and after rejecting the satrap's terms, they considered that they and the Persians were declared enemies. At this very crisis, the Ionian Greeks implored the assistance of their European brethren to enable them to recover their independence from Persia. Athens and the city of Eretria in Euboea alone consented. 20 Athenian galleys and 5 Eretrian crossed the Aegean Sea, and by a bold and sudden march upon Sardis, the Athenians and their allies succeeded in capturing the capital city of the haughty satrap, who had recently menaced them with servitude or destruction. They were pursued and defeated on their return to the coast, and Athens took no further part in the Ionian War, but the insult that she had put upon the Persian power was speedily made known throughout that empire, and was never to be forgiven or forgotten. In the emphatic simplicity of the narrative of Herodotus, the wrath of the great king is thus described. Now, when it was told to King Darius that Sardis had been taken and burned by the Athenians and Ionians, he took small heed of the Ionians, well knowing who they were, and that their revolt would soon be put down. But he asked who and what manner of men the Athenians were. And when he had been told, he called for his bow, and having taken it and placed an arrow on the string, he let the arrow fly toward heaven. And as he shot it into the air, he said, "O supreme God, grant me that I may avenge myself on the Athenians." And when he had said this, he appointed one of his servants to say to him every day as he sat at meat, "Sire, remember the Athenians." Some years were occupied in the complete reduction of Ionia. But when this was effected, Darius ordered his victorious forces to proceed to punish Athens and Eretria, and to conquer European Greece. The first armament sent for this purpose was shattered by shipwreck and nearly destroyed off Mount Athos. But the purpose of King Darius was not easily shaken. A larger army was ordered to be collected in Cilicia, and requisitions were sent to all the maritime cities of the Persian Empire for ships of war and for transports of sufficient size for carrying cavalry as well as infantry across the Aegean. While these preparations were being made, Darius sent heralds round to the Grecian cities demanding their submission to Persia. It was proclaimed in the marketplace of each little Hellenic state, some with territories not larger than the Isle of Wight, that King Darius, the lord of all men, from the rising to the setting sun, required earth and water to be delivered to his heralds, as a symbolical acknowledgment that he was head and master of the country. Terror-stricken at the power of Persia and at the severe punishment that had recently been inflicted on the refractory Ionians, many of the continental Greeks and nearly all the islanders submitted and gave the required tokens of vassalage. At Sparta and Athens, an indignant refusal was returned, a refusal which was disgraced by outrage and violence against the persons of the Asiatic heralds. Fresh fuel was thus added to the anger of Darius against Athens, and the Persian preparations went on with renewed vigor. In the summer of BC 490, the army destined for the invasion was assembled in the Aleian plain of Cilicia near the sea. A fleet of 600 galleys and numerous transports was collected on the coast for the embarkation of troops, horse as well as foot. A Median general named Datis, and Artaphernes, the son of the satrap of Sardis, and who was also nephew of Darius, were placed in titular joint command of the expedition. The real supreme authority was probably given to Datis alone, from the way in which the Greek writers speak of him. We know no details of the previous career of this officer, but there is every reason to believe that his abilities and bravery had been proved by experience, or his Median birth would have prevented his being placed in high command by Darius. He appears to have been the first Mede who was thus trusted by the Persian kings after the overthrow of the conspiracy of the Median Magi against the Persians immediately before Darius obtained the throne. Datis received instructions to complete the subjugation of Greece, and especial orders were given him with regard to Eretria and Athens. He was to take these two cities, and he was to lead the inhabitants away captive and bring them as slaves into the presence of the great king. Datis embarked his forces in the fleet that awaited them, and coasting along the shores of Asia Minor till he was off Samos, he thence sailed due westward through the Aegean Sea for Greece, taking the islands in his way. The Naxians had 10 years before successfully stood a siege against the Persian armament, but they now were too terrified to offer any resistance, and fled to the mountain tops while the enemy burned their town and laid waste their lands. Thence Datis, compelling the Greek islanders to join him with their ships and men, sailed onward to the coast of Euboea. The little town of Carystus essayed resistance, but was quickly overpowered. He next attacked Eretria. The Athenians sent 4,000 men to its aid, but treachery was at work among the Eretrians, and the Athenian force received timely warning from one of the leading men of the city to retire to aid in saving their own country, instead of remaining to share in the inevitable destruction of Eretria. Left to themselves, the Eretrians repulsed the assaults of the Persians against their walls for 6 days. On the 7th, they were betrayed by 2 of their chiefs, and the Persians occupied the city. The temples were burned in revenge for the firing of Sardis, and the inhabitants were bound and placed as prisoners in the neighboring islet of Agilia, to wait there till Datis should bring the Athenians to join them in captivity, when both populations were to be led into Upper Asia, there to learn their doom from the lips of King Darius himself. Flushed with success and with half his mission thus accomplished, Datis re-embarked his troops, and crossing the little channel that separates Euboea from the mainland, he encamped his troops on the Attic coast at Marathon, drawing up his galleys on the shelving beach, as was the custom with the navies of antiquity. The conquered islands behind him served as places of deposit for his provisions and military stores. His position at Marathon seemed to him in every respect advantageous, and the level nature of the ground on which he camped was favorable for the employment of his cavalry, if the Athenians should venture to engage him. Hippias, who accompanied him and acted as the guide of the invaders, had pointed out Marathon as the best place for a landing, for this very reason. Probably Hippias was also influenced by the recollection that 47 years previously he, with his father Pisistratus, had crossed with an army from Eretria to Marathon, and had won an easy victory over their Athenian enemies on that very plain, which had restored them to tyrannic power. The omen seemed cheering. The place was the same, but Hippias soon learned to his cost how great a change had come over the spirit of the Athenians. But though the fierce democracy of Athens was zealous and true against foreign invader and domestic tyrant, a faction existed in Athens, as at Eretria, who were willing to purchase a party triumph over their fellow citizens at the price of their country's ruin. Communications were opened between these men and the Persian camp, which would have led to a catastrophe like that of Eretria, if Miltiades had not resolved and persuaded his colleagues to resolve on fighting at all hazards. When Miltiades arrayed his men for action, he staked on the arbitrament of one battle not only the fate of Athens, but that of all Greece. For if Athens had fallen, no other Greek state, except Lacedaemon, would have had the courage to resist, and the Lacedaemonians, though they would probably have died in their ranks to the last man, never could have successfully resisted the victorious Persians and the numerous Greek troops which would have soon marched under the Persian satraps had they prevailed over Athens. Nor was there any power to the westward of Greece that could have offered an effectual opposition to Persia had she once conquered Greece and made that country a basis for future military operations. Rome was at this time in her season of utmost weakness. Her dynasty of powerful Etruscan kings had been driven out, and her infant commonwealth was reeling under the attacks of the Etruscans and Volscians from without, and the fierce dissensions between the patricians and plebeians within. Etruria, with her Lucumos and serfs, Samnium had not grown into the might which she afterward put forth, nor could the Greek colonies in South Italy and Sicily hope to conquer when their parent states had perished. Carthage had escaped the Persian yoke in the time of Cambyses through the reluctance of the Phoenician mariners to serve against their kinsmen, but such forbearance could not long have been relied on, and the future rival of Rome would have become as submissive a minister of the Persian power as were the Phoenician cities themselves. If we turn to Spain, or if we pass the great mountain chain which, prolonged through the Pyrenees, the Cevennes, the Alps, and the Balkan, divides northern from southern Europe, we shall find nothing at that period but mere savage Finns, Celts, Slavs, and Teutons. Had Persia beaten Athens at Marathon, she could have found no obstacle to prevent Darius, the chosen servant of Ormuzd, from advancing his sway over all the known western races of mankind. the infant energies of Europe would have been trodden out beneath universal conquest, and the history of the world, like the history of Asia, have become a mere record of the rise and fall of despotic dynasties, of the incursions of barbarous hordes, and of the mental and political prostration of millions beneath the diadem, the tiara, and the sword. End of section 35, The Battle of Marathon, Part 2. Section 36 of The Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Battle of Marathon, B.C. 490, Part 3. Great as the preponderance of the Persian over the Athenian power at that crisis seems to have been, it would be unjust to impute wild rashness to the policy of Miltiades and those who voted with him in the Athenian Council of War, or to look on the after-currents of events as the mere fortunate result of successful folly. As before has been remarked, Miltiades, while prince of the Chersonese, had seen service in the Persian armies, and he knew by personal observation how many elements of weakness lurked beneath their imposing aspect of strength. He knew that the bulk of their troops no longer consisted of the hardy shepherds and mountaineers from Persia proper and Kurdistan who won Cyrus's battles, but that unwilling contingents from conquered nations now filled up the Persian muster rolls, fighting more from compulsion than from any zeal in the cause of their masters. He had also the sagacity and the spirit to appreciate the superiority of the Greek armor and organization over the Asiatic, notwithstanding former reverses. Above all, he felt and worthily trusted the enthusiasm of those whom he led. The Athenians whom he led had proved by their newborn valor in recent wars against the neighboring states that liberty and equality of civic rights are brave, spirit-stirring things, and they who, while under the yoke of a despot, had been no better men of war than any of their neighbors, as soon as they were free, became the foremost men of all. For each felt that in fighting for a free commonwealth, he fought for himself, and whatever he took in hand, he was zealous to do the work thoroughly. So the nearly contemporaneous historian describes the change of spirit that was seen in the Athenians after their tyrants were expelled. And Miltiades knew that in leading them against the invading army, where they had Hippias, the foe they most hated, before them, he was bringing into battle no ordinary men, and could calculate on no ordinary heroism. As for traitors, he was sure that whatever treachery might lurk among some of the higher-born and wealthier Athenians, the rank and file whom he commanded were ready to do their utmost in his and their own cause. With regard to future attacks from Asia, he might reasonably hope that one victory would inspirit all Greece to combine against a common foe, and that the latent seeds of revolt and disunion in the Persian Empire would soon burst forth and paralyze its energies so as to leave Greek independence secure. With these hopes and risks, Miltiades, on the afternoon of a September day, B.C. 490, gave the word for the Athenian army to prepare for battle. There were many local associations connected with those mountain heights, which were calculated powerfully to excite the spirits of the men, and of which the commanders well knew how to avail themselves in their exhortations to their troops before the encounter. Marathon itself was a region sacred to Hercules. Close to them was the fountain of Macaria, who had in days of yore devoted herself to death for the liberty of her people. The very plain on which they were to fight was the scene of the exploits of their national hero Theseus, and there, too, as old legends told, the Athenians and the Heraclidae had routed the invader Eurystheus. These traditions were not mere cloudy myths or idle fictions, but matters of implicit, earnest faith to the men of that day, and many a fervent prayer arose from the Athenian ranks to the heroic spirits who, while on earth, had striven and suffered on that very spot, and who were believed to be now heavenly powers, looking down with interest on their still beloved country, and capable of interposing with superhuman aid in its behalf. According to old national custom, the warriors of each tribe were arrayed together, neighbor thus fighting by the side of neighbor, friend by friend, and the spirit of emulation and the consciousness of responsibility excited to the very utmost. The war ruler, Callimachus, had the leading of the right wing. The Pythians formed the extreme left, and Themistocles and Aristides commanded the center. The line consisted of the heavy-armed spearmen only, for the Greeks, until the time of Iphicrates, took little or no account of light-armed soldiers in a pitched battle, using them only in skirmishes or for the pursuit of a defeated enemy. The panoply of the regular infantry consisted of a long spear, of a shield, helmet, breastplate, greaves, and short sword. Thus equipped, they usually advanced slowly and steadily into action in a uniform phalanx of about 8 spears deep. But the military genius of Miltiades led him to deviate on this occasion from the commonplace tactics of his countrymen. It was essential for him to extend his line so as to cover all the practicable ground, and to secure himself from being outflanked and charged in the rear by the Persian horse. This extension involved the weakening of his line. Instead of a uniform reduction of its strength, he determined on detaching principally from his center, which, from the nature of the ground, would have the best opportunities for rallying if broken, and on strengthening his wings so as to ensure advantage at those points. And he trusted to his own skill and to his soldiers' discipline for the improvement of that advantage into decisive victory. In this order, and availing himself probably of the inequalities of the ground, so as to conceal his preparations from the enemy till the last possible moment, Miltiades drew up the 11,000 infantry whose spears were to decide this crisis in the struggle between the European and the Asiatic worlds. The sacrifices by which the favor of heaven was sought and its will consulted were announced to show propitious omens. The trumpet sounded for action, and, chanting the hymn of battle, the little army bore down upon the host of the foe. Then, too, along the mountain slopes of Marathon must have resounded the mutual exhortation which Aeschylus, who fought in both battles, tells us was afterward heard over the waves of Salamis. On, sons of the Greeks! Strike for the freedom of your country. Strike for the freedom of your children and your wives, for the shrines of your fathers' gold, and for the sepulchres of your sires. All are now staked upon the strife. Instead of advancing at the usual slow pace of the phalanx, Miltiades brought his men on at a run. They were all trained in the exercise of the palaestra, so that there was no fear of their ending the charge in breathless exhaustion. And it was of the deepest importance for him to traverse as rapidly as possible the mile or so of level ground that lay between the mountain foot and the Persian outposts, and so to get his troops into close action before the Asiatic cavalry could mount, form, and maneuver against him, or their archers keep him long under fire, and before the enemy's generals could fairly deploy their masses. When the Persians, says Herodotus, saw the Athenians running down on them without horse or bowmen and scanty in numbers, they thought them a set of madmen rushing upon certain destruction. They began, however, to prepare to receive them, and the eastern chiefs arrayed, as quickly as time and place allowed, the varied races who served in their motley ranks. Mountaineers from Hyrcania and Afghanistan, wild horsemen from the steppes of Khorasan, the black archers of Ethiopia, swordsmen from the banks of the Indus, the Oxus, the Euphrates, and the Nile, made ready against the enemies of the great king. But no national cause inspired them except the division of native Persians, and in the large host there was no uniformity of language, creed, race, or military system. Still, among them there were many gallant men under a veteran general. They were familiarized with victory, and in contemptuous confidence their infantry, which alone had time to form, awaited the Athenian charge. On came the Greeks, with one unwavering line of leveled spears, against which the light targets, the short lances, and scimitars of the Orientals offered weak defense. The front rank of the Asiatics must have gone down to a man at the first shock. Still, they recoiled not, but strove by individual gallantry and by the weight of numbers to make up for the disadvantages of weapons and tactics, and to bear back the shallow line of the Europeans. In the center, where the native Persians and the Sacae fought, they succeeded in breaking through the weakened part of the Athenian phalanx, and the tribes led by Aristides and Themistocles were, after a brave resistance, driven back over the plain and chased by the Persians up the valley toward the inner country. There, the nature of the ground gave the opportunity of rallying and renewing the struggle. Meanwhile, the Greek wings, where Miltiades had concentrated his chief strength, had routed the Asiatics opposed to them, and the Athenian and Pythian officers, instead of pursuing the fugitives, kept their troops well in hand, and, wheeling round, they formed the two wings together. Miltiades instantly led them against the Persian center, which had hitherto been triumphant, but which now fell back and prepared to encounter these new and unexpected assailants. Aristides and Themistocles renewed the fight with their reorganized troops, and the full force of the Greeks was brought into close action with the Persian and Sacian divisions of the enemy. Datis's veterans strove hard to keep their ground, and evening was approaching before the stern encounter was decided. But the Persians, with their slight wicker shields, destitute of body armor, and never taught by training to keep the even front and act with the regular movement of the Greek infantry, fought at heavy disadvantage with their shorter and feebler weapons against the compact array of well-armed Athenian and Pythian spearsmen, all perfectly drilled to perform each necessary evolution in concert, and to preserve a uniform and unwavering line in battle. In personal courage and in bodily activity, the Persians were not inferior to their adversaries. Their spirits were not yet cowed by the recollection of former defeats, and they lavished their lives freely, rather than forfeit the fame which they had won by so many victories. While their rear ranks poured an incessant shower of arrows over the heads of their comrades, the foremost Persians kept rushing forward, sometimes singly, sometimes in desperate groups of 10 or 12, upon the projecting spears of the Greeks, striving to force a lane into the phalanx, and to bring their scimitars and daggers into play. But the Greeks felt their superiority. and though the fatigue of the long continued action told heavily on their inferior numbers, the sight of the carnage that they dealt upon their assailants nerved them to fight still more fiercely on. At last, the previously unvanquished lords of Asia turned their backs and fled, and the Greeks followed, striking them down to the water's edge, where the invaders were now hastily launching their galleys and seeking to embark and fly. Flushed with success, the Athenians attacked and strove to fire the fleet. But here the Asiatics resisted desperately, and the principal loss sustained by the Greeks was in the assaults on the ships. Here fell the brave war ruler Callimachus, and the general Sestilas, and the other Athenians of note. 7 galleys were fired, but the Persians succeeded in saving the rest. They pushed off from the fatal shore, but even here the skill of Datis did not desert him, and he sailed round to the western coast of Attica in hopes to find the city unprotected and to gain possession of it from some of the partisans of Hippias. Miltiades, however, saw and counteracted his maneuver. Leaving Aristides and the troops of his tribe to guard the spoil and the slain, the Athenian commander led his conquering army by a rapid night march back across the country to Athens. And when the Persian fleet had doubled the Cape of Sunium and sailed up to the Athenian harbor in the morning, Datis saw arrayed on the heights above the city the troops before whom his men had fled on the previous evening. All hope of further conquest in Europe for the time was abandoned, and the baffled armada returned to the Asiatic coasts. After the battle had been fought, but while the dead bodies were yet on the ground, the promised reinforcement from Sparta arrived. 2,000 Lacedaemonian spearmen, starting immediately after the full moon, had marched the 150 miles between Athens and Sparta in the wonderfully short time of 3 days. Though too late to share in the glory of the action, they requested to be allowed to march to the battlefield to behold the Medes. They proceeded thither, gazed on the dead bodies of the invaders, and then, praising the Athenians and what they had done, they returned to Lacedaemon. The number of the Persian dead was 6,400. Of the Athenians, 192. The number of the Plataeans who fell is not mentioned, but as they fought in the part of the army which was not broken, it cannot have been large. The apparent disproportion between the losses of the two armies is not surprising when we remember the armor of the Greek spearmen, and the impossibility of heavy slaughter being inflicted by sword or lance on troops so armed, as long as they kept firm in their ranks. The Athenian slain were buried on the field of battle. This was contrary to the usual custom, according to which the bones of all who fell fighting for their country in each year were deposited in a public sepulchre in the suburb of Athens called the Ceramicus. But it was felt that a distinction ought to be made in the funeral honors paid to the men of Marathon, even as their merit had been distinguished over that of all other Athenians. A lofty mound was raised on the plain of Marathon, beneath which the remains of the men of Athens who fell in the battle were deposited. 10 columns were erected on the spot, one for each of the Athenian tribes, and on the monumental column of each tribe were graven the names of those of its members whose glory it was to have fallen in the great battle of liberation. The antiquarian Pausanias read those names there 600 years after the time when they were first graven. The columns have long perished, but the mound still marks the spot where the noblest heroes of antiquity repose. A separate tumulus was raised over the bodies of the slain Plataeans, and another over the light-armed slaves who had taken part and had fallen in the battle. There was also a separate funeral monument to the general to whose genius the victory was mainly due. Miltiades did not live long after his achievement at Marathon, but he lived long enough to experience a lamentable reverse of his popularity and success. As soon as the Persians had quitted the western coasts of the Aegean, he proposed to an assembly of the Athenian people that they should fit out 70 galleys, with a proportionate force of soldiers and military stores, and place it at his disposal, not telling them whither he meant to lead it, but promising them that if they would equip the force he asked for and give him discretionary powers, he would lead it to a land where there was gold in abundance to be won with ease. The Greeks of that time believed in the existence of eastern realms teeming with gold, as firmly as the Europeans of the 16th century believed in El Dorado of the West. The Athenians probably thought that the recent victor of Marathon and former officer of Darius was about to lead them on a secret expedition against some wealthy and unprotected cities of treasure in the Persian dominions. The armament was voted and equipped, and sailed eastward from Attica, no one but Miltiades knowing its destination until the Greek isle of Pyros was reached, when his true object appeared. In former years, while connected with the Persians as prince of the Chersonese, Miltiades had been involved in a quarrel with one of the leading men among the Pereans, who had injured his credit and caused some slights to be put upon him at the court of the Persian satrap Hydarnes. The feud had ever since rankled in the heart of the Athenian chief, and he now attacked Pyros for the sake of avenging himself on his ancient enemy. His pretext as general of the Athenians was that the Pereans had aided the armament of Datis with a war galley. The Pereans pretended to treat about terms of surrender, but used the time which they thus gained in repairing the defective parts of the fortifications of their city, and they then set the Athenians at defiance. So far, says Herodotus, the accounts of all the Greeks agree, but the Pereans in after years told also a wild legend, how a captive priestess of a Perean temple of the deities of earth promised Miltiades to give him the means of capturing Pyros, how, at her bidding, the Athenian general went alone at night and forced his way into a holy shrine near the city gate, but with what purpose it was not known, how a supernatural awe came over him, and in his flight he fell and fractured his leg, how an oracle afterward forbade the Pereans to punish the sacrilegious and traitorous priestess, because it was fated that Miltiades should come to an ill end, and she was only the instrument to lead him to evil. Such was the tale that Herodotus heard at Pyros. Certain it was that Miltiades either dislocated or broke his leg during an unsuccessful siege of the city, and returned home in evil plight with his baffled and defeated forces. The indignation of the Athenians was proportionate to the hope and excitement which his promises had raised. Xanthippus, the head of one of the first families in Athens, indicted him before the supreme popular tribunal for the capital offense of having deceived the people. His guilt was undeniable, and the Athenians passed their verdict accordingly. But the recollections of Lemnos and Marathon, and the sight of the fallen general who lay stretched on a couch before them, pleaded successfully in mitigation of punishment, and the sentence was commuted from death to a fine of 50 talents. This was paid by his son, the afterward illustrious Simon, Miltiades dying, soon after the trial, of the injury which he had received at Pyros. The melancholy end of Miltiades, after his elevation to such a height of power and glory, must often have been recalled to the minds of the ancient Greeks by the sight of one in particular of the memorials of the great battle which he won. This was the remarkable statue, minutely described by Pausanias, which the Athenians in the time of Pericles caused to be hewn out of a huge block of marble, which it was believed had been provided by Datis to form a trophy of the anticipated victory of the Persians. Phidias fashioned out of this a colossal image of the goddess Nemesis, the deity whose peculiar function was to visit the exuberant prosperity both of nations and individuals with sudden and awful reverses. This statue was placed in a temple of the goddess at Rhamnus, about 8 miles from Marathon. Athens itself contained numerous memorials of her primary great victory. Panenus, the cousin of Phidias, represented it in fresco on the walls of the painted porch, and centuries afterward the figures of Miltiades and Callimachus at the head of the Athenians were conspicuous in the fresco. The tutelary deities were exhibited taking part in the fray. In the background were seen the Phoenician galleys, and nearer to the spectator, the Athenians and the Plataeans, distinguished by their leather helmets, were chasing routed Asiatics into the marshes and the sea. The battle was sculptured also on the Temple of Victory in the Acropolis, and even now there may be traced on the frieze of the figures of the Persian combatants with their lunar shields, their bows and quivers, their curved scimitars, their loose trousers, and Phrygian tiaras. These and other memorials of Marathon were the produce of the meridian age of Athenian intellectual splendor, of the age of Phidias and Pericles. For it was not merely by the generation whom the battle liberated from Epeius and the Medes that the transcendent importance of their victory was gratefully recognized. Through the whole epoch of her prosperity, through the long Olympiads of her decay, through centuries after her fall, Athens looked back on the day of Marathon as the brightest of her national existence. By a natural blending of patriotic pride with grateful piety, the very spirits of the Athenians who fell at Marathon were deified by their countrymen. The inhabitants of the district of Marathon paid religious rites to them, and orators solemnly invoked them in their most impassioned adjurations before the assembled men of Athens. Nothing was omitted that could keep alive the remembrance of a deed which had first taught the Athenian people to know its own strength by measuring it with the power which had subdued the greater part of the known world. The consciousness thus awakened fixed its character, its station, and its destiny. It was the spring of its later great actions and ambitious enterprises. It was not indeed by one defeat, however signal, that the pride of Persia could be broken, and her dreams of universal empire dispelled. 10 years afterward, she renewed her attempts upon Europe on a grander scale of enterprise, and was repulsed by Greece with greater and reiterated loss. Larger forces and heavier slaughter than had been seen at Marathon signalized the conflicts of Greeks and Persians at Artemisium, Salamis, Plataea, and the Eurymedon. But mighty and momentous as these battles were, they ranked not with Marathon in importance. They originated no new impulse. They turned back no current of fate. They were merely confirmatory of the already existing bias which Marathon had created. The day of Marathon is the critical epoch in the history of the two nations. It broke forever the spell of Persian invincibility, which had previously paralyzed men's minds. It generated among the Greeks the spirit which beat back Xerxes, and afterward led on Xenophon, Agesilaus, and Alexander in terrible retaliation through their Asiatic campaigns. It secured for mankind the intellectual treasures of Athens, the growth of free institutions, the liberal enlightenment of the Western world, and the gradual ascendancy for many ages of the great principles of European civilization. End of section 36. End of the Battle of Marathon.
Section 37 of the Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Invasion of Greece by Persians under Xerxes. Defense of Thermopylae. BC 480 by Herodotus. Part 1. The invasion of Greece by Xerxes is the subject of the great history written in 9 books by Herodotus. His object is to show the preeminence of Greece, whose fleets and armies defeated the forces of the Persians after these latter had triumphed over the most powerful nations of the earth. Xerxes collected a vast army from all parts of the empire. The Phoenicians furnished him with an enormous fleet, and he made a bridge of a double line of boats across the Hellespont and cut a canal through the peninsula of Mount Athos. He reached Sardis in the autumn of BC 481, and the next year his army crossed the bridge of boats, taking 7 days and 7 nights for the transit. The number of his fighting men was over 2.5 millions. His ships of war were 1,207 in number, and he had 3,000 smaller vessels for carrying his land forces and supplies. At the narrow pass of Thermopylae, in the northeast of Greece, this immense army was checked for a while by the heroic Leonidas and his 300 Spartans, who, however, perished in their attempt to prevent the Persians' attack on Athens, which city was almost entirely destroyed by the invaders. The sea fight of Salamis was won by the Greeks against enormous odds, and in the Battle of Platea, BC 479, the defeat of the Persians by the Greek land forces was made more complete by the death of Mardonius, the most renowned general of Xerxes. The Greeks, when they arrived at the isthmus, consulted on the message they had received from Alexander, in what way and in what places they should prosecute the war. The opinion which prevailed was that they should defend the pass at Thermopylae, for it appeared to be narrower than that into Thessaly, and at the same time nearer to their own territories. For the path by which the Greeks who were taken at Thermopylae were afterwards surprised, they knew nothing of, till, on their arrival at Thermopylae, they were informed of it by the Trachinians. They accordingly resolved to guard this pass, and not suffer the barbarian to enter Greece, and that the naval force should sail to Artemisium, in the territory of Histiaeotis, for these places are near one another, so that they could hear what happened to each other. These spots are thus situated. In the first place, Artemisium is contracted from a wide space of the Thracian Sea into a narrow frith, which lies between the island of Sciathus and the continent of Magnesia. From the narrow frith begins the coast of Euboea, called Artemisium, and in it is a temple of Diana. But the entrance into Greece through Trachis, in the narrowest part, is no more than half a plethrum in width. However, the narrowest part of the country is not in this spot, but before and behind Thermopylae. For near Alpeni, which is behind, there is only a single carriage road, and before, by the river Phoenix, near the city of Anthela, is another single carriage road. On the western side of Thermopylae is an inaccessible and precipitous mountain, stretching to Mount Doeta, and on the eastern side of the way is the sea and a morass. In this passage there are hot baths, which the inhabitants call Hitri, and above these is an altar to Hercules. A wall had been built in this pass, and formerly there were gates in it. The Phocians built it through fear, when the Thessalians came from Thesprotia to settle in the Aeolian territory which they now possess. Apprehending that the Thessalians would attempt to subdue them, the Phocians took this precaution. At the same time, they diverted the hot water into the entrance, that the place might be broken into clefts, having recourse to every contrivance to prevent the Thessalians from making inroads into their country. Now this old wall had been built a long time, and the greater part of it had already fallen through age, but they determined to rebuild it, and in that place to repel the barbarian from Greece. Very near this road there was a village called Alpini. From this the Greeks expected to obtain provisions. Accordingly, these situations appeared suitable for the Greeks, for they, having weighed everything beforehand, and considered that the barbarians would neither be able to use their numbers nor their cavalry, there resolved to await the invader of Greece. As soon as they were informed that the Persians were in Pieria, breaking up from the isthmus, some of them proceeded by land to Thermopylae, and others by sea to Artemisium. The Greeks, therefore, being appointed in 2 divisions, hastened to meet the enemy. But at the same time the Delphians, alarmed for themselves and for Greece, consulted the oracle, and the answer given them was that they should pray to the winds, for that they would be powerful allies to Greece. The Delphians, having received the oracle, first of all communicated the answer to those Greeks who were zealous to be free, and as they very much dreaded the barbarians, by giving that message they acquired a claim to everlasting gratitude. After that, the Delphians erected an altar to the winds at Thea, where there is an enclosure consecrated to Thea, daughter of Cephisus, from whom this district derives its name, and conciliated them with sacrifices. And the Delphians, in obedience to that oracle, to this day propitiate the winds. The naval force of Xerxes, setting out from the city of Therma, advanced with 10 of the fastest sailing ships straight to Sciathus, where there were 3 Grecian ships keeping a lookout, a Trosinian, an Aeginetan, and an Athenian. These, seeing the ships of the barbarians at a distance, betook themselves to flight. The Trosinian ship, which Praxinus commanded, the barbarians pursued and soon captured, and then, having led the handsomest of the marines to the prow of the ship, they slew him, deeming it a good omen that the first Greek they had taken was also very handsome. The name of the man that was slain was Leon, and perhaps he, in some measure, reaped the fruits of his name. The Aeginetan ship, which Isonides commanded, gave them some trouble. Pythias, son of Aeschines, being a marine on board, a man who on this day displayed the most consummate valor, who, when the ship was taken, continued fighting until he was entirely cut to pieces. But when, having fallen, he was not dead, but still breathed, the Persians who served on board the ships were very anxious to save him alive on account of his valor, healing his wounds with myrrh, and binding them with bandages of flaxen cloth. And when they returned to their own camp, they showed him with admiration to the whole army, and treated him well. But the others whom they took in this ship they treated as slaves. Thus then 2 of the ships were taken, but the other, which Phormus, an Athenian, commanded, in its flight ran ashore at the mouth of the Peneus, and the barbarians got possession of the ship, but not of the men. For as soon as the Athenians had run the ship aground, they leaped out, and proceeded through Thessaly, reached Athens. The Greeks who were stationed at Artemisium were informed of this event by signal flags from Cyrus, and being informed of it, and very much alarmed, they retired from Artemisium to Chalcis, intending to defend the Euripus, and leaving scouts on the heights of Euboea. Of the 10 barbarian ships, 3 approached the sunken rock called Myrmex, between Sciathus and Magnesia. Then the barbarians, when they had erected on the rock a stone column which they had brought with them, set out from Therma, now that every obstacle had been removed, and sailed forward with all their ships, having waited 11 days after the king's departure from Therma. Pammon, a Scyrian, pointed out to them this hidden rock, which was almost directly in their course. The barbarians, sailing all day, reached Sepias in Magnesia and the shore that lies between the city of Casthanea and the coast of Sepias. As far as this place and Thermopylae, the army had suffered no loss, and the numbers were at that time, as I find by calculations, of the following amount: of those in ships from Asia, amounting to 1,207. Originally, the whole number of the several nations was 241,400 men, allowing 200 to each ship. And on these ships 30 Persians, Medes, and Sacae served as marines, in addition to the native crews of each. This farther number amounts to 36,210. To this and the former number I add those that were on the Pentaconters, supposing 80 men on the average to be on board of each. 3,000 of these vessels were assembled, therefore the men on board them must have been 240,000. This then was the naval force from Asia, the total being 517,610. Of infantry there were 1,700,000, and of cavalry 80,000. To these I add the Arabians, who drove camels, and the Libyans, who drove chariots, reckoning the number at 20,000 men. Accordingly, the numbers on board the ships and on the land added together make up 2,317,610. This then is the force which has been mentioned was assembled from Asia itself, exclusive of the servants that followed, and the provision ships, and the men that were on board them. But the force brought from Europe must still be added to this whole number that has been summed up, but it is necessary to speak by guess. Now the Grecians from Thrace, and the islands contiguous to Thrace, furnished 120 ships. These ships give an amount of 24,000 men. Of land forces which were furnished by Thracians, Paeonians, and the Eordi, the Boeotians, the Chalcidian race, Brygi, Pyrians, Macedonians, Perrhae, Aenianes, Dolopians, Magnesians, and Achaeans, together with those who inhabit the maritime parts of Thrace, of these nations I suppose that there were 300,000 men, so that these myriads, added to those from Asia, make a total of 2,641,610 fighting men. I think that the servants who followed them, and with those on board the provision ships, and other vessels that sailed with the fleet, were not fewer than the fighting men, but more numerous. But supposing them to be equal in number to the fighting men, they make up the former number of myriads. Thus, Xerxes, son of Darius, led 5,283,220 men to Sepias and Thermopylae. This then was the number of the whole force of Xerxes. But of women who made bread, and concubines, and eunuchs, no one could mention the number with accuracy, nor of draft cattle and other beasts of burden, nor of Indian dogs that followed could anyone mention the number. They were so many. Therefore I am not astonished that the streams of some rivers failed, but rather it is a wonder to me how provisions held out for so many myriads. For I find by calculation, if each man had a chenix of wheat daily, and no more, 110,340 medimni must have been consumed every day. And I have not reckoned the food for the women, eunuchs, beasts of burden, and dogs, but of these myriads of men not one of them, for beauty and stature, was more entitled than Xerxes himself to possess the supreme command. When the fleet, having set out, sailed and reached the shore of Magnesia, that lies between the city of Casthanea and the coast of Sepias, the foremost of the ships took up their station close to land. Others behind rode at anchor, the beach not being extensive enough, with their prows toward the sea, and 8 deep. Thus they passed the night. But at daybreak, after serene and tranquil weather, the sea began to swell, and a heavy storm with a violent gale from the east, which those who inhabit these parts call a Hellenspontane, burst upon them. As many of them then as perceived the gale increasing, and who were able to do so from their position, anticipated the storm by hauling their ships on shore, and both they and their ships escaped. But such of the ships as the storm caught at sea, it carried away, some to the parts called Ipni near Pelion, others to the beach. Some were dashed on Cape Sepias itself. Some were wrecked at Melibue, and others at Casthanea. The storm was indeed irresistible. The barbarians, when the wind had lulled and the waves had subsided, having hauled down their ships, sailed along the continent, and having doubled the promontory of Magnesia, stood directly into the bay leading to Bagasse. There is a spot in this bay of Magnesia where it is said Hercules was abandoned by Jason and his companions, when he had been sent from the Argo for water, as they were sailing to Colchis in Asia for the Golden Fleece. And from there they purposed to put out to sea after they had taken in water. From this circumstance, the name of Ephete was given to the place. In this place, then, the fleet of Xerxes was moored. 15 of these ships happened to be driven out to sea some time after the rest, and somehow saw the ships of the Greeks at Artemisium. The barbarians thought that they were their own, and sailing on fell among their enemies. They were commanded by Sandoces, son of Thaumaceus, governor of Cyme, of Aeolia. He, being one of the royal judges, had been formerly condemned by King Darius, who had detected him in the following offense, to be crucified. Sandoces gave an unjust sentence for a bribe, but while he was actually hanging on the cross, Darius, considering within himself, found that the services he had rendered to the royal family were greater than his faults. Darius, therefore, having discovered this, and perceiving that he himself had acted with more expedition than wisdom, released him. Having thus escaped being put to death by Darius, he survived. But now, sailing down among the Grecians, he was not to escape a second time, for when the Greeks saw them sailing toward them, perceiving the mistake that they had committed, they bore down upon them and easily took them. King Xerxes encamped in the Trachinian territory of Malis, and the Greeks in the pass. This spot is called by most of the Greeks Thermopylae, but by the inhabitants and neighbors Pylae. Both parties then encamped in these places. The one was in possession of all the parts toward the north as far as Trachis, and the others of the parts which stretch toward the south and meridian of this continent. The following were the Greeks who awaited the Persians in this position. Of Spartans, 300 heavy armed men. Of Tegeans and Martinians, 1,000, half of each. From Orchomenus in Arcadia, 120. and from the rest of Arcadia 1,000. There were so many Arcadians. From Corinth 400. From Phlius 200 men, and from Mycenae 80. These came from Peloponnesus. From Boeotia, of Thespians 700, and of Thebans 400. In addition to these, the Opuntian Locrians, being invited, came with all their forces, and 1,000 Phocians, for the Greeks themselves had invited them, representing by their ambassadors that they had arrived as forerunners of the others, and that the rest of the allies might be daily expected, that the sea was protected by them, being guarded by the Athenians, the Aeginetia, and others, who were appointed to the naval service, and that they had nothing to fear, for that it was not a god who invaded Greece, but a man, and that there never was, and never would be, any mortal who had not evil mixed with his prosperity from his very birth, and to the greatest of them the greatest reverses happen, that it must therefore needs be that he who is marching against us, being a mortal, will be disappointed in his expectation. They, having heard this, marched with assistance to Trachis. These nations had separated generals for their several cities, but the one most admired, and who commanded the whole army, was a Lacedaemonian, Leonidas, son of Anaxandrides, son of Leon, son of Eucratides, son of Anaxander, son of Eurycates, son of Polydorus, son of Alcamenes, son of Teleclus, son of Archelaus, son of Agesilaus, son of Dorissus, son of Leobotes, son of Echestratus, son of Agis, son of Eurysthenes, son of Aristodemus, son of Aristomachus, son of Cleodaeus, son of Hylas, son of Hercules, who had unexpectedly succeeded to the throne of Sparta. For as he had two elder brothers, Cleomenes and Dorius, he was far from any thought of the kingdom. However, Cleomenes having died without male issue, and Dorius being no longer alive, having ended his days in Sicily, the kingdom thus devolved upon Leonidas, both because he was older than Cleombrotus, for he was the youngest son of Anaxandrides, and also because he had married the daughter of Cleomenes. He then marched to Thermopylae, having chosen the 300 men allowed by law, and such as had children. On his march he took with him the Thebans, whose numbers I have already reckoned, and whom Leontinides, son of Eurymachus, commanded. For this reason Leonidas was anxious to take with him the Thebans alone of all the Greeks, because they were strongly accused of favoring the Medes. He therefore summoned them to the war, wishing to know whether they would send their forces with him, or would openly renounce the alliance of the Grecians. But they, though otherwise minded, sent assistance. The Spartans sent these troops first with Leonidas, in order that the rest of the allies, seeing them, might take the field, and might not go over to the Medes if they had heard that they were delaying. But afterward, for the Carnian festival was then an obstacle to them, they purposed, when they had kept the feast, to leave a garrison in Sparta, and to march immediately with their whole strength. The rest of the confederates likewise intended to act in the same manner, for the Olympic games occurred at the same period as these events. As they did not, therefore, suppose that the engagement at Thermopylae would soon be decided, they dispatched an advance guard. The Greeks at Thermopylae, when the Persians came near the pass, being alarmed, consulted about a retreat. Accordingly, it seemed best to the other Peloponnesians to retire to Peloponnesus, and guard the isthmus. But Leonidas, perceiving the Phocians and Locrians were very indignant at this proposition, determined to stay there, and to dispatch messengers to the cities, desiring them to come to their assistance, they being too few to repel the army of the Medes. While they were deliberating on these matters, Xerxes sent a scout on horseback to see how many they were and what they were doing. For while he was still in Thessaly, he had heard that a small army had been assembled at that spot, and as to their leaders, that they were Lacedaemonians, and Leonidas, who was of the race of Hercules. When the horseman rode up to the camp, he reconnoitred, and saw not indeed the whole camp, for it was not possible that they should be seen, who were posted within the wall, which having rebuilt they were now guarding, but he had a clear view of those on the outside, whose arms were piled in front of the wall. At this time the Lacedaemonians happened to be posted outside, and some of the men he saw performing gymnastic exercises, and others combing their hair. On beholding this he was astonished, and ascertained their number, and having informed himself of everything accurately, he rode back at his leisure, for no one pursued him, and he met with general contempt. On his return he gave an account to Xerxes of all that he had seen. When Xerxes heard this, he could not comprehend the truth, that the Grecians were preparing to be slain and to slay to the utmost of their power, but as they appeared to behave in a ridiculous manner, he sent for Demaratus, son of Ariston, who was then in the camp, and when he was to come into his presence, Xerxes questioned him as to each particular, wishing to understand what the Lacedaemonians were doing. Demaratus said, "You before heard me, when we were setting out against Greece, speak of these men, and when you heard, you treated me with ridicule, though I told you in what way I foresaw these matters would issue. For it is my chief aim, O king, to adhere to the truth in your presence. Hear it therefore once more. These men have to fight with us for the pass, and are now preparing themselves to do so. For such is their custom, when they are going to hazard their lives, then they dress their heads. But be assured, if you conquer these men, and those that remain in Sparta, there is no other nation in the world that will dare to raise its hand against you, O king, for you are now to engage with the noblest kingdom and city of all among the Greeks, and with the most valiant men." What was said seemed incredible to Xerxes, and he asked again, how being so few in number they could contend with his army. He answered, "O king, deal with me as with a liar, if these things do not turn out as I say." But saying this, he did not convince Xerxes. He therefore let 4 days pass, constantly expecting that they would be taking themselves to flight. But on the 5th day, as they had not retreated, but appeared to him to stay through arrogance and rashness, he, being enraged, sent them Medes and Cesians against them, with orders to take them alive, and bring them into his presence. When the Medes bore down impetuously upon the Greeks, many of them fell. Others followed to the charge, and were not repulsed, though they suffered greatly. But they made it evident to every one, and not least of all to the king himself, that they were indeed many men but few soldiers. The engagement lasted through the day. End of Part 1. End of Section 37. Section 38 of the Great Events, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Invasion of Greece by Persians under Xerxes. Defense of Thermopylae. B.C. 480 by Herodotus. Part 2. When the Medes were roughly handled, they thereupon retired, and the Persians, whom the king called immortal, and whom Hydarnes commanded, taking their place, advanced to the attack, thinking that they indeed would easily settle the business. But when they engaged with the Grecians, they succeeded no better than the Medic troops, but just the same. As they fought in a narrow space and used shorter spears than the Greeks, they were unable to avail themselves of their numbers. The Lacedaemonians fought memorably in other respects, showing that they knew how to fight with the men who knew not, and whenever they turned their backs they retreated in close order. But the barbarians, seeing them retreat, followed with a shout and a clamor. Then they, being overtaken, wheeled round so as to front the barbarians, and having faced about, overthrew an inconceivable number of the Persians, and then some few of the Spartans themselves fell, so that when the Persians were unable to gain anything in their attempt on the pass by attacking in troops and in every possible manner, they retired. It is said that during these onsets of the battle, the king who witnessed them thrice sprang from his throne, being alarmed for his army. Thus they strove at that time. On the following day the barbarians fought with no better success, for considering that the Greeks were few in number, and expecting that they were covered with wounds, and would not be able to raise their heads against them any more, they renewed the contest. But the Greeks were marshaled in companies, and according to their several nations, and each fought in turn, except only the Phocians. They were stationed at the mountain to guard the pathway. When, therefore, the Persians found nothing different from what they had seen on the preceding day, they retired. While the king was in doubt what course to take in the present state of affairs, Ephialtes, son of Eurydemus, Emalian, obtained an audience of him, expecting that he should receive a great reward from the king, and informed him of the path which leads over the mountain to Thermopylae, and by that means caused the destruction of those Greeks who were stationed there. But afterwards, fearing the Lacedaemonians, he fled to Thessaly, and when he fled, a price was set on his head by the Pylagori when the Amphictyons were assembled at Pylae. But some time after, he went down to Anticyra, and was killed by Athenides, a Trachinian. Another account is given that Onetes, son of Phanagoras, a Carystian, and Cordalis of Anticyra, were the persons who gave this information to the king and conducted the Persians round the mountains. But to me this is by no means credible. For in the first place, we may draw the inference from this circumstance that the Pylagori of the Grecians set a price on his head, not of Onetes and Corydalus, but of Ephialtes, the Trachinian, having surely ascertained the exact truth. And in the next place, we know that Ephialtes fled on that account. Onetes, indeed, though he was not a Malian, might be acquainted with this path, if he had been conversant with the country. But it was Ephialtes who conducted them round the mountain by the path, and I charge him as the guilty person. Xerxes, since he was pleased with what the Ephialtes promised to perform, being exceedingly delighted, immediately dispatched Hydarnes and the troops that Hydarnes commanded, and he started from the camp about the hour of lamplighting. The native Malians discovered this pathway, and, having discovered it, conducted the Thessalians by it, against the Phocians at the time when the Phocians, having fortified the pass by a wall, were under shelter from attack. From that time it appeared to have been of no service to the Malians. This path is situated as follows. It begins from the river Aesopus, which flows through the cleft. The same name is given both to the mountain and to the path, Anopiae. And this Anopiae extends along the ridge of the mountain and ends near Alpinus, which is the first city of the Locrians toward the Malians, and by the rock called Melympegus, and by the seats of the Cercopes, and there the path is the narrowest. Along this path, thus situate, the Persians, having crossed the Aesopus, marched all night, having on their right the mountains of the Oeacians, and on their left those of the Trachinians. Morning appeared, and they were on the summit of the mountain. At this part of the mountain, as I have already mentioned, 1,000 heavy-armed Phocians kept guard, to defend their own country and to secure the pathway, for the lower pass was guarded by those before mentioned, and the Phocians had voluntarily promised Leonidas to guard the path across the mountain. The Phocians discovered them after they had ascended, in the following manner. For the Persian ascended without being observed, as the whole mountain was covered with oaks. There was a perfect calm, and, as was likely, a considerable rustling taking place from the leaves strewn underfoot. The Phocians sprang up and put on their arms, and immediately the barbarians made their appearance. But when they saw men clad in armor, they were astonished, for expecting to find nothing to oppose them, they fell in with an army. Thereupon Hydarnes, fearing lest the Phocians might be Lacedaemonians, asked Ephialtes of what nation the troops were, and being accurately informed, he drew up the Persians for battle. The Phocians, when they were hit by many and thick falling arrows, fled to the summit of the mountain, supposing that they had come expressly to attack them, and prepared to perish. Such was their determination. But the Persians, with Ephialtes and Hydarnes, took no notice of the Phocians, but marched down the mountain with all speed. To those of the Greeks who were at Thermopylae, the augur Megistias, having inspected the sacrifices, first made known the death that would befall them in the morning. Certain deserters afterward came and brought intelligence of the circuit the Persians were taking. These brought the news while it was yet night. And thirdly, the scouts running down from the heights as soon as day dawned brought the same intelligence. Upon this the Greeks held a consultation, and their opinions were divided. Some would not hear of abandoning their post, and others opposed that view. After this, when the assembly broke up, some of them departed, and being dispersed, betook themselves to their several cities, but others of them prepared to remain there with Leonidas. It is said that Leonidas himself sent them away, being anxious that they should not perish, but that he and the Spartans who were there could not honorably desert the post which they originally came to defend. For my own part, I am rather inclined to think that Leonidas, when he perceived that the allies were averse and unwilling to share the danger with him, bade them withdraw, but that he considered it dishonorable for himself to depart. On the other hand, by remaining there, great renown would be left for him, and the prosperity of Sparta would not be obliterated, for it had been announced to the Spartans by the Pythian, when they consulted the oracle concerning this war as soon as it commenced, that either Lacedaemon must be overthrown by the barbarians or their king perish. The answer she gave, in hexameter verses, to this effect: To you, O inhabitants of spacious Lacedaemon, either your vast glorious city shall be destroyed by men, sprung from Perseus, or, if not so, the confines of Lacedaemon shall mourn a king deceased of the race of Hercules, for neither shall the strength of bulls nor of lions withstand him, with force opposed to force, for he has the strength of Jove, and I say he shall not be restrained before he has certainly obtained one of these for his share. I think, therefore, that Leonidas, considering these things, and being desirous to acquire glory for the Spartans alone, sent away the allies, rather than that those who went away differed in opinion, and went away in such an unbecoming manner. The following, in no small degree, strengthens my conviction on this point, for not only did he send away the others, but it is certain that Leonidas also sent away the augur, who followed the army, Megistias the Arcanian, who was said to have been originally descended from Melampus, the same who announced, from an inspection of the victims, what was about to befall them, in order that he might not perish with them. He, however, though dismissed, did not himself depart, but sent away his son, who served with him in the expedition, being his only child. The allies that were dismissed accordingly departed, and obeyed Leonidas, but only the Thespians and the Thebans remained with the Lacedaemonians. The Thebans indeed remained unwillingly and against their inclination, for Leonidas detained them, treating them as hostages. But the Thespians willingly, for they refused to go away and abandon Leonidas and those with him, but remained and died with them. Demophilus, son of Diodromus, commanded them. Xerxes, after he had poured out libations at sunrise, having waited a short time, began his attack about the time of full market, for he had been so instructed by Ephialtes. For the descent from the mountain is more direct, and the distance much shorter than the circuit and descent. The barbarians, therefore, with Xerxes, advanced, and the Greeks with Leonidas, marching out as if for certain death, now advanced much farther than before into the wide part of the defile, for the fortification of the wall had protected them, and they on the preceding days, having taken up their position in the narrow part, fought there. But now engaging outside the narrows, great numbers of the barbarians fell, for the officers of the companies from behind, having scourges, flogged every man, constantly urging them forward. In consequence, many of them, falling into the sea, perished, and many more were trampled alive under foot by one another, and no regard was paid to any that perished. For the Greeks, knowing that death awaited them at the hands of those who were going round the mountain, being desperate and regardless of their own lives, displayed the utmost possible valor against the barbarians. Already were most of their javelins broken, and they had begun to dispatch the Persians with their swords. In this part of the struggle fell Leonidas, fighting valiantly, and with him other eminent Spartans, whose names, seeing they were deserving men, I have ascertained. Indeed, I have ascertained the names of the whole 300. On the side of the Persians also, many other eminent men fell on this occasion, and among them 2 sons of Darius, Abracomes and Hyperanthes, born to Darius of Phrataguna, daughter of Artanes, but Artanes was brother to King Darius, and son of Hystastapes, son of Arsames. He, when he gave his daughter to Darius, gave him also his property, and she was his only child. Accordingly, 2 brothers of Xerxes fell at this spot, fighting for the body of Leonidas, and there was a violent struggle between the Persians and Lacedaemonians, until at last the Greeks rescued it by their valor, and 4 times repulsed the enemy. Thus the contest continued until those with Ephialtes came up. When the Greeks heard that they were approaching, from this time the battle was altered, for they retreated to the narrow part of the way, and passing beyond the wall, came and took up their position on the rising ground, all in a compact body, with the exception of the Thebans. The rising ground is at the entrance where the stone lion now stands, to the memory of Leonidas. On this spot, while they defended themselves with swords, such as had them still remaining, and with hands and teeth, the barbarians overwhelmed them with missiles, some of them attacking them in front, having thrown down the wall, and others surrounding and attacking them on every side. Though the Lacedaemonians and Thespians behaved in this manner, yet Dionysius, a Spartan, is said to have been the bravest man. They relate that he made the following remark before they engaged with the Medes, having heard a Trachinian say that when the barbarians let fly their arrows, they would obscure the sun by the multitude of their shafts, so great was their number. But he, not at all alarmed at this, said, holding in contempt the number of the Medes, that their Trachinian friend told them everything to their advantage, since if the Medes obscure the sun, they would then have to fight in the shade and not in the sun. This and other sayings of the same kind they relate that Dionysius the Lacedaemonian left as memorials. Next to him, 2 Lacedaemonian brothers, Alpheus and Maron, sons of Oresiphantus, are said to have distinguished themselves most, and of the Thespians he obtained the greatest glory, whose name was Dithyrambus, son of Harmatides. In honor of the slain, who were buried on the spot where they fell, and of those who died before they who were dismissed by Leonidas went away, the following inscription has been engraved over them. 4,000 from Peloponnesus once fought on this spot, with 300 myriads. This inscription was made for all, and for the Spartans in particular. Stranger, go tell the Lacedaemonians that we lie here obedient to their commands. This was for the Lacedaemonians, and for the prophet the following. This is the monument of the illustrious Megistias, whom once the Medes, having passed the river Spercheius, slew, a prophet who, at the time well knowing the impending fate, would not abandon the leaders of Sparta. The Amphictyons are the persons who honored them with these inscriptions and columns, with the exception of the inscription to the prophet, that of the prophet Megistias, Simonides, son of Leoprepes, caused to be engraved from personal friendship. End of section 38. End of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 1. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd.